you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect?
Welcome to the east side. We don't wait for doors of opportunity, we just wait on when we gotta kick them in. Decatur, Georgia, or a den of thieves. Hidden leads just to feed the village. Hidden leads make them feel like ninjas. Niggas always keep the metal tucked till you run up, get your face cut. Got your brookins on the back end. Know too many niggas trapped. They be stuck in genjutsu. They see the world from a different view. Shadow clones cause they silhouettes. Hard to point out when they robbing you. You never know what be inside of you. You never know who you be talking to. Till it's 2 a.m. on the east side. Black as shadows in the nighttime. They don't wait on nothing but the right time. He ain't come around the corner. Shots fired, that's a nigga down. Sad, but this is normal around this town. I've been crying for my niggas found. I've been praying for my niggas down. Always looking for some progress. Try a nigga, he gon' regress. Locked and loaded that nigga ready. Turn your brains into red spaghetti. I be looking for God here. Hopefully see that I'm trying here. Save my niggas cause they really lost. Tell that my niggas before you write them off.
They say, Vic, don't you move on that side, boy. Both the crime rate and junkies stay high, boy. Scary niggas, they ain't see my vision and they see it, they want on the convoy. Stop by the corner store, know that it's kissing and let them watch windows pump gas for a bag of chip shot with the water. But no, they got size, I don't need no patchouli, I just want water. Star bitch with my brothers like Pops and Earl. We gon' turn Keller Road right into a Melrose. I might turn Wesley Cap to a motherfucking church. They got my people and teach them their worth. I don't need no appraiser, I'm knowing the worth of my property. They just owns out the cap, always a lot in the world and I'm winning it all. That construction on this side, I'm taking my time. Now it's 2 a.m. on the east side. Up as fuck, no I'm writing rhymes. Late night, now the early morning like an alchemist. I'm turning into something. Shots fired, that's your nigga down. Sad, but it's normal around this town. Cause I'm calling, say you beat the charge. He can't wait to come back around. Other cousin calling, y'all must stop. Say he heard prices went back up. I confirm they gassed up. Told him chill, though, cause we next up. People be looking for God here. My job is to teach them look in themselves. Say my niggas cause they really lost. Speaking for the ones they breaking off.
Who did you expect?
Biggest the what? Biggest the what? Biggest the what? Biggest the Super Bowl.
Niggas so thirsty, don't put me in beef. Dissecting my words and start looking too deep. I look at the tweets and start sucking my teeth. I'm letting it rock cause I love the mystique. I still wanna give me a song where I be. Can't trust everything that you saw on IG. Just know if I diss you, I make sure you know that I hit you like I'm on your caller ID. I'm naming the album to fall off. It's pretty ironic cause it ain't no fall off for me. Still in this bitch getting bigger. They waiting on the kid to come drop like a father to be. Love when they argue the hardest MC. Is it K-Dot, is it Aubrey or me? We the big three like we started the league. But right now I feel like Muhammad Ali. Yeah, Muhammad Ali, the one that they call when they shit ain't connecting no more. Feel like I got a job in IT. Rhyming with me is the biggest mistake. The Spider-Man meme is me looking at Drake. It's like we recruited your homies to be demon deacons. We got them attending your wake. Hey, how the gang got away from the bars, man. This shit like a prison escape. Everybody stepping, we're fucking, and everybody breakfast, and I'm about to clear up my plate. When I show up, it's motion picture blockbuster. The goat with the golden pen, the top toucher, the spot rusher. Spray this whole shit up, the crop duster. Not Russia, but apply pressure to your cranium. Codes automatic when aiming them. With the boy in the status of stadium.
Big as the Super Bowl, but the difference is it's just two guys playing shit that they did in the studio. Niggas usually send they verses back to me and they be terrible just like a 2-year-old. I love a dinner with some fine women when they start debating about who the GOAT. I'm like, go ahead, say it then. Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who you bitches really rooting for? Like a kid that had been from January to November, nigga, it's just you and Cole. Big as the what? Big as the what? Big as the what? Big as the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Do. Welcome to the Aaron O Show. Back at it again. Ah, what a day, what a day, what a day. How's everybody doing today? What's today? Monday. I knew that. I knew today was Monday. Laser sharp. See, I was here earlier today on the Cheeky Banner show. Well, I think it was a pretty good show. I think we had a pretty good show. And I was teetering on like, should I go live? See how it plays out. So I said, we could do a little bit. We can do a little bit. So let me charge my phone though, because it's dying. So, people, what a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Won't you be my friend? Let's see how many of you lovely people are for disciplining children. What a beautiful day. Before we go any further, we must acknowledge the sponsor of the last show, and it's none other than our own, Mr. Omar Smith. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate it, brother. Thank you for sponsoring the last show. It means a lot. I appreciate it. And it's good to know that you're still rocking out in the clouds. When people don't know you're around, you still around rocking out. Spence, what up? Let me put you're gonna have to put the sweater on for this one. What else we've been working on? Oh, even better. Shout out to Timeout. I appreciate you. Timeout said I'm sponsoring the show immediately. Don't let nobody jump ahead of me. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate it. Thank you. Let's discuss some things before we jump right into the show. It's a Monday. I'm on much earlier than usual because I didn't have to go into work today for a couple different reasons, but it's not very important, but I'll give you one. This week, give me 1 second. 1 second. All right, so it's literally intentional. What you intentionally doing? So this week in the great city of San Francisco, there is going to be an APEC meeting amongst the world leaders, and it's going to impact business. It's going to impact business, and it's going to be heavily. It's going to be a lot of traffic in that area, and let's just say it's not that I don't want to deal with it, but I don't have to. So that's one of the reasons. Second reason is I have about roughly a few days outside of getting close to my PTO cap, right? You know what that means is when you've accrued so much that they won't let you accrue until you take some. I have some days that I must use or I will lose. And seeing as we're in November, I have 1 month and I have a few days that I have to use or I will lose them. So it's not something that I can carry over, which I normally carry over an insane amount of time. But these particular days I cannot carry over to the next calendar year. And I don't like taking time off away from work. And then also, a lot of my team members, they like to leave in December because they celebrate holidays, and I don't care for holidays. It's not something that's important to me. Oh, Lamar Black Attack got fired on my day off? No, never have. Never been fired, my friend. Never been fired. Promoted, offered promotions, but never been fired, my friend. I will be honest with you. I'm one of the very few people that have actually begged to be fired. I begged for it. I said, please fire me. Listen. I told people, I said, please fire me. You know what they told me? No. And I'm not joking. I said, please fire me so I don't have to go up to work. They're like, won't you just quit? I said, I can't quit. It's not really in me to quit. So if you just fire me, then I can sleep on the couch for a couple years and be at ease. And they said, nope, not going to fire you. And these are real stories, I swear. So no, but I'm not opposed to it. I'm not opposed to it. Actually, some people need to be fired. Can we just be honest? Some people need to be fired in order for them to move on and do something different with their life. They need to be fired. So that's just the truth, Lamar. So those are a couple reasons why I'm streaming a little bit earlier than my usual time. Because I'll be getting back to work real soon. It is what it is, though. Also to the beautiful people that are in the building, I've been working on my memberships, okay? I've been putting aside memberships, delaying. And I'm going to keep delaying unless I start. I don't even have it all the way thought out, but I'm just going to start because I believe in starting, right? Most of the issues that people have are they don't begin, right? They don't start until it's perfect. I was kind of like that for a very, very long time. I was somewhat of like a perfectionist. If you guys go, I might actually start streaming some of my older content on my old channel. I was very, very much fixated on like perfect things. I wouldn't start shows because of it. I used to have thorough notes and things like that until I got more comfortable, and then I could kind of freestyle a lot of the things which you guys see now. So somebody said I spelled timeout wrong. Did I? It might be self-correct. It might be self-correct. Let me adjust that. B-Rose sees everything. I'm going to have to put B-Rose in timeout. One thing I don't like is people seeing and catching me spell something wrong and living to talk about it. But I'm not going to time you out because you got a wrench. So I'm going to let that slide today. But I'm going to start the memberships. I don't want to go back and forth on it because part of the reason that will stop people from doing shows, and me personally would stop me, was titles. Do you know how long people delay starting streams because of titles? I'm not even joking. I would sit there and think about the perfect way to title something. Ooh, this sounds better. Mind you, I already don't care about thumbnails. Y'all know me. But the titles, because I like, ooh, a little bit. So I said, forget it. Now I start shows without titles if I have to. And I can always change the title, adjust the title throughout the show. And I've done that from time to time. So that way it doesn't give me an excuse, right? To not start a show, to not do the show. And I try to remove excuses, right? And that's something you guys, if you find it helpful, you can implement in your day-to-day process. Remove excuses by just starting, right? So I'm starting my memberships. Well, if YouTube approves them, if not, who cares, right? And I'm going to figure them out as I go. I'm going to get the freaking emojis going. I don't even know how it works. I'm going to start fixing that out. This is what I'm hoping will possibly happen, right? I'm going to start focusing on doing some content on stock market conversations that I want for members only. So we're going to go behind a firewall, which will prevent people. I'm going back and forth on streaming it and then privating it to members only, or if I'm just doing completely solely to members only first. So I'm going back and forth on how to introduce that, right? And then I'm going to have an option for people to reach out to me personally and privately, right? So that people who don't want to have conversations on stream, they want more of a personal interaction, I'm going to have an option for that as well, right? So that's what I'm working on. No, King Shenard. No, not at all. I'm just a YouTuber, brother. I'm just a YouTuber. Don't know much. But what I do know how to do is facilitate conversations around things that might be important. Now, I will admit, Mr. King Shenard, I'm not an expert. I am not an advisor. So you may go and reach out to some advisor that you think prefer works better for you. I'm giving the option to people that want to talk to me because they want to. That's it. You don't have to use it, but it's your choice. I'm going to put it out there because there are some people that have reached out and they want more of like a private interaction. So it is what it is. And I'm going to show an account in which I created like almost 2 years ago, actually, because I used to watch a lot more YouTube videos about stock market information and financial channels. And I was like, oh, this would be fun, right? So I actually started an account and I haven't really used it much, but just for YouTube. So when I said I could do that. So when I do that, the people that are part of my membership, I will actually show that account that I created. Now, it's not a lot of money, but what it will show is that I'm actually invested in the markets. And also, well, I'll save that for the members because most people won't be interested in that anyway. So it is what it is. What people are going crazy right now in the chat. But yeah, that's what I've been working on. I'm going back and forth about other things of allocation of time again. I'm trying to listen, guys. It's going to be a crazy end of the year. It's going to be a crazy end of the year. So no, I don't like travel one. I'm not a traveler. I don't like packing bags. I don't like being on an airplane for more than 5 hours, preferably 3 or 4. I've been on a plane for 9-10 hours straight, but I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm not a fan of it. I'm not interested in doing it. I will do it, but I have no interest in doing it. But life is not about what you want to do. Sometimes you do what you have to do. But right now, no. I'm not doing no meetups. If I meet with anybody, it's going to be a very small, select group of people because a lot of these people on the internet are weird. A lot of people on the internet are weird. And I accept weird people, but I just don't want to be surrounded by a bunch of people I don't know. I'm just be honest with you. I'm not one of those people that want to be surrounded by a bunch of people that I do not know. So maybe one day I'll get more comfortable being around a whole bunch of weird people, but right now, no. You got people in the beef sector. You got people here. I've had people. What I've learned a lot in a small amount of time being on the internet, and I mean a small amount of time. I used to joke about cancel and all that type of stuff because I don't care. We work in real life, right? But you see people take shots at you. You see people keep poking at you. I'm starting to think some of these panels are just designed so someone can come on there just to argue with you. People arguing with me in an environment in which it don't need to be no argument. So I'm seeing that. And so it's just a bunch of, and then also there are a bunch of weird people that are watching the stream that do not participate. And they're just fixated. Like they're at their keyboards, just, typing and then deleting. And then they probably listen. I know this might sound strange, but I'm one of those people that I believe it. They have like a picture of you on the wall and they've been throwing darts at your face. I ain't trying to be around no people that got pictures of me on the wall and they throwing darts at my face. No. And then also, I'm not cool enough. Let me just throw that out there. My P.O. box is in my description. I've got nothing in my P.O. box. Now, I'm not saying you have to send anything, but it is more like it's more like a beta testing, right? Because if I start getting things in my P.O. box, then I'm going to be honest. Then I'm going to start thinking, oh, there are actually a lot of people that have a desire to meet me, but they want to be, anonymous and things like that. But nobody has actually used it. So I don't think I've got to that point where people find me interesting enough to do so. So I haven't got nope. And so until then, until I start to see a tick or a change in that, I'm a chill. I'm a chill. I'm going to continue to gauge things from a safe place. Yes, yes, B Rose. I have a PO box. It's literally in my description on my about. Let me see if I can pull it up for you. And they actually switched around a lot of stuff on here, actually, to tell you the truth. Let me see here. Yeah, they switched up a lot of stuff. There's been a slight adjustment to YouTube. Let me see. Can you see that? Let me make sure my brightness up. There we go. Yeah, see. Let me see. Can you see that? B Rose probably can't see that. But see, yeah, you see that mail option there? That is my P.O. box. Because you never know. I never know. Maybe someone wanted to be invisible and send something to me. And so I said, you never know. So I left that option up. And so far, nothing. Not that I'm sad, but so far, nothing. So I'm just using ways to gauge people and whatnot and to protect myself from crazy people. And I'm sure you guys have seen what's it like to be on these panels and be respectful, and people still want to go at you. So what's the point of being respectful? Now what I'm noticing is that people want me to wear my orange hoodie, because apparently when I wear the orange hoodie, get crazy. Or they want me to act like I got some black Air Force Ones. So far, that's what I've been noticing. So until that changes, let me erase some of this off my back end. Adjustment here. But yeah, so that's some of the things that I've been moving about. King Shenard, I trust me, I know that, brother. I know not to say anything like that in a section. I would never say that. That's not what it's about. I'm not giving advice. I'm creating conversations about things that I do. So it's not advice. But thanks for looking out for me. I appreciate that. No love. See, they do not like angry Aaron. Actually, I take that back. They do like it. I see it in the chat. They get real excited about that, and it's very toxic. And I think what they've been trying to do, because we looked over an interaction between me and Uncle Jeff, and I don't know why, but I think I am a target. I think I am a target. And being calm and letting people speak over me. Sometimes people think that, why don't you just be more aggressive and don't let people speak over you, right? And I'm going to tell you, part of the reasons why it don't bother me is because I have more self-control than most people. It shows up in my real life. And then also, I believe that if what you're saying is strong enough, then talking over somebody is not going to help that. If what I'm saying is right, what I'm saying is delivered the right way, I don't need to talk over you, because once you're done, it's my turn. We see what's going to happen. So I've also noticed that as well. So I'm not really tripping like that. But I'm going to be honest with you. What I'm seeing is a gradual adjustment to people trying to get me to kind of like attack them. Have you guys noticed that? People trying to poke me and be like, yes, keep poking at me, like, yeah, and hoping that I go off on them. Have you noticed that? Yeah, so that's one of the things I've been on. Shout out to Tony Golden sending the $5 super sticker. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. But I have been noticing that people are, and I'm not sure what to expect from it. Meaning, I'm not sure if they're testing me for future encounters to try to see if there's certain trigger words or things that they can say to me to elicit a certain type of response as a strategic thing that they're setting up for a later experience, right? We're taking innocuous conversations, right? And we're turning it into a combative situation. And it may be for later situations. And I'm not sure, but I'm aware that is a possibility. So you may, like, I'm making adjustments to that, but I've been noticing lately, it seems to me that people hop on panels and pick somebody to go ahead and go, boom, let's do that. Now, well, on Fight Club, Shadow Dragon, I kind of expect that to happen on Fight Club. Let's just be honest. It's Fight Club. I'm more open to that experience on Fight Club because it has that. Well, be honest with y'all, lately it's really not like that. What I've shown y'all is that it's personality based. Look, St. Louis Mook, you've been trying to point out a lot lately. Oh, you took an L here, you took an L here. All right, brother. If that's your opinion, you got it, bro. But they're not getting under my skin. What I'm doing is, let me give you an example, because St. Louis, you've been holding me down for a minute, and you're entitled to believe I definitely took an L. I don't care. You're entitled to it, right? They try to poke and poke and poke at me, right? And I'm very considerate. And I let it go and I let it go. And I'm at some point like, okay, I've heard your thoughts. Maybe I'm going to get to speak without you interrupting me. And it just doesn't happen. And so I'm trying to find a way to go about this without being disrespectful or meeting that same energy. It's not my goal to meet somebody with that same energy just to prove that I can. I mean, one, it's the internet. I can yell and scream at anybody. I don't have a fear of it, right? But I want to be consistent with what I do in real life. I'm not bickering back and forth. I'm respectful. Go ahead, finish your thoughts. You see me do it. Go ahead. My turn. And then, but see, once I get into saying what I'm saying, it becomes piercing a lot of times because they don't like it. They don't like it because what they said prior to what I said didn't hit like that. It didn't really hit. But then when I start speaking, they like, ooh, that's going to hit. So let me interrupt. Let me interject and all those things. So we're going to watch how it continues to play out. But that's what I've been noticing. You people can just hop on a panel and go, let me set this play up. It's different from making the situation fun, right? You know what I mean? So yeah, shout out to my St. Louis people. It's different because if we on a panel back and forth, cool. Nothing wrong with jokes here and there to make the situation fun. It's not a problem for me. I understand. But there are certain times where you're like, all right, that's not to make the show interesting and fun. You're really trying to push a point here on me, and it's not going to work. It's not going to work. But I actually be having a good time. I'm intrigued by the people that continue to try these things. I truly am. They got so much. They have so many more options to pick on people and to bother people that actually like to indulge in that. I don't know why you do that to me. I don't know why you do that to me. Let me be clear. Fight Club is not making people do this. These are people utilizing Fight Club to do what they already want to do. I'm just telling you, they want to do those things. They want to say those things. They want to be mean to people. They want to cuss out people. They want to talk about people's family. They want to talk about how broke people are. They want to talk about how they want to do that. The only difference is, no, Keisha, don't worry. I'm not worried. They are allowed to do it. And there's no reason why you shouldn't allow people to show you who they want to be, who they are. I'm not stopping them because it ain't hurting my feelings at all. but I've been noticing it's an asserted effort to do so lately. And I know you guys been noticing. I know you guys been noticing that. Because if I notice it, you guys are noticing. Men are overly emotional. They do the same thing. A lot of men in this space are extremely emotional. And it's not always a bad thing, but it can lead to a bad thing. It's all right, you've been a little emotional, but when your emotion leads to saying things to people, I don't even want to say those words, but emotions are human. So it's just when you start to go past how those emotions make you feel, and you start to tell people pull up and all those type of things, and that's when it becomes a negative situation. Boy, Lamar Black, man, you've been trolling from that chat. I'm gonna let you slide, though. I'm gonna let you slide. But anyway, yeah, that's just the thoughts. We're gonna get into the show, but I wanted to start off a show with I seen this young lady say something that I thought was interesting, right? And I want to get you guys' thoughts about it before I even say anything about it. Okay, let me pull up my. Yeah, there we go. As a matter of fact, let me edit that just a tad bit. Oh, yeah, there we go. Update. There we go. Now, this is what this lovely young lady had to say.
I've been in a relationship for over 3 years now and love him dearly, but I often get crushes on other guys. I fantasize about sleeping with them and sometimes being in a relationship with them, and then it just goes away as fast as it appeared. I always conclude that I love my boyfriend and don't want to be with anyone else. Is this normal? How can I stop?
Come on. Come on. How do you stop?
I have been.
Is that normal? Is that normal for people to fantasize about people in a relationship that they say they love dearly and they don't want anybody else? I don't know. Every time you go to sleep, you fantasizing about other men all the time. I'm not here to judge your dreams or your dreams. I don't have dreams like that, but if those are your dreams, I'm not here to be upset with you. Lamar Black, like, yes. Tyra Banks, Halle Berry. Yes. Lamar Black, they're old now. No. I remember them how I remember them. Yes, that's Lamar. I see you reminiscing about the good old days, okay? But I was just... Oh, so Kazi says that's totally normal. Okay. Because to me, I'm not sure, because women will say when they're in a relationship, they don't think about no other guys. They only see the man that they with. And I know that's cap, by the way. I absolutely know that's cap. However, that's what they present. We can only hold you accountable for what you present. I wish women would start telling the truth. Yeah, I'll be thinking about other guys all the time. I dream about them too. They're not going to say that, though. This young lady decided to admit to that, but she did it while she was behind like the counter or whatnot. So, you know what I mean? Kiana said, what cap? Not all women think about... No, Kiana, I'm not all women think about other guys. Not a lot of guys, Kiana. But y'all think about other guys. I knew DJ Neff was going to take any opportunity to try to do this. I knew you was going to do that, Neff. I knew you was. DJ Neff says, Ayo, the other day, I said you were like Batman and Bruce Wayne. I guess they're not the same. Laughing out loud. Perhaps it's time to reveal more of the Dr. Manhattan. No, See, you want me to do that stuff. See, I know it's you. Now I think DJ Neff is the one sending these people on the panel to poke at me. I think he's saying, yeah, go up there, just go ahead and say something to him. Get him triggered. Go at him. Yeah. Because you want me to do this. You want this stuff to happen. You want another. No, I'm not gonna do that. But that's what you want. That's what you want. It's all right. Listen, as long as I'm on these YouTube streets, people are going to try. All right. Not only that, we got to figure out when we're gonna put this debate together, right? Because Cheeky on his channel, y'all probably didn't see it. He was Mr. Bravado. He was very brave. He was saying, "Either man don't want this smoke." Angry Man don't want this smoke, and Uncle Jeff, because Uncle Jeff and Either Man was talking about they want to do a 3-on-3 debate between Cheeky, me, and Fatty versus them, right? And I haven't been saying much, to be honest with you. I'm not a big talker, right? So I ain't been saying much. I'm just listening. All right, whatever. But I think people might want to see that. And so we all know how explosive those type of conversations can lead to, because y'all saw what happened on Things Might Get Risky. But I think that was a different experience because I think they was just charged up from the jump. I will try to go over to that channel more often, at least in the chat, and try to watch some of the content so I can get an understanding if that was just a one-time thing or if that's how it's going to be. Because if it's up, then it's up. And I'm not going to be so I'm not going to interact the same way that I did last time, Rob. But I think that Cheeky tired of them talking this mess, so he says set it up. I'm like, dang, Cheeky, come on, man, you trying to make me work even? Like, set it up. Fatty says set it up Saturday, I think, Sunday, but he had a debate himself with Chris on Sunday. So, but they've been asking for it, and Angry Man said he want all the smoke, so he willing to partner with Either Man and Uncle Jeff. So if that's something y'all want to see, I don't even know if that's something y'all want to see, to be honest with y'all, because y'all haven't really talked about it. So I don't think y'all really want to see that. Now I do think Uncle Jeff might want to see that, and Either Man might want to see that. But Angry Man, I don't know. Angry Man, he did say he wants to smoke, though. I ain't gonna lie, he did say that. He did. He said it. He said set it up. I don't like being the middleman, all right? I'm not trying to set things up. Somebody else set it up. Why I got to be the one to set it up? You know why? I'm going to tell y'all why. Either Man is the reason why they trying to make me set it up. Because Either Man opened his big old mouth and said, I think you guys would be done bad in the debate. I didn't say nothing. I didn't say nothing like, yeah, we beat you. I didn't say nothing. Either Man went out his way to say me, Uncle Jeff, Angry Man, yeah, we'll do this, yeah. So now we might have to find out. I don't want to, but now we may have to find out. I don't want to be the one, but we may have to find out. It's going to be a long day for somebody. I'm going to just tell you that. It's going to be a long day for somebody. Somebody will be, because I do think it will be good, but I think somebody will be the target, meaning they the one that effed it up for their team. They're going to be like, oh, you the reason your team lost, right? And who wants to be that guy? Because I think mostly everybody will do pretty well. That one person going to mess it up. Who going to be that one person, that innocent bystander that took the L? Who going to be it? That's the real question. What I need to do is, that's what I need to figure out how to do. Hey, B Rose.
Hi.
I'm gonna figure that out later. Are you coming up here to tell me that you want to see that debate? Because I have a feeling.
Sure. I don't know about. I'd like to see you go up against This Might Be Risky again. I don't know about Jeff and E-Man, and I don't know about that one. But
I think it was fun. I think This Might Be Risky filled up the whole panel, and it was just three of us. It wasn't as balanced as it should have been.
mm-hmm.
So I have an idea. I'll run it past Fatty and whatnot and see what he thinks. But I have an idea of another way to do it where it'd be pretty exciting. You know me, I'm always full of ideas.
Oh,
And
okay.
so, but yeah, I would actually like to see that as well. But because I didn't get to meet all the people that they say is on that channel. So
I think you just missed one person. Yeah.
oh yeah, see, you might be really familiar with their content. I'm not. I don't know.
Yeah, they
So
got pretty big pretty quick. So, but I'm just gonna hang out until my phone dies.
oh yeah, I appreciate that. Are you coming up here to tell us how you plan on whooping children?
Well, one thing at a time. I thought we were talking about fantasies.
Oh, you want me to tell? Go ahead and tell
I'm
me your fantasy then. Go ahead.
no, I don't.
Hmm? You can
No,
tell me. Listen. Ain't nobody listening. We here alone. Ain't nobody here.
stop.
Ain't nobody here. It's just me and you.
Aaron, you don't
Ain't
have
nobody watching.
fantasies? It's okay. Be honest with me. It's okay to have
Hmm?
fantasies, Aaron.
I'm not a fantasy type of guy. I'm overly pragmatic in everything that I do. It's really bad. Like I'm not a dreamer. I don't have dreams. I've been an astronaut. I don't have stories to tell you. I've always just been very pragmatic about life. So I can't tell you about fantasizing. No, the only thing
Ever?
I'm not a fantasizer. I'm just not. I'm a creator. So like when
Mhm.
I dream visual. Like I'm a very strong dreamer. So when I'm asleep, I have the images going on in my head. I'm very interactive with that dream. And I can go in and out of that dream. I could wake up, and a lot of the times if I go back to sleep, I can go right back to where I was at in those dreams. It's really
So,
weird.
so how separated are you? Can you so if you saw someone no, switch. If you were watching something on TV and it was like what would you do kind of moment, you can't put yourself in that circumstance?
Not a fantasy. So a realistic scenario or close to it, yes. So like I can put myself in the scenario and go, this could have happened, this could have, but a fantasy, no. Like that's
Those two things are
different.
almost parallel. Like
No,
as
no,
long
no.
as
It can be, but it has to be a realistic scenario. Like
okay,
it's
cool.
so hard.
So as long as you don't put you and this woman like in space,
Mhm.
it can be pretty like you can get yourself a little fantasy, like you're walking to work, she bumps into you, eyes meet, you fall in love, and then your fantasy goes from there. Like that's how the whole like pizza guy and pool boy thing started.
If I could do that, I would go to the strip club.
Go to the strip club.
I don't believe in it. It don't make sense to me. Conceptually,
Why?
I don't believe in any woman
Uh-huh.
rubbing up on me and me throwing money at her and I'm not going to sleep with her. That's insane to me.
Um,
I know what you're gonna say. Go ahead and sleep, but I'm not gonna do that. So it's a waste of my time.
okay.
Yeah. So
Can't you indulge in that fantasy and then go home with it?
no, because that's actually something that potentially could happen. However,
Uh-huh.
the fact that I'm not in control of whether it happens and I'm participating and throwing money, no, 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 no. You ain't about to be good looking woman dancing and saying all the things. Those women are very manipulative. They know exactly what to
Right.
say. And then they be like, all right, well, come by next week. What? No, out. That's out.
I
Not
think
happening.
it's so normal to like fantasize and just as long as you don't have some sort of condition where you believe in your own imagination, then yeah, it's so normal to fantasize, enjoy the moment. Like that's why we have romance movies and romance novels and honestly that's why most people indulge in porn.
Mm-mm.
And then you
So
call it a day.
for women, it's in your head.
Okay.
Dr. Jordan Peterson talks about it a lot, right?
Mhm.
Literature is so important for women because you guys will read like romances and novels and stuff like that is very much geared towards women.
Right.
Because if you guys get it up here, that's where it starts with you guys. We're very visual. As
Okay.
women are visual, they like attractive men, but in y'all head, y'all create all this stuff. See,
Right.
me, I don't create this stuff in my head. I see my attraction. So literature doesn't move me
But I said
into
porn,
fantasy.
right? So why can't you have like look like if you saw someone really like you fall in love with someone at work, or you're really interested in someone at work, and you know that there's no realistic way to have them be your partner. Can't you just go find that person that looks similar to a porn star and then have that fantasy?
I don't think that's a fantasy. Then that's if I can go and do it, it's realistic to me. Meaning, but I don't want a woman that don't want me. I have no
But
interest
it's
in it at all.
no. Wait. I'm not saying go
Okay,
and
but
get someone.
let's just say adult entertainment. But
Okay, adult
the
entertainment.
problem with it is I don't know what in the adult industry that is so fantasy. A lot of the stuff that they do, I'm guessing, is normal.
I'm talking about you watching it is playing into a fantasy because you're not on the screen. You have to imagine yourself like it's all in your head too.
No, it's visual. So if it was audio based and you weren't getting a visual depiction of things, because like I said, if you do the same thing with a woman, you're just inserting a different woman. It's not really fantasy. It's a woman and a woman. So now the fantasy part gets to when you have 9 women in there and you one guy, and that ain't never gonna happen for you. Now you get into fantasy land. No, that like.
I don't see how it's not a fantasy just placing yourself in a circumstance that could never happen to you realistically.
That's what I'm saying. It
doesn't have to be 9 women. It could just be you and the person that you want that looks like it in the adult industry. And now you get to like get some satisfaction from that experience that you can't ever have outside of that.
See, but that doesn't work for me because I'm obsessed with things. So like there are people that are obsessed with entertainers.
Right.
I'm not. So there's no like I don't have to log online and go, oh, this woman,
right.
It doesn't move me. I have no obsession. I have no desires for any woman that has no interest in me that I have to kind of force it to exist. I don't care for those women.
So not for you, but do you think that probably does work for most people? Honestly, I'm going to say it has to.
I think most guys can fantasize about things that are unrealistic. I can't. I think those guys is wild crazy.
Really? You don't think it's just normal?
I think you wild crazy out your mind. Fantasizing about buying a Lambo, buying a Ferrari.
Okay, so let's back up.
Nothing to get you one of those.
Out of 100 men, how many of them do you think regularly fantasize or engage in fantasies?
And I would only say they fantasize about women, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Sometimes money, but I would say more women than money because they don't try to get money as much as you could. Like they're not working 20 hours and things like that. They're not falling asleep. So I would say when it comes to fantasizing about women, that number is extremely high. If out of 100, I would put it towards maybe about 96%, 96 of them.
Okay, so 96 out of 100. So you think 96 men are kind of crazy? Like 96% of men are kind of crazy?
No. I think it's normal to fantasize. I'm just not one of those normal people that will do that. I'm not into that.
Right, but you called them crazy. Like if it's normal, then you're the outlier.
Yeah, it's crazy to me. I'm the outlier and I know that. So like I'm crazy to them probably.
Yeah.
They crazy to me.
You're crazy. Like I would think you're incredibly apathetic or well, I'll just stop there. But yeah, I would think you have some sort of, let's just say, apathy. I'm going to leave it there.
Oh, I know. I wouldn't ostracize somebody for being a normal person.
Okay.
But I would acknowledge why you want to go to the club and that she don't want you. And
right.
Oh man, look, I just got my check, man. I'm just having fun. $300 spent. Yo, that's crazy to me. But we not gonna not be cool because you're gonna do crazy things. Don't ask me.
Yeah. I do think if people go to the strip club to fulfill some type of need, then there's a problem. But strip clubs are designed to be, fun, entertaining. But there are people who go to fulfill some sort of fantasy, and then that fantasy becomes like an addiction, a need, and then that's where it's a problem.
Yeah, I think there are guys that have the game to go in there and actually get it. Like there are guys that go in there and be like, "Diamond, you leaving with me," and she is. So I can't argue it's fantasy for them. They get the job done. But most of the guys that these women discuss and manipulate and control, That's most of it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even argue with that. So,
Oh yeah, but I'm not mad at it. Yeah, I'm just not. Even in my dreams is so realistic. It's crazy. I don't even have like, yeah, my dreams are so realistic. I don't have weird dreams where I'm half ego, like half human. Like I don't have.
stop.
I'm just saying. I just
Do you
have
even remember them? Are you one of those people who can wake up and remember their dreams?
for a short amount of time. Yes, so
Mm.
I can remember a good amount of it because I dream in length. So that dream will be long, and I'll go from one scene to another scene, and I'll remember some of it. But if I wake up and then somebody if I'm dreaming and I wake up and then nobody talks to me or I'm left alone, I can go back to my dream. But if I start having a conversation, I cannot go back.
Hmm.
So yeah, so I look, yeah, it's just not me. And I accept it, and this world is strange,
Hmm.
uh, and I don't believe I'm somebody that should be thinking I'm on a higher tier above somebody because I don't do what their mind does. Their mind is special for them, cool, no doubt. But no, fantasizing about when it comes, especially about women, I just can't be that guy. I don't know. I just don't want to be a guy
So
like that.
then, how do you fulfill? Okay, well, first let me ask you: do you think you're missing out on some sort of experience?
No, like, okay, I should retract that. Yes, I'm missing out, but I don't care. And I don't have a
Mm,
desire to not miss out, right? So I can acknowledge I'm missing out on a lot of aspects about life. I'm not participating in a lot of things that other people have or will or want to. I I'm not gonna be sad when I turn 90 and go, man, I wish I would have not for those things. I will have some regret, I'm sure,
mhm.
but it will typically be because I'm disappointed that I didn't do something that I'm capable of doing and I wanted to do, as opposed to me not wanting to do this stuff that's fantasy based. It's not my thing.
Okay, so here's my second question then. Most people fantasize to gain some sort of gratification that they can't get from every day. So where do and you might say no to this, but you have to be fulfilling you have to be getting that fulfillment from somewhere else. Um,
Mm, how do I? Yeah, so I'm a conversationalist, right? So you know how podcasts will say, "Oh, these conversations be everything to me," right? Uh in interactions with people, which I do on a day-to-day basis, is my thing. Getting people to think, people getting me to think, that's my feel in life. It's very pragmatic.
okay.
So yeah, that's my level of fulfillment is my interaction with the world in real people, real conversations, real outcomes, and things like that. So it's nothing that's necessarily based in the attraction of women that don't have any desire for me. No, it's nowhere near in that.
Okay, so that's interesting to me because if we go back to the clip, she's talking about a woman confessed that she, has these little fantasies with men. She thinks about it for a couple of days. It doesn't make her want to leave her boyfriend, but it gives her gratification and she moves on. And you think that's somehow equivalent to you creating a space of conversation and like minds and an intellectual, I don't know, sphere?
Yeah, because it's not a comparison because I don't know if she can control that or not.
Right.
But if that's what moves her, right? Because I'm not saying, but if fantasizing moves people, cool. That's not what's moving for me. I'm a realistic person. I need realistic, tangible goals, concepts, and things like that for me to navigate. And then also, I'm willing to suppress things that may be important, but I don't care enough about to explore that suppression, right? So
Mm.
let's just say I see a super hot, attractive TV star, right? And I go, she's kind
Okay.
of hot, right? I don't have a desire to conjure up more than just the acknowledgement of it, right? And so, if as a man, I'm attracted to women, right?
Mhm.
But if that doesn't mean she has to like me back, but that would just mean me acknowledging, oh, she look good though. But then now she has no interest. So if I'm that doesn't mean she's no longer going to be attractive, right? I would then suppress that and go move on, right? I wouldn't go to explore the suppression of women that have no interest in you. It's kind of a waste of time to me because it gets you in more trouble than it's worth.
Do you consider what she was doing cheating?
No,
Do you think most men would agree with you?
I don't know. I do not know. I would say that there's a high level of insecurity amongst men in that area. It wouldn't affect me because I'm very big on controllables and I can't control what she dreams about, and she can barely control it, right? Human beings are not as strong minded as they think they are. We really are not executing the majority of the power that we have in our brain that we one day might be able to if technology ever advances to that point. So I would never be mad at any woman that's dreaming about other people and things like that. It's in her dream. I don't personally look any further than that myself. Does that mean that it could it be more? It absolutely could be more. But I'm not going to prosecute you for thinking about sleep. Let me give you some
Right.
examples. If you tell me I think about sleeping with other guys, I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna be like, you know what? Since you think about it, you possibly could do it. So it's over.
Right.
Like, I can't pre-prosecute. So
So
I don't get stuck on that.
that's fair. Unfortunately, I think women do. Women think that. Women think that if a man fantasizes about a woman, they are one step away from acting. They do pre-prosecute.
Kiana says fantasies are the same as dreams. I don't know. I would say not necessarily.
No.
Yeah, I think you can fantasize within your dreams. Like I dream extremely realistic. So even when I fall off a mountain or something, right? I'm falling all the way to the ground and I wake up at that split second like most human beings do. It's still a realistic fall. Like
And
it ain't no
she
random. Yeah.
I'm
So
sorry, she does mean dreams as in, like, going to sleep, not dreams as in, like, your hopes and dreams?
I'm gonna assume she means sleep.
Okay.
Uh because hopes and dreams, I don't know what the heck that's
Because,
mean.
I mean, like, a lot of people say dreams as in, like, they crave this person, they desire this person, and fantasy kinda I can see how those 2 can be like, done simultaneously. Like, I'm dreaming of this person, if they wanted me, I would jump kinda thing. Some people fantasize about men, but they never actually do it if they had the opportunity.
Yeah, that might be a woman thing. Like
Really?
the fantasy is enough for y'all, because that's why you guys crave that that emotional connection, that mental connection, way more than men do, right? So men are extremely expressive through physical contact. Like that's when
Mhm.
men are the most expressive. Oh, I love you, and you be like, dang, yeah, yeah. So they don't say it that much when you're not in those moments, right? So they're very expressive that way. I think women, they feel different type of ways when you get to them mentally. That's why the conversation is always for the man. If you get to her mind, you got the girl. It's never the lady say, if I get to his mind, I got the man. So
Hmm.
yeah,
Alright.
yeah. I don't think women are trying to get to men's minds.
No, the fantasy usually is enough. 'Cause
Yeah,
women will be in a relationship 3 years and still in a fantasy. You have to still break us out of it.
yeesh. I, I wholeheartedly believe that. And I accept that men or women are different. The only thing I don't, the thing that troubles me all the time is that you do it, so why can't I do it too? I really hate that. I'm really not a fan of the you do it, so I get to do it too type of mentality, but it's just the world we live in.
Why?
Because I think it's inconsistent. I think that it's with the women, it's always, I want to do whatever you can do, but only the beneficial part, not the negative part that comes with it. So I want to pay the bills too, and you pay the bills, we pay. They don't want to do that. They want to cheat if you want to cheat. But if I'm like, I want to pay bills, do you want to pay bills? They're like, well, I don't want to do that just because you want to do that. So it's like they nitpick and pick and choose the things that they want to copy you doing. And that part I don't like. I prefer a woman to want to do something on her own, and it's a genuine thing and is not based upon how I'm moving, because I think most men, when they operate, especially in a sexual matter, if they want to sleep with another girl, it's not dependent on because you wanted to sleep with another guy.
No, I think you're right about that, but I think that it's not that the women don't want um it's not that they don't want to pay a bill, it's not that they don't want to accept all the work that comes with it. Because if you ask a woman, "Do you wanna own your own home? Do you wanna own your car? Do you wanna be able to say, 'This is mine and not his?'" They're gonna say yes. They just probably haven't worked through all the work it takes to obtain that.
No, I would agree with that. I'm just not a big fan of that. Me, myself, just do it because you want to do it. Don't make it contingent upon me. I've always been like that.
Right, like you only like little kids, I only want it because I see him have it.
Yeah. And I find that often is too often the case. And I think it's a method for women to try to incentivize you to not do something that you want to do because of a punishment, not for your own desires to do it. So, for example, I'm like, hey, I want to sleep with this other person. You never came to me and said you wanted to sleep with somebody else. But now you say, well, I want to sleep with somebody too, in the hopes that I say, but I don't want to do it. And you say, fine, then we ain't going to do it. You see what I'm saying?
Mm. You don't think they actually did wanna sleep with somebody else, but they never had a reason to tell you?
No, but that's the thing. If it's your idea, don't
Right.
let it be contingent upon my idea. Bring it to me first, just like I brought it to you first.
Y Okay.
You see what I'm saying? At least it is very possible that it was her idea even before she met me, but she
Mhm,
never expressed it, right?
mhm.
So if I come to you first and I express it, right? I'm first to market. Hey, I beat you here. I'm first. I'm acknowledging something. I'm expressing something, and then you go, well, now that you mention it, I want to do this too. It's like, all right, it seems a little vindictive.
Sure, but the expression usually isn't a conversation, it's usually them cheating first. And so, we think in our head, "Cool, all those men I turned down, Imma backtrack and pick the best one, and Imma cheat back. Because if you couldn't restrain yourself, why should I have to restrain myself?"
But that's the problem. I don't. Let me read DJ Neff's super chat. I'm gonna explain that.
Okay.
Uh, DJ Neff says a dream is usually associated with a goal, something of meaning. A fantasy is fictitious creations, usually inspired by self pleasure or gratification.
Mm.
Uh, that's a fair statement. That so then what you're saying when people are fantasizing, they're not dreaming. I don't want you to confuse my mind, because it sounds like you're trying to mess me up with this voodoo type stuff right here. I'm willing to accept your answer of what a fantasy is in comparison to a dream. But to answer your question, B Rose, the thing is, if you had desires of sleeping with those 10 guys, you should acknowledge it. The problem is women are expressing, when I'm with my man, when I'm in a relationship, I don't think about no other man. Those are two different messages. And that's why when women say, if you want to see other people, just be upfront with me, give me the choice, right? Instead of him just not saying anything and just doing it. So it's you have to express if that's the truth, and so I can acknowledge. Oh, she been said she was trying to. She saw through 10 other guys and she wanted to do something
Yeah,
like
most women who say that are probably lying. They just wanna know if you're that type or not.
that. And that's what I'm saying. Well, at the end of the day, these conversations and relationships will always go back down into the fact that the truthful answer is that male nature is not liked and accepted by women,
Mhm.
and that's just the truth. Female nature is accepted by men. They accept it, and that's why they strategize around it, right? So They know you like to see a man that look like he's successful. So even if I have to fake it, it's because I know that's who you are. So I have to adjust around that. Hey, I got to get the BMW, even if I got to rent it, because I know that's going to get her because that's who she is. And I accept that's how women operate. Men know women like men with money and power and things like that. We ain't dumb. And 99% of men accept that. Does it mean that they're not going to try to play the game of trying to get that woman? No, it does not mean that. They're still going to try to play it, but they have an acceptance of that's who you are. See, when it comes to men, it is a very known thing that men like to sleep around with a bunch of women, and it's really difficult to control. And it's proven because only a few and a small amount of men actually can control it up until the point they're so old that they slow down. That's why women say, I want a man that slowed down. That's because most of the time they can't control it. It takes an extreme amount of discipline to mask the desires that a man typically has. And there's no way a woman typically can argue that. Most times that women have those similar desires, they are outliers and they work in the industry typically.
All right.
Yeah, you're a smart one. I cannot take that away from you. Let's get into the conversation about spanking children. I'm not I actually not even sure how I think about this, honestly, because I'm going back and forth on it. Because me personally, I used to think like, man, you gonna spank them kids. They need the discipline, right? And then I go back and forth like, but am I creative and intelligent enough to not need to do it and still get the same outcome? Do I want that challenge? I go back and forth between those couple mindsets, right?
Yeah.
And I'm never sure which one is the correct one.
So I think, hi Sharon.
What up? What up?
So I think physical abuse is physical abuse, right? Putting your hands on someone is a form of violence. But some lessons, so I'm going to say, should you hit your child? Probably not. That does not mean that some circumstances and situations do not require physical lessons. And what I mean by that is there's a reason that to know when a stove is hot, you have to put your hand on it. And then you're never going to touch the stove again. You have to know that if you put your finger in the outlet and it shocks you, you're never going to put your finger in the outlet again. As if we're comparing it to domestic violence, you kind of need to, if you gonna smack your husband and he turns around and smacks you back, that's a physical lesson you might need to learn. Now, should you be sitting there cooking dinner and he comes in and just beats you up? Of course not. But there are some lessons that need to be physically learned. And that's kind of where I'm at with it.
I don't know about that one because I don't do no violence. So like I don't mess with violent women. You put your hands on me, you might as well pack your bags. I'm just tell you like this. I don't play with my freedom, and I don't trust or respect any woman that will put me in that predicament to where it would even exist.
Of course.
So you ain't got to worry. If you want me gone, you know exactly what to do. Like it don't take much. And I've never been in these situations to where I've ever had to have that challenge. I don't typically attract violent women. I'm not saying women are, they're not capable of it. I just don't tend to attract those type of aggressive women in that manner. So I've never had to experience where I'm like, yo, this girl might put her in, this girl crazy. I have not had to experience that, right? But I have friends where I've seen, and I'm like, I've seen her run outside with the hot grease and right. I know it's crazy. I know it's crazy, right? And then he pull up on her the next couple of days later, like, I love you. And I'm like, I listen. I seen Bull get with the knife, and he pull up on her like, I love her though. It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense to me. Yeah, I know it's crazy. I know it's crazy. It don't
Not
make no
Sharon
sense to me
miming.
because I can't sleep next to nobody
Yeah.
that could do that to me. I can't. So I don't understand it. My mind don't compute. You do. You grab anything and go. "Urgh." I don't even need anything like that. Any type of aggressive man. The only person that can do that to me is my brother when we was young.
But what about the children, Aaron?
All right, let's go to the children. Speak of, all right, what's your question? Hold on. No, ask your
Well,
question.
so no, the topic of the show. Like, do you think just basic, do you think you should physically discipline your child? Because where my head goes is I think there probably are some circumstances where physical education is required, but a lot of people do it just because they're frustrated or angry or they lack patience. And there are probably less reasons to do it than there are um, not to. So I can think of maybe a handful of reasons to physically discipline your child. Whereas more than not, you probably just need to give them more structure, take something away, ignore them. Um, but outside of them hurting you, hurting themselves, um, yeah, like there's only very few things where I think, okay, they need to be physically reminded that this is a bad thing. Because nothing, pain is the greatest teacher of all. There is nothing that is a more constant reminder than pain. Go ahead.
You may say that, right? And I know you're not cautiously thinking about what that may actually mean when you say it's the greatest teacher, because then it sounds like an advocation for it, right? Because how can you argue about giving the best education to your children and then not institute the best education for your children?
Okay, so then you're right, not greatest, but maybe permanent. It's probably the most permanent teacher.
Diesel, what up?
Because you're right, greatest is not the appropriate word. But I would say pain is the most consistent and permanent lesson you can remember. And it's yeah, like you burn your hand one time, you will always make sure like I burned my hand one time on the stove as a kid. I always make sure that thing is not hot.
So
I
why
never
people
touched
have
it again.
multiple baby mamas? They be in pain when they had that first
Okay,
one. They
again,
still
we're
do it
talking about
again.
children. We're talking about
Stop,
children.
Karan.
I need you to stay on topic, sir.
I knew he was gonna do it.
Of course.
Yeah,
Well,
so
Diesel knows how I feel about this subject.
But then
already, so
again,
I
he
I'm gonna
didn't
let
go
y'all
through
get
I
any
saw
that.
you come up
pain.
here. I came up here. Yes, sir.
yeah, so see, I don't know for children, right? How do we cut off children? Because I learned some of the greatest lessons by watching other people. And I mean some of the greatest lessons that I implement to this day. And I've never had to directly experience these things in order for me to accept it as like, as kind of like, hey, that's so I don't I understand that the physical part, but that's a traumatic response, right? So there's trauma induced to you when you burn your hand or anything of that
Of
nature. That's
course.
actual trauma, right? And so what trauma does is it's like a roadblock. Once you hit with trauma,
Hmm.
it's like muscle memory. Okay, this trauma, you don't really move past that. You take that trauma with you everywhere.
Of course.
So and a lot of people don't look at trauma as a positive thing. So
Yeah, but okay, not to cut you off, but I'm saying there's a reason that one of the most innate things about human consistently across the board is a feared response. Okay, you run into the street, almost get hit by a car. I want you to be traumatized. I want you to be afraid of ever running to the street again. If you're texting on your phone and you look up and you have to swerve because you almost hit another kid or another car, and you're traumatized, yes, great, fantastic. Feel that pain, feel that fear, never forget it.
See, the thing is, people remember the bad things. They never hardly remember the good things, right? So that's why trauma comes in, because the things that you remember that could actually do some damage are the things that you remember. Nobody like I used to go to bike shows all the time. You see these stunt drivers out there. You see the best stunt. Nobody remember. They only remember the person that crashed. They only remember the one that wrecked. You know what I'm saying? Like that was a going thing. You will be remembered for years if you go out there try to stunt and you're not a professional and you wreck and you know what I'm saying? Your bike is demolished because you wrecked. That's all they remember. Sean, I hate your faces, man. I cannot stand your faces.
I'm sorry. I think with my face. I'm sorry.
Well, use your words.
Well, because I don't want to argue that point because I understand it, and I think it is the majority. They will remember the crash. I just think they remember it for a different reason than what he's saying. But it's not worth. It's not worth to have the arguments. That's what I was going through in my head. Is it worth the argument? I was going through what he would say to me. I was playing chess with that argument. But my stance on the beating the children, I don't think you should beat your children. I think if something was happening, like they try to put a knife in the socket, yeah, you could give them a pop on the hand, right? They trying to open up the door when they're not supposed to, and they just open up the door randomly, give them a pop on the hand so they know not to do that. But actually beating your children, I think that is a no-no. I think there's a big difference between a pop and to say, hey,
how long do you pop them on the hand? Do you pop a 12-year-old on the hand?
You can. It's called a slap on the wrist. You should know. You do it all the time. You're a cop. That's what the term comes from. No, I'm just saying that's where the term comes from. You know, you give somebody a slap on the wrist.
Let me ask you something, Sharon. Where do you stand on this? You don't believe in any physical discipline for a child in any circumstance?
Did you not just listen to what he just said?
No, I didn't. So. I think he cut off for me because Diesel cut off too.
Oh, so what I said was like if they putting something in the socket, they trying to open up doors, like the front door to your house. If they hear a knock, I think giving them a slap on the hand is okay, but actual beatings,
yeah, I didn't hear
like
that.
what we endured on when we was younger, I think that is a no-no. That is abuse. That is domestic abuse.
Okay, so this was my question then. So they put the knife in the socket, they get shocked, you come over, slap their hand.
No, if it already happened and they got shocked, that's a whole different scenario. So that means I didn't make it there in time to prevent it. So now I got to console them and have a conversation. But if I'm catching them before they do it, I'm giving them a slap so they know that is immediate danger because I do not hit my children. So if I was to slap them, that's something that they're going to pay attention to. Why did you hit me?
Right. Okay. So
and then now I can have the conversation. But an actual beating, like, did not tell you not to.
No. Here's the thing, though.
That is
abuse. If they run into the street and you catch them running in the street, what do you do?
I'm not slapping them for that, no.
I asked, what do you do?
I have a conversation with them.
Okay. You had the conversation on Monday. You catch them in the street on Tuesday. What do you do?
I have a conversation again.
On Wednesday and they're in the street. What do you do?
I do it again.
At what point do you recognize what you're doing is not working and then do something different?
So what I learned with children, just because they're doing something over and over again, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're not learning the lesson.
Okay.
They are trying to figure. So, for example, like not something as crazy as just running the street, but I used to have a conversation with my daughter that happened like once every 3 days. It was the same conversation, but she got better at arguing her point of the conversation. So what I learned was that what she really was trying to do, she wasn't really trying to actually win a conversation. She was actually trying and seeing that she was getting smart enough to actually navigate through life without her even knowing that's what she was doing, because she wasn't intelligent enough to know that's what she was doing, but she was getting better and better at articulating herself. So she kept coming back to me because she wanted to win the argument, and she didn't even realize she was playing a mental chess game with me. But I recognized it, and I allowed the conversation to happen over and over again.
So the only problem I have with the route that you take, Sharon, and I never want to dictate how people discipline their children. I just feel like there needs to be some sort of capital punishment, right? So because when it comes down to it, when you have something so dangerous as a child running out in the street, that second time might not be another conversation,
right?
There needs to be something there that lets them know And if that means physical or not, or however it is, to stop it right then and there, I think that's what we need. You know what I'm saying? Like, kids need to know that there's some sort of capital punishment. Yeah, it might be a slap on the wrist, but there needs to be some sort of capital punishment for certain things that you do to stop that action right then and there.
And
And
there
I think
needs
that's
to be, yeah, there needs to be a change. If you talk to them on Monday and you catch them in the street on Tuesday, there's not been a change to the behavior. On that third day, it's not, you might not have the opportunity to change it. That car hitting them will be their chance to change.
So the thing that needs to change is your verbal communication with that person, not slapping them. Slapping them is not going to make them understand it any better. So if you communicate the first time, that means you didn't communicate it properly where that child understands, because each child you will have to communicate differently.
Yeah, and sometimes communication is a slap on the ass like that. I mean, sometimes communication has to be physical. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes, even as adults, talking ain't gonna do it. That person will keep on coming, and you're gonna have to let them see something. Like that's, I mean, that's what it is with human nature.
And I even get, like, you didn't even say they're not allowed outside anymore. You didn't even, like, there was no adjustment. You just said you'll keep talking to them, but clearly a conversation is not enough to adjust the behavior.
Also, like, I get the only reason why I continue the conversation because it, is for the conversation, but that doesn't really happen in real parenting. When you grab your child and you say, "Don't run in the street," 9 out of 10 times they're not going to do it a third and a fourth time. Once you explain it,
bro, like
most little kids are not getting hit by stray cars. This is not something that happens on a
Isn't
regular
that,
basis.
hold on, I'm pretty sure when you look at child deaths, that's pretty high.
The reason why stray kids don't get hit by stray cars is because the car stops. But the situation happens a lot where a car could potentially get hit by a car if the car didn't stop. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but you're not, I don't think you're being genuine when you say what you say, because it does happen. Kids run out of the streets all the time. Cars pay attention and they stop. I don't think it's one of those things where you can say it just don't happen just because the kid doesn't get hit.
And there was just to be clear, there was 43,000 child deaths by car just last year. So that's a lot. But to answer the point, the reason I asked, I brought up, like, it doesn't have to be communication. You could punish them in other ways, is because a lot of people say that that is also considered domestic violence, because that's what we're comparing it to, punishing a child compared to domestic violence. So a lot of people say, like, financially harboring against a woman is some sort of violence.
That's some new crap that I've been hearing about.
Right. So financial, not allowing her to, or like selling her possessions, not allowing her to go out with people, her friends, her family.
It's kind of new crap because the way you described it as her, instead of saying not allowing him and things like that. Like,
I mean, to him too, but I'm saying, I'm making an assumption here, but I'm assuming the conversation is with the man being the bad guy, or the woman. Okay, so yeah, the woman not letting the man spend money and taking stuff.
Let me give you an example why you have to use it the alternative as well. I ain't taking care of no grown man. Women go out of their way to express how much they don't want to spend money on no man. So if they got money, they definitely gonna take advantage of it. Like,
I mean, a woman, I've witnessed women financially abusing, absolutely, where, like, she gets to spend all her money on events and her dinners and her bags, and then the guy wants to buy, I think it was like a game chair, those really nice ones. I think they're like a couple $100, and cried and whined, saying, like, you're not spending money on our future. And I'm thinking to myself, you just spent $200 on lunch with me, so I know what you're talking about. I was just, just let me make the conversation here.
So my only thing be, so why do you think it's okay to, if your child doesn't listen for the second and third time, to slap them, but it's not okay for me to slap my wife?
I didn't say it was okay to slap them. I think that's inappropriate. I think you lacking patience and being frustrated is not a valid reason to hit a child.
No, that's not what I said. I said I verbally spoke to them, like the car example, and they kept doing the same exact thing over and over. So now, since me talking to them, as y'all stated, doesn't work anymore, now I have to go to the full extreme and physically punish my child. Why does that not work for a wife?
Do you speak to your wife the same way you speak to your children?
Yeah.
Okay, let me just answer that real
Oh, you
quick.
do?
I never said you had to hit your child because they're running in the street. That's
Yeah,
why I wanted
because
to
I
include
don't understand
other.
what. I
That's why
want
I
to
wanted
answer
to
one
include
question at
other.
a time.
I know, but yeah, okay, go ahead.
I want to answer it. So yeah, so if my wife is doing something, I'm going to explain to her whatever that situation. I'm going to explain to her the same way how I explain to another human being. I'm not going to talk to her differently.
Yeah, but I think there's a difference in rearing a child, raising a child, and being in a relationship with a woman, right, or an adult. I think those two things are different. I think that's why it's a little different when you're teaching somebody not to do something, and when they're younger and you're trying to teach them how to live their life, right, and what not to do and what to do, compared to an adult. I think that's a little different.
Because
Children have limited agency.
so that should give you more grace to a child than an adult.
No, it puts
Because adults
more
actually know what
responsibility.
danger they put themselves in. A kid does not know what danger they put
Exactly.
themselves
That
into.
means the responsibility is wholly on you to educate and direct that child. But that is also, again, why I want to include physical punishment does more than just hit them. Like, that's why I wanted to include all those other things. It means taking away their possessions and not financially providing to certain extents, sending them to bed without dinner. Like, all of those can be included in physical punishment.
You absolutely cannot starve your child to sleep.
They're not
That
going to
ain't gonna
starve by
starve. Come on,
missing
bro.
dinner. I'm not saying do it, but they're not going to starve by missing dinner.
What the hell, Sharon?
I'm just trying to get some clarity because I don't know, because that means that
We
every
ain't
day
starving them for 30 days and 40. You know what I'm
this
saying?
child
Like,
is not getting the lesson, and B is somehow, well, you're not going to eat breakfast neither now. I don't know.
No, we're not starving no kids. So wait, I got two of y'all advocating for this?
What?
No. I'm not. I've never sent my child to bed without food. I've never done that.
I'm just trying to put in the parameters that we're talking about. I want to extend what physical punishment can include.
Listen, Aaron, I don't dictate what somebody should do or not. You know what I'm saying? I just, like I said, I just feel like there should be a hierarchy on what sort of discipline is for what certain behaviors, right?
I think
Because
embarrassing your child can be physical punishment. I went to school with a girl in middle school. Her parents sent her to school like for the entire week in the same outfit.
I did that to my daughter.
Oh my God.
So we asked her because at first we didn't
That's
notice
not
until it was like
physical, that's mental.
So hold on. So you mean to
no,
tell me
it
you're
was a
not only
physical punishment. Hold on, wait, real quick. It was a physical punishment. Having to wear dirty clothes when she spilled something on her in art class. Like, yes, it's mental, but it physically did something to her.
So B Rose, let me get this straight. So you advocating for physical and mental abuse to your child?
I mean, first of all, the reason I'm saying this is all of this is going to mentally do something. The point is to mentally adjust and correct. We're trying to correct a behavior. So yes, all of this is mental.
I think
The
ultimately
behavior
what your
that needs
goal.
to be corrected is your parenting skills. That's what needs to be corrected.
See,
not the
I
child.
think that's wrong for you to say that, because they can say the
It
same
is
thing.
wrong.
Wrong. I mean, because you can't. For what you do might work, it might not work, right? Because I've seen all kinds of kids. What I'm saying is the situation with my daughter was she was sneaking out and wearing clothes that were not approved for her to wear out in public. So I made her wear the same outfit that I approved of for a full week, and then she could go back to wearing clothes, and she never did it again. But ultimately, what you're trying to do with your children is raise them so they can live in a society where there is capital punishment, right? There are things that happen to them if they break rules, break laws, and stuff like that. And there will be capital punishment. It's not just a slap on the wrist for kids. I mean, for adults, if they do something bad enough, they're not just going to get a slap on the wrist.
And you don't need a morally grandstand because you're not saying anything alternatively, Sharon. So if you have something else to come back with. No, you're saying I'm going to whisper politely in her ear and I'm going to wait for her to get hit by a car. And then when she gets hit by the car, then I'm going to whisper in her ear again. I'm going to carry her to the hospital.
Did he go out again when he was talking?
That sound like yeah, that was a lot of projections. I ain't saying anything about whispering anything.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to her real
politely
nice. And when she's like limping back home, I'm gonna be like, "Are you
Hey,
okay?"
you ever heard me speak? You're the only person I'm actually speaking to nicely, because you got such a soft voice that I do not want to speak to you aggressively. Most of the time, I'm speaking very very aggressive.
I just want you to honestly understand we're not talking about genuine abuse here. We're talking about ways to correct behavior. And I just want to be able to extend it because we're comparing it again to domestic violence. That's the title of the show. So
But
let's be
however, you
fair
agree.
here.
So you agreed not to put hands. You won't want me to put hands on my wife, even though I told her to take out the garbage 3 times and
Yes,
smell.
my personal belief is that there are very few reasons to physically put your hands on someone in general. But I do think physical punishment is broader than putting your hands on someone, and there are more opportunities to do those things.
Well, timeout says taking their Fortnite or phone from them could be mental abuse.
And let me say this, everything that we are going to say as a way to correct and or punish a child is all mental because it is adjusting a behavior. And unless you can argue that,
Yes, we can, because there's a difference between mental abuse and correcting a behavior.
I didn't
Those are
say
two.
abuse.
But
What
we
we're
are
try- we're-
saying abuse. This is the part that you are missing. What you are doing is mentally abusing the child.
So then
And
that's
it's a
saying that
difference
all
between
punishment is abuse. Okay, that's what I'm saying. We're trying to mentally, when we're saying punish and like we're adjusting a behavior. Now, if you want to label something abuse, okay, any form of abuse is then mental abuse because you're mentally doing something to them. But we're not
no, that is not true.
punishing and correcting. Yes, it is. Okay, if I hit
It's
you,
absolutely not true.
no, Sharon, I'm asking you something. If I come up to you and you walk through the door and I punch you in the face, did I physically abuse you?
No. You
If I
physically
punched
attack.
you in the face, I didn't physically abuse you?
No, that was attack. Now, if you do it again the next day, it's abuse.
Okay. I punch you on Monday, I punch you on Tuesday. Now I'm physically abusing you, right?
Correct.
I punch you on Wednesday, I physically abused you, right?
Yes. It's
Okay.
a pattern.
Now
Correct.
you're walking through the door. I don't hit you on Thursday, but mentally you're flinching now. Mentally, I just abuse you because now I've trained you to think I'm gonna punch you in the face every time you walk through the door. Any sort of correction or like you just said, habit I've done to you has now done something to you mentally. When I physically abuse you, I have now done something to you mentally, which means I have caused some sort of mental trauma.
No, so what you are confusing is the reflection of you physically abusing as mental abuse. Those are two separate things.
I don't think I'm
So
confusing you. I think
my
you're
reaction to
simplifying it.
if I get you angry, now I'm thinking that you're gonna punch me in my face. That is still physical abuse. Mental abuse is me calling somebody and say, you a stupid piece of this, you fat, you retard, the R word, and you ain't gonna never be ish and this. And I'm saying this constantly every single day. And now this kid doesn't grow to its full potential because I mentally changed the wiring in their
Okay,
brain.
just
I never
because
put
you
my
could
hands
have,
on them. That's mental
right,
abuse.
that's fine. But just because you can have mental abuse without physical doesn't mean you can't have physical abuse without mental. Those two things are still synonymous. You can still have those two things at once. Just because I can mentally abuse you and not put my hands on you does not mean when I physically put my hands on you, I have not done something to you mentally.
Okay, so you realize that you have two separate questions. I'm not saying that just
I
because
didn't
you
ask
get
a question, I made a statement.
just because you physically abuse somebody doesn't mean that you can't mentally abuse them. But it is two separate things. Mental abuse and physical abuse are two separate things.
Yes, but I'm
yes,
saying when you
they both
physically,
can be
okay,
together,
and
but they are
okay,
two separate things.
okay, let's go back to the point then. The point is that we're not even trying to label anything abuse yet. We're just trying to expand physical punishment. That was my whole point. And anytime you trying to correct a behavior, you are doing something to someone mentally.
Now, as long as you don't attribute that mental impact to mental abuse.
Right, because I'm not trying to label anything abusive yet.
Okay. So yeah, so if a physical action leads to a mental change, it may not be mental abuse. However, it just involves mental a mental aspect as well.
Mm-hmm.
So timeout says, what if you scare your child in a playful way and they flinch? Is that mental abuse? No, I wouldn't perceive it as mental abuse, but no, I don't see it that way. Let me play the video of the introduction to this type of sad abuse here. Let me pull it up here.
Parents spanking children is domestic violence.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's not
I
love.
mean, if a man treated his wife the way that we think it's okay to treat our children, that would unquestionably be domestic violence.
Yes.
But when you say like, wow, even as much as your work as I've read, you calling it domestic violence feel like, wow, really? But I mean, yeah.
It's contrary to everything we've been taught about corporal punishment. Hitting children is the only form of domestic violence that we call love and for your own good. Think about it this way. If I hit you or you hit me in this moment, somebody's going to jail.
Sure.
Felony offense. If we walk down the street and smack a dog, we're going to get in trouble for that. But hitting children, this is the only group where it is codified in law. In every state, there is a law that tells you how you can appropriately hit a child.
Parents spanking children.
Don't shake your head, yes.
I agree that any assault to a family member is domestic violence.
Sharon, okay, I want Sharon to explain
but
who up here.
I still feel like when it comes to a child,
Yeah.
you teach a child, you treat a child, and you have to raise these children to be able to, be a functioning adult. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like law-abiding citizen. So I think the problem is calling it domestic violence, and people look at domestic violence as, it's one of those things that's just, one of those bad things. Being open-minded about it, I think they are totally right when they say it's domestic violence, but it's also assault. Also, you can call it assault as well. But it might not be something that is like against the law because it's allowed through the laws, right? So you can call it whatever you want to call it. Me telling my child or yelling at my child and telling them not to run into the street is because I love them and I don't want to get him to get hit by a car.
So I would argue that you tell any child, even if you didn't love them, that was a bad idea.
Sure.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. You don't want to see that child get hurt.
Yeah.
Right?
But it doesn't, it's not based upon love. Like I think you just think the corrective action as a form of protection.
No, because
if you saw a child, right, you're walking down the street and their parents were sitting somewhere and they run in the street and you grab them, hey, don't run in the middle of the street, is a natural reaction. And then you go yell at their parents. That don't mean you love that child because you don't want that child to get hit.
I might not love somebody else's child, but I love my child. The reaction I'm saying is coming strictly from love. Now, it might be coming from a protective mode for another child, but when it comes to my children, the reason why I do things is because I love them. I've been in people's houses before where kids run around, do this, do that, and I don't say anything to them. Now, when it comes to them threatening their life, that is something different. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to see anybody lose their life. But when it comes to just like correcting a child, let's not even go as extreme as them losing their life. Let's go something of them just hurting themselves. If I see a child running through the house, jumping all over the couches and all that stuff, hey man, that's your child, that's your kid. Right? My kids, they're not doing that, right? Because I don't want to see them get a broke leg. I don't want to see them hurt themselves, right? So it's different when you're talking about your own children, somebody else's kids.
So yeah, I believe in physical correction. Off the bat, I'm sure there's other things I can think of it for, but innately I think if they're going to hurt themselves or someone else. So if I saw a child jumping from couch to couch, table to table, playing the floor is lava, physical correction is required because all they need to one time to jump on the nightstand, fall, and smack their head against the corner of the wall. Do I think I need to hit them? No. Am I going to snatch them up and put them on the couch? Absolutely.
Okay, let me ask you this. Well, let me read the super chat. JJ Carver says, I'm in Japan. Says physical discipline is not effective. You're also overlooking other potential root causes for their behavior. So I want to ask you this, B Rose, and I know your phone is dying down. Like you asked Sharon, how many times you're going to just speak to your child for a repetitive thing. Let's say how many times are you going to whoop your child if they continue to do it? Or do you believe that they won't do it if you whoop them or abuse them or hit them, whatever the case is? Do you think they'll stop?
It depends on the circumstance. What have they done that I'm hitting them?
What if they what?
It depends on the circumstance. What have they done that I'm hitting them?
Oh, okay. So, like for example, Sharon said they ran in the street, you grabbed them. Don't do that. They do it again. You ran the street, and don't do that. The fourth time, you said bing, and they did it again, and you said bing, and they did it again. At what point do you go, that's not working, or do you think it will work, and there is no failure rate for that?
So I'd probably do what my papa did to me. I used to play in the street. He told me not to do it. So he came home one day. I was in the street. He grabbed me by my arm. He took me to the end of the street where there was a busy street. He said, "Go." He told me to run out into the street, and I screamed and I cried. I didn't want to go. Held my hand and he walked me to the middle of the street. He said, "Play in this one." And I saw cars coming and I screamed and I cried, and obviously the cars stopped. And never did it again. I'd probably do something like that.
So you would go from verbal correction
I'd
to
scare them. Because that's the point of I'm assuming, unless the parent is just, again, taking out their frustration and being impatient, that's the point of whooping them. It's to instill some sort of fear, some sort of regular physical reminder. So he didn't have to smack me up. He scared the living hell out of me. Like, he put me in the middle of a busy street instead of the street in the front of our house in the cul-de-sac to make a physical point.
So what you're saying is that you didn't even need to pop them then. You could have just went to that.
No, because that's what I'm saying. I want to expand all of what physical correction is. He didn't need to pop me. The first time I did it, he snatched me up and yelled at me. The second time I did it, he dragged me in the house. The third time, yeah, he told me to play in the busy street. I never did it again.
Well, see, you want to expand the physical correction, right? And I'm fine with that. But that would not be
the only time I'll put it like this. The only time I actually got beat as a kid, I was playing with knives. I would probably beat my child if I saw them playing with knives, running with scissors, something like that. I'd smack their hands, I'd snatch it from them, yell at them. Something where, like, you need an immediate, like, shock to your system that this is, because if I hadn't come in and seen you with a knife, I might not have a child anymore.
Can I recant my statement? I thought about something.
Yes, but let me read the super chats that come in and we'll go to your statement.
Don't leave me, Diesel.
Timeout says, I think most parents like Diesel will spank their child out of anger or frustration. That's not nice. I don't think we can name many that did when they were calm. Yeah, I can agree to that. It's definitely led out of frustration in the large majority of cases.
No, I do it when I'm calm.
Yeah. Oh, no, I believe you, but I'm saying you may do that now. I don't know if you.
No, my kids are too old for that now. But when
I'm saying I don't know if you believe you started in the calm. Like, I think you might have initially like this is normal, and then as you develop, I don't believe most parents start off whoopings in a calm demeanor.
No doubt.
Yeah. That I think that's what they're saying. I do believe at some point you got to a point where it's not out of anger. It's just you got to a point where it's just it's discipline and guidance. JJ Carver says, yelling overwhelms a child's ability to listen and process information. When children feel attacked, threatened, they shut down. They may listen in the moment, but the intent is never learned. Yeah. That's tough to say, because the reason, JJ, why that's tough to say went by, because I don't like to disagree with JJ. That's the guy I rely on to hold me down. A lot of people get older and say, I'm glad I got whoopings. I'm glad I got whooped, man. It worked out so well for me. I did so much better. I'm glad my parents whooped me. And they become like the physical affirming aspect of, yes, it worked, through their own speech as they get older. So that's why I say, oh, that's so tough to say, because when Diesel got older and B Rose got older and Sharon got older, they say, yeah, that worked for me. It worked for me. Even if you think that they're wrong, that's what they're expressing would work for them. And there's some things that just I don't know if the studies can overcome somebody's own personal experience to how they react to it. But that's the science, and if we believe science is the end all be all in a lot of things, I don't believe that it is. Go ahead, Diesel.
So when you're talking about disciplining a child physically as domestic violence, I want to take that back, because when you're talking about domestic violence, any kind of discipline that turns violent is abuse. So I don't want to say that disciplining a child is necessarily domestic violence, right? Because if you get to that point where it gets violent, then it's abuse, because you can discipline your wife or your husband and it not turn violent, physical or non-physical, right? Because sometimes when it gets down to it and you have that kind of relationship, some religions have that type of aspect when it comes to them dealing with their wives and things of that sort. I just don't feel like you can equate the same of discipline as violence, domestic violence. You know what I'm saying? That's where I had to
agree. So any physical form of striking would be.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. Yeah.
You may say not necessarily, right? But if you're using a physical form of striking someone, at what point? Right, and we're talking about your children, and primarily most discipline happens in the home, typically, right?
Yes.
If you strike an adult and you strike a child, is it not considered the same impact, or is it not defined the same? Right?
No, it's not defined. It's not defined the same.
So, if you go by that,
it's not defined the same.
Okay, tell me if I'm wrong. Because children have limited agency, and a woman could theoretically leave a man that hits her, isn't it more abusive to strike a child then? If you just go by your logic, like what you just said, I'm not agreeing with it, but based on what you just said.
Who, me?
No, Aaron. What Aaron just said. Because it's not the same. It can't be the same, because because you are not equally as responsible and you don't have agency as over your wife as you do your child.
The action is the action.
Okay.
I don't know if y'all, the action is the action, regardless of you see agency or not, is irrelevant. Now, I understand there are provisions to law in order to protect certain actions from being prosecuted, but the action is still the action. Like, there's no way you can tell me if you do something that is defined as an action and you go and apply it to someone that's considered maybe a minor or whatever the case, and go, well, that's not the same as if I did it to Diesel. It is the exact same action.
That's what I'm saying. Assault is assault. If it's on a child or an adult, it's an assault, right? So I get exactly what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying.
Yeah, but I'm having a hard time separating.
I get exactly what B is saying too, when she's saying, like, you have a responsibility for that child, right?
Exactly.
So it's a little different when you're talking about the responsibilities you take on from having children to not having children, or taking on a girlfriend or a wife, right? It's two totally different things. You don't have children for them to be on the same level as you. You have to bring them up to your level. You have to teach them to operate on your level, right? And that's when you're same thing as a job. You know what I'm saying? Like my field, somebody that's first coming into law enforcement and they're going through their FTO phase, we tell them, you better mess up now, because you won't get fired for some of the mess ups that you do now, right? But you still have capital punishment for some of the things that they do, because they don't know. You have to yell at them. You have to snatch them up and say, hey, bro, don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Because it is a job that could potentially get themselves hurt. And if you don't have a jarring reaction or a jarring something that sits in their mind and lets them know that they don't need to do it like that anymore, they'll make the same mistake.
I agree. Well said.
I don't disregard the fact that children, you're responsible for them as opposed to being responsible for another adult. But I do believe that striking them, whooping them, but whatever the case is the same action that if you do to an adult, you do to them, is the same thing.
You think you get the same? You think you get the same reaction?
You won't get the same reaction. I don't think you'll get the same reaction.
I don't. I could argue. I could whoop two kids the same and get two different
And
reactions.
that's exactly what I was going
That's
to.
the thing, yeah. You can get, yeah.
So that's why I'm not applying it that way. What I'm saying is that we can make the argument that you don't need to whoop children at all.
I agree. But Aaron, to be fair, there's no perfect way to discipline a child. I grew up, my mom whooped ass. You know, we got ass whooping for everything. Now with my siblings, I don't even think my siblings laid their hands on their child, but none of them came out. None of my nieces and nephews at the moment came out messed up. Now, the only time I had to put my hands on one of my nephews is he kept sticking a fork in the electric. And his mom was like, yo, I'm always keep telling him, he keep doing it. But one day I seen him doing it, and I just grabbed him and I yanked him. And I'm like, yo, listen. And I scared the living day out of him. He never did it again, you know. So we can go ahead.
That could give you a false belief that you grabbing him was the actual reason for why he didn't do that action, as opposed to maybe the child responded because
a man told him.
It could be many other factors.
It can be. Yeah, I agree. I don't know if that was the factor, to be honest. But his mom, that was not my auntie, but you know, that's not my sister, but his dad, me and him, my brothers, and his dad even was telling me, we've been telling them, but my brother didn't never hit his kids, like because we grew up with ass whooping. He didn't believe in putting his hands on his kid. But I just, like, one day I lost and I grabbed him. You're right, Aaron, it could have been that, you know, me grabbing him. It could be that I aggressively told them. I don't know, but they did not have a problem with that, him sticking the fork in the electric thing again. But I don't know. But I don't know if there is a correct way to discipline. I mean, some kids don't need ass whooping. Some kids you might need to rough them up a little bit. Some kids you might need to beat. It all depends. You know, some kids, if you beat, they might rebel and get worse. So, you know, you got to know your kids as a parent. You know, that's why I always say you got to know your kids. Some kids you don't have to yell or beat. Some kids you might have to put hands on.
Torrance says taking certain amenities away from children when they don't display proper behavior causes them stress.
See,
emotional, maybe mental. Is that abuse as well?
See, y'all getting too deep with it. I mean,
so is that abuse as well?
You got to have some type of discipline if your child is doing something inappropriate or doing something that can put him or her in danger. Now, you do have extreme discipline. Now, I don't believe like punching your kid and slapping the shit out of your kid. I think that can be extreme. You know, it need to be levels to it. You know, some things you can just take your kid iPad, but I have seen online where a parent took the kid iPad and the kid start acting out, crying and yelling. So
the thing is, stress does not necessarily mean abuse. Stress can be a good thing.
I agree.
Right? So stress can be a way for you to identify something and then find a way to respond to it. So I don't know if taking away something from a child and causing them stress equates to abuse. I don't know that for sure.
I think that's why we're in the state we are with these kids now, right? Because we're calling everything abuse.
Exactly.
Like we're acting like the things that we bought and purchased these kids, if we take it away, we're taking away what's theirs, and it's not theirs. Like this is not abuse. This is teaching them a lesson that what they have can be taken at a drop of a dime based on your actions. Period.
And you made a great point. They need to realize that, because when they become adult, if they do something wrong, their freedom can get taken away. or
Right.
maybe their life could get taken away. So it need to be some type of discipline, when you, as a parent, when you're dealing with your child. It neither whatever form of discipline that your child, it can be somewhat physical, it can be emotional, whatever it works to keep these kids from being terrorists when they become adults.
So the problem with that assessment is, one, identify that a parent knows how to even discipline children. You may not have that ability or that skill. We just give that out to a leader and say it's your child, right? Because I could argue, if you don't know the way your child learns, what the hell do I think you know how to discipline your child? You may not be good at that. You may not know how to identify how your child needs to receive the certain type of discipline for them to respond to. So that's why I don't believe in, well, it's your child, you got to figure out. You may not be equipped to do it. And a lot of times we don't want to accept that, and we just go, it's my child, I do what I want, I discipline them the way that I want. And I think that's the one space where we don't require like nothing to a degree of you proving an ability, right? So even with school, though, we take them kids out of your ability and go, at least go to jail or send them to public school or something. Or you better apply the homeschooling, something. So they even take that ability, but the discipline aspect, even people that are inept still have this loophole within the laws to kind of enact something and say, this is the way I discipline my child, without ever identify, even if you have the skills and ability to discipline.
But Aaron, once you become sorry about that, I didn't mean to cut you off. But Aaron, that's like saying when you become an adult and you say, oh, I don't know how to become an adult, but you're an adult. Once you become a parent, that's your responsibility to learn your child how to discipline, or knowing your child what best suit them to be disciplined the correct way. Saying that, oh, I never know, I never learn, that is very irresponsible. Once you become an adult, as an adult, you got to say, hey, what works for my child? What works, especially after having 1 or 2, 3 kids. Saying that, oh, I never know, I don't know, that's something, or seek help, because they got programs out there to seek help with that.
But you ain't required to do that.
You're not.
So how many?
But you're not required to be an adult and to know how to adult. You're not required to.
Well, there's no rule book on adulting. Adulting is a wide range of things.
Nobody knows what works until their child becomes an adult.
Nobody.
You have no idea what type of discipline worked until that child becomes an adult.
I mean, you could raise you. All right. To be fair, you guys correct, because you can raise a child and they can be a good child all the way up to when they become 18 or 19. Then they can become, menace to society. So then it goes back to what I originally said. There's really no correct way or to discipline a child to make sure they become responsible adults. Then.
Well, there may be a correct way. We just may not know how to implement it. JJ Carver says the problem is that y'all trying to instill fear, but you're instilling the wrong type when yelling / beating. You're aiming at instilling fear based upon survival instincts, but you're instead instilling emotional fear. Oh, I can see what JJ mean about that.
Now, I can admit, since I grew up getting ass whoopings, I was scared of my mom. I have to admit, and I think that's why my siblings, none of them hit none of them, like, they didn't raise their kids how they was raised. I was scared of I was scared of my mom growing up. She didn't play no games. Her way was abusive and yelling. We didn't come out messed up, but I can understand why. I can understand that. I can relate to that. I was in fear of my mom. I was. So, there's, again, I don't know the correct way to discipline, because, I know kids that wasn't physically emotionally, like, they didn't get spanked, they didn't get yelled at, but they came out as knuckleheads, some of my friends. So again, I'm lost for words when it comes to the correct form of disciplining, but I know it can be extreme. It can be too much physically abuse, or you can be too lenient and let your child get away with everything, and that can be detrimental of them becoming adults.
So
It has to be a happy medium, I think.
I don't think there's a correct or wrong way, and when it comes to discipline, right? I mean,
Yeah,
like
that's what I'm getting to. Yeah,
I think when it comes down to it, like you said, people have to learn what works for their children, right? And that's why I never get on Sharon what he does with his kids, right? Because if it works for him and it's got him in this place where it's they're flourishing and all that stuff, that's good for them.
Yeah.
But you do have different children, you do have different mindsets of children. These
Bingo.
kids have their own way of doing things when they get to a certain age, right?
So what if I tell you it's a group of us that we didn't do that, and all our kids, it worked with all our children.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It might have worked. Like my best friend, right? He never physically abused. He never physically disciplined his children, right? And I asked him, what did he do? And some of the things that he did, I tried. Some of them worked, some of them didn't. And I'm not saying I physically disciplined my children like their whole age. It was only like 3 or 4 years in a time period when I did physically discipline them. But after that time, it turned into just me. Like now I have a 14-year-old, right? And she's done some things to make me either take her phone, not stop talking to these people, her friends, or she can't try out for cheerleading practice because some of the things that she's done. You know what I'm saying? But once she knows that what happens or what could happen based on her actions, then she will acquiesce to what it is I want.
So, well, let me read Kazi's super chat. Thank you, Kazi. Kazi says, when a child hits a child, we call it aggression. When a child hits an adult, we call it hostility. When an adult hits another adult, we call it assault. And when an adult hits a child, we call it discipline.
Not necessarily.
Again, not necessarily. Again. Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off. Here. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead and respond to her super chat because you don't like what
no, it's not that I didn't like what she said. Again, we doing a stream. Like you could discipline your child and you could spank your child. You could spank your child and it can be child abuse or it can just be, discipline. It's levels to it. Like tapping your 5-year-old on the hand, like don't do that. It's not abuse. Now, beating a 5-year-old with a switch with a belt, that's abuse. Like it's different levels to it. You guys going to one extreme to another extreme. I think most parents know, like, if they're like disciplining their child in a physical way, I think they know, most parents know the levels of it.
No,
I think the main problem is most people want to add in a pop to their hand as that is a form of a beating, and that is not what people are talking about.
But that
is different than is assault. Same thing.
So see, and that's my point.
I'm gonna tell you why it's not the same, because even if our friend would go reach into our food, we go, hey, don't touch my food. We would do that to a friend, and nobody's.
And it's still assault, regardless of how you want to look at it, Ron.
But some people,
assault, bro. You can't. Hold on. You can't put everything in one bag, and then this other bag you want to take this one thing out and say it's not what it is. It is what it is, bro. Assault is assault. You putting your hands on another person is assault. So when it comes to disciplining a child, there is a difference between disciplining a child and abuse. Exactly. Smacking them on the hand is still assault, it's still discipline, but it's not abuse.
And hitting the 5-year-old with a stitching cord and a belt, I think that's abuse. That's child abuse.
Yeah, but see, you said I think, right? Diesel is speaking to what he can factually defend, right? Now that's why when it gets to the subject,
that would be factual in most states. Beating a 5-year-old with a belt or a stitching cord that's going to leave marked. That would be a child abuse in the state of Florida.
Well, we're talking about a physical action of striking. It's defined. Like, regardless if you want to say that you should go to jail for it, you should be prosecuted. That's what I'm talking about. There are some loopholes or some provisions which allow certain things to occur. What I'm saying is, having this conversation, this is what it makes me think about, and I want you guys' thoughts on it. But let me get to JJ Carver. He says, I highly suggest referring to how CPS defines abuse. As a professional in behavior health, you all sound extremely ignorant. Dang, all of us? Jesus.
I think almost everybody that's in behavior health are ignorant as hell, because the way we treat these kids these days is not working. It's not working. These kids are running like rampant. They're breaking the law. They don't care. They do whatever they want. And it's mainly because of people in behavior health spouting all this stuff about how kids are abused because you take an iPad away.
Yeah, with CPS, we call it CPS in Florida.
So I want to make sure I understand it. So you're saying the kids that are not getting beatings are the ones that are committing all these egregious crimes?
No. We're not.
I want to see.
No. I made it. I clearly said there are some kids. There are some friends of mine that grew up. We all grew up together. They grew up in a 2-parent household. I'm not gonna mention no name. They did not get no spanking or did not get yelled at. They knew my mom did not play no game. I got always yelled at, got my ass whooped. Them boys been in and out of jail, county jail, prison, all that. Like, again, I think they were spoiled, but it goes back to there's no correct way to raise a child. Like,
so real quick. So Diesel, you think people that work in behavioral health, they don't know what the hell they talking about? That's what you saying?
Well, the thing I'm not going to say everybody. I mean, I was a little extreme because JJ Carver came over and tried to call me ignorant. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of the laws that are written now when it comes to juvenile justice is based on what behavioral health has put on paper, right? And I think that's the biggest problem when it comes to getting these kids to a point when they become adults to not reoffend, right? I think that's what it really comes down to. So I'm not going to say everybody is. They do know a lot about how to handle children. I just think that they put too much on the fact that these are children, right? And just because a kid's feelings is hurt or they're crying or they shut down, that they're abused. And that's just not the case. Some kids know how to play the system. You have a 5-year-old that will say, cry in front of mom and won't cry in front of dad because they know how to play the system. They know who to go to first, right?
But that's manipulation, and that's not necessarily stemming from a disciplined situation. You're saying that they do manipulate, but I don't know if that stems from a disciplining situation.
It does, because part of the manipulation comes from them not getting disciplined, right? Because for them not to get disciplined, they'll go to this person or they'll ask this person if they can do something, knowing that the other person said they couldn't.
Okay, so it's the avoidance aspect. Okay, let me get to Shadow Dragon TV. Shout out to Shadow Dragon TV. Says, I was a wild boy growing up, wild boy, who did stupid-ish and knew I was. My mother whooped me like Sharon does, made sure I knew why, and talked to me after. It wasn't senseless, and it won't work for all, but it worked for me. So, yeah, I think a lot of people actually say that, Shadow Dragon. That's why I say I'm always torn, because when people get older, they keep supporting it. Yeah, like, I ain't gonna lie, it did work for me. It did work for me. And I wish that we could actually have a concrete conversation about just because they say it worked, but did it truly work? And I don't think we have enough understanding of that. So I want to present this idea.
Well, Aaron, quick question. When you said if it truly worked, like, what do you mean by that? If it kept it, go ahead.
So what I mean by that is, was it the physical encounters that actually worked, or is it an actual scientific response to things that is the actual thing that occurred, right? Do we know it was a discipline that actually worked or not? Could it be proven? And that part I'm not sure, because we're all going by word of mouth as people get older, because I don't know how you scientifically prove this or not, right? So as people get older, they go and say, yeah, it worked for me. My mom will be, and look at me. I don't do this no more. I don't do this no more. Is it because of that happened, or is it because of something else? I don't know how to pinpoint it. And that's
so we also one thing we do know is that in a study, they said when you whip your children, you slap an IQ out them every time you beat them.
Okay, I don't know about that
Bro,
study.
you're talking about abuse, man. Stop with that, man.
Anytime. You're not
God
connecting about it.
almighty.
Do we have research of kids that doesn't get like spankings and doesn't like do we have?
I'm sure there's all type of research. I don't even, you can't even prove kids didn't
I
get
just cited you one.
No,
You're not
okay,
IQ.
there you go. That's how you keep getting in trouble. All right, there you go. There you go.
That's 2 IQs.
Oh, they have a whole bunch of studies. I think
this guy.
I just don't. If you can go your whole parenthood without spanking your kids, I mean, I think most parents would go for that. They would love to go for that.
Oh,
You know, if all they have to do is
I don't believe that. I don't believe
hold
that.
on, hear me out. If they could just talk to their child without having to what y'all call take anything and physically discipline, I think most parents would go for that. You know, I don't think parents want to discipline their child. If they can just talk to their child and they can just the child will do it, most parents will want to go for that.
No, I disagree. I think some people. I think we have some psychopaths in the home, and they mask it through discipline.
I'm talking about normal parents. Do normal parents think like that?
I can't agree with that. I mean, as far as me goes, when it comes to me, if that's why I didn't discipline them physically that long, because I just did not want to do it. Right. It was at a time where, you know, it was too extreme and I had to do what I had to do. And, you know, the way I disciplined my children was totally different than how I was disciplined physically when I was a child. So I'm sorry.
Let's be honest.
No. Let finish your thought, because I want to propose my idea to y'all. But finish your thought.
Let's get it. Most people hit their
not you, Sharon. It was Diesel turn to finish his thought.
All right, man, go ahead, Sharon. Go ahead.
Most people whip their children's ass, and mind you, I said whip their children's ass. They whip their children's ass because they are lazy parents. They do not want to be concerned with what's going on in their child's life. They do not take the time out to find out why they frustrated, why they getting angered. They do not take their time. That is the quickest way to correcting your child, by physically hitting them instead of actually putting steps in front to make sure you prevent them from doing the shit that made you angry in the first place. That's number one.
That's not
and then number two, it is. Then number two, most people are mad at their child because they see something in their child that they want to fix in God themselves.
Okay, now that part you could argue to a certain degree, but that they whoop their kids because some people whoop their kids because they truly believe it works. They really believe, hey, this worked on me, this worked on my brothers and sisters. They believe it works. It's not because they're lazy or that's just the quickest way. It's because they believe that it works. And they don't have a lot of experience or evidence of the children that didn't endure that to say, oh, it works on this children. They usually think that's a one-off. So that's why they don't necessarily hold that with a lot of weight. They look, if I say, Sharon, you beat your kids, you like, nah, I did it differently. All right. When I look around at everybody I know, you got whoopings? Yeah, I got whoopings. Yeah, it's going to be an overwhelming, a higher percent saying they got whoopings and stuff. And you would be in the minority. So I would say they don't have enough, in their own experience, they don't have enough evidence to presume that is the more effective way. And then they're using their own anecdotal experience on top of it to say, this worked for me. Why shouldn't you? See what I'm saying? So it's a combination. No. Go ahead.
Because just because they don't know it's lazy parenting doesn't mean that it's not lazy parenting, because they just passing it down on to the next and next. Just like how we don't know that Sharon, how it's slave food and we call it soul food instead of slave food. It doesn't make it change any nonetheless.
Hold on, but Sharon, what if they're doing the same steps that you're taking, but they're just doing an extra step of physical discipline? How is that any different? How is that laziness?
Because if you take my steps, you don't gotta physically put your hands on them.
Okay, Sharon thinks he's
see, that's what I'm saying. You can't talk.
We moving on from this jury. Nope, I'm going to present another idea. Let me just read these two suggestions. I'm going to present this idea to you. Well, I'll go to podcast and see if he wanted to speak before I jump to this idea. Matthew Pearson says, it's about being creative. I play fight with my sons and constantly put them in the finger four leg lock and jump off the ropes with a people's elbow. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Don't say that. It says, I play fight with my sons constantly, and I have 4 of them. Hey, slow down, brother. But posture and tone and demeanor goes a long way. I hit them harder play fighting than when I discipline them, but it's quick, not extreme. That's interesting. That because I don't know how we can actually constitute play fighting. Because depending on certain ways, it may not be considered that. But I get the thought, and I kind of understand if there's more pressure here in those playful environments, you kind of mask like levels and intensity with fun, and children may respond to that as opposed to other methods. So that is interesting. Okay. Grizz says most people take it easy the fastest way, which is violence. Y'all don't have time for these kids. Y'all say it all the time. I ain't got time for that. I ain't got time for that. It's a staple in parental discipline. Who ain't heard it? So I agree, but I also agree it's not just because it's lazy. They truly believe in it. Like 2 things going to be true in this situation, Sharon. They truly believe in it. Now, you may say that's lazy parenting to you, and that's a different argument. But I don't think they're just doing it because it's a quick fix. I think they believe it works. And not all, but I believe that they believe it works is why they're continuous to do it. And sure, that may be a lazy form of parenting, but it's not presented to them that that's lazy parenting. And they go, I want to be a lazy parent. I truly believe most of them think because of what they experience, it works. Whether that's true or not is different. So that's just my idea. Podcast, did you have something before JJ said that's called being ignorant? So did you have something before I move on to this idea?
My bad. You can just share my screen, and that's all I gotta say.
Yes, sir. This guy. Degree of physical punishment. There's color coding here to describe it. I'm done with you. I don't know what that means. I can read it, but when it says degree of physical punishment, it says never, rare, moderate, severe, extreme. That moderate is unclear what that means. Right. So are they speaking into the amount of occurrence? Are they speaking to occurrence? Are they speaking to the degree?
How aggressive?
Yeah.
Because okay. Well, I don't know how you measure that.
I mean,
so the yellow is Hispanic, the orange is black, and the red is black or black.
Okay. So what I'm saying is JJ says it's accurate. JJ, I'm not saying it's not accurate. I'm saying I don't know how to interpret it because I'm not sure if we're talking about the occurrence of it or an extreme event, right? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, dude, did it happen 1-2 times, but it was the most extreme punishment ever? Or is it a constant occurrence? Is it that it's not as clear? I know I can read the color chart and see where it's applied. Yes. But I don't really understand what it means. I think there's missing some context out of it, but I can comprehend it. But I don't
really. You don't have to mention it because it got blue. Never. That means you never got hit.
Well, no, right,
yes,
because
you never got disciplined.
But see, so this is the thing. That to me, that's self-reported.
Yeah, that's the problem with this. That's the problem with this whole thing because somebody that says extreme, somebody else might say it's rare, right? So I don't think it's a good reporting because am I wrong?
I don't know if it's good or not. I don't have the expertise to determine that. But what I'm saying is,
did they have a threshold on what they determined was severe?
That's what I'm saying. How are we getting to the threshold of how like it's a lot of
what he argued is that it's self-reported. What I'm saying is then the argument that he used to back up self-reported, it doesn't fit, right? If I have a model, right, you tell me what happened to you, then I plug you into my model. That's how that works.
I'm gonna drink water.
Okay.
Do you not understand that? If I'm doing the survey,
I get what you're saying. So
right.
what I think what me and Aaron are trying to figure out is, was it a question of, did it happen this many times a week? Then that means it was severe. Did it happen this many times? Makes it rare. That's what we're trying to figure out.
Or are they saying they
That's
dropped
what-
an anvil on your head and that was the extreme measure? Or do they beat you every day? Like, I don't know how they're measuring that. I understand the charge.
Right. Well, I can't speak for the chat, but I get the deflection. I'm not saying I don't understand it.
Where's their deflection?
You pretending like you don't understand the chart.
How
are you out of
what? I mean, I really don't. I understand what the chart is saying.
It means
Clearly-
the latter. And we all know
clearly-
that it means the latter.
We don't know that.
Yes, you do, because you can look at the word.
Okay.
It literally says degree.
Yes.
So why y'all pretending like it could mean propensity? It says degree.
Okay, so I'm gonna try this again.
Hold on.
I heard what you said, Aaron.
Still,
But it says degree. It says it for you. Degree. Not ratio of the times that it happened. It says degree. Which means it's the latter of which you mentioned, which is whether or not it was severe or moderate or mild, right? Not how many times it happened, but that it was actually experienced. It's telling you that.
But the confusion comes in when they say rare. How or never? Like, if you're saying a degree of something, you're saying rare or never. I can understand moderate, severe, and extreme, but those are times.
That's actually a good point.
They're saying never and rare, and those are actually like time. That's what's confusing me about this, because the first two ones, the blue one is never, the green one is rare.
Right.
Moderate, severe, and extreme. I can. Okay, yeah, they might have get hit over the head with a brick, but rare, they could have got hit over the head brick, but one time. Where does it correlate?
Yeah, that's actually a good point, actually. So I won't down that hill, because there's actually a good point about the word rare.
Sorry for being disingenuous. I'm sorry.
But everything else in there suggests that they're talking about severity, right? So, but yeah, I would say the point is that what you see happening is that when people experience these things, we try to pretend like we don't know that Black parents are vicious.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Absolutely. You know I will. They are vicious. Verbally, physically, emotionally, psychologically. They're vicious. So it is what it is. And we see the effects of it. We try to pretend like we don't. On one hand, we're going to try to pretend like all the people who got jobs and go to work every day and are afraid to commit crimes do that because they got beatings. And then we're going to pretend like the millions of people who actually commit crimes and go to jail, they were all not spanked. Fuck out of here, man.
No,
I don't think most people would. Nobody think that. We don't think that.
Bro, like, I mean,
this man literally made the argument right before I came up that these kids are wilding out because they not getting spanked.
No, I didn't. That's not what I said.
But he didn't say spank. He did not say spank.
Y'all might not feel like
So let's
but that's
wait.
why I asked y'all for clarity, because y'all was definitely insinuating that, because I asked the same question. I came to the same conclusion.
Absolutely.
No, I said
it's okay. Wait, no. Let's walk down. Let's walk it down. You got it. So what do you mean by discipline?
Any kind of discipline.
Which would include spankings?
Yeah, it would. I mean, it doesn't have to, but it would. Yeah.
Right.
The problem I'm having is because on your chart it says the extreme ones are the ones that's in jail, so they would be the ones breaking the law, right?
Absolutely. People who have suffered extreme childhood trauma. Absolutely.
That would be
97% of inmates report childhood trauma.
No. We going from trauma to all right. See, trauma can be mental or it can be physical, right? You're specifically referring to physical trauma.
Absolutely, I'm not. I literally just highlighted that Black parents are vicious. physically,
No, I'm talking
verbally,
about the chart.
Absolutely. But see now, what you said you didn't want to infer, but the chart doesn't say whether or not it's distinguishing verbal from physical.
It says degree of
physical punishment.
Never, maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, absolutely, it does. My bad. That's true. I forgot that it says that. My bad. Absolutely. You're right. 100%. You're right.
And
But in my own context, I'm absolutely including the verbal. Right?
We can all agree to that. I don't think that, me personally, I'm not gonna beat up on black people about that. I've seen people lock their kids in cages and all. I'm not doing that. I just think if you that type of extreme person, I don't put any like color on it. I can't. Normally, I'm fine with associating certain stereotypes with certain people, but when it comes to that, there's some extreme stuff that be going on.
Man, I'm telling
I'm
you,
just gonna leave that to some wild type people.
It is everywhere.
Somebody said in the chat, does this include molestation?
Oh man, see,
Here
we go.
Okay, I was just asking because I was just asking.
The chart only says the degree of physical punishment.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That's all it says. I don't
absolutely
like we're putting way too much. Only thing that I had a question on is, exactly what and if it was. I'm confused with the chart because of the wording. I think that's mainly
absolutely. I see that. I see what you're saying now when you pointed out the word rare. So yeah. It does make you question it.
No,
we see that snot on your head. Yeah, we see it.
No, actually, I lost another 10 pounds, so I'm just low body fat. So you see the veins and muscles sticking out the side of the head. But continue.
So is that a yes or no?
Control on.
Huh? Yes or no about what?
To the question of the
what did I get beatings, whoopings?
No. I meant like to the question of the title of the stream.
Re-ask the question because we was talking over each other.
Disciplining children physically, is that considered domestic violence? Did we get to it?
No, we kind of working.
Are you asking me direct?
Yeah, I was asking everybody because I had just joined, so I didn't know.
Yeah, no, you fine.
Yeah, I just came on too. So.
We kind of working through it together. I consider it like maybe it's a little extreme to use a domestic aspect, although you can insert it based upon the kids are in the home most of the time. They're typically referring to those type style relationships. But it's violence is violence, right? You can kind of lead it to that if you make a comparison, because I look at actions, right? And is it applicable? The action, if I walk up to Sharon, boop, don't do that no more, right? He like, I'm calling the cops. And if I do that to my child, boop, don't do it no more. It's the same action. So,
but see, that's what I'm saying, Aaron. I can't totally agree with that because
you can't agree it's the same action. Yes, you can.
No. Well, I can't totally agree with what you're saying.
First, say you can agree it's the same action, and then
why I gotta agree with you, Aaron? I don't want to agree with you this time. I don't. This is what I'm saying. Okay, I agree, but what I'm saying is, your child. Okay, so there's assault is assault, right? Putting your hands on somebody else is assault, correct? Let's say your child made a great play in football and you go over there and slap him on the ass. Is that the same thing? Is that where we're at? Like, is that violence? You know what I'm saying? So we have to be able to distinguish what actual violence is and what it isn't.
No, once you say good shot or good job, good catch, it ain't assault anymore.
Yes, it is. It is still assault.
Well, the thing is,
yes, it is, bro, because you have people that have been charged with assault for smacking somebody on the back too hard. Yes,
it could Diesel.
Oh my God!
Not in the game of sports.
Y'all reaching.
Well, no, I'm not.
Ooh, this is why I hate America.
In the game, so you mean tell me somebody had said they slapped somebody in the back for playing a good football play, and they said that was violence against me?
Yes, and a basketball game, actually. Yes.
So that's our measurement stick, the law. Man, can y'all please?
That's what defines.
No. Please help me get out this country, please.
We're not limited to law. We're not limiting it to law.
What do we put on our definition off of?
Your own mind. That's why God gave you one.
No, I don't want to go off your mind, Beans. Come on, bro. We can't do that.
Your brain.
Yeah, that's too subjective.
I'm actually smarter than you, Diesel, but that's neither here nor there.
I know you think you are.
Absolutely.
Here we go.
Absolutely.
I know.
Jesus Christ.
But the point is, No, bro, this is so disingenuous to me.
That's crazy.
That we always have to use the law, bro, which changes, fluid. It's a million of them. They literally have something called amendments because they get shit wrong. Like, how can we?
Well,
use
here's
the
the
law?
point. Well, podcast, don't get hung up on that. He's saying, could it be construed as against the law? And it could. Does that mean we have to go by that for this conversation? Not
No.
necessarily. So
No. I can concede to the law, but it's the stupid argument because it would the law won't define for me what assault is. That's what I'm saying. If somebody pats me on my backside because I made a good shot, it's not assault. I don't care what
that's
the
why
hell the
you have
law
the right
say.
to not
Hold
press
on, but if
charges,
Just
you
not-
because
say
you
it's assault,
can have me charged with it, don't make it assault.
yes, it does.
yeah, if it's a violation of
does.
somebody's rights.
Yes, it does. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. You might be
Is
okay
it
with
dumb?
but the person
'Cause
you're
you-
putting your hands
that's
on
different.
might not. That's what defines assault.
This is crazy.
Right,
These-
by law.
How is that not right? I don't
Because
understand.
that you're losing the law.
I'm not using the law. If you put your hands on somebody and they say you didn't assault them, the law or not, it's not assault. If you put your hands on somebody and say you did, it is. It doesn't matter on what content. You putting your hands
If
on
that's
somebody,
true, so if what you just said right now is true, then how do you reconcile the state proceeding with domestic violence charges when a person says I recant?
because it's domestic violence. That's a different law from assault.
But you just said if they say you didn't assault me. No, he didn't assault me.
Domestic
You said
violence.
then it's not assault.
Hold on. Domestic violence holds different elements to the crime for it to fit domestic violence.
Yeah.
Domestic
Absolutely.
violence does not fall under assault.
Cool,
Assault is
absolutely.
totally
So
different.
okay, so here's my question. So the thing that you do to a person that can be considered domestic violence, can that also be considered assault?
Yes.
The action itself.
Yes.
Okay, so then let's use logic. Again, you can't use the law. The action itself can be the absolute same. And you're saying on one hand, if the person says you didn't assault me, then it's not assault. But on another hand, if a person says, nah, they didn't actually domestically abuse me, no, we're still going to proceed with the charges.
You're talking about two totally different laws, bro.
I understand. You
Let's talk about
I'm not gonna say
assault.
you're doing it on purpose. I'm not gonna say you're doing it.
Let's talk about assault. When you're talking about assault, if a person says you assaulted me, you assaulted them if you put your hands on them. Vice versa. If they say you didn't, then you didn't. Somebody else might consider it as you got parents that are in the bleachers that say their coaches abuse their children when they hit them and they get mad about it and the child's okay with it.
Well, that's a complicated answer right there because what you just said, I can't definitively agree with. What you're saying is if someone says that's not, then it's not. I disagree with that. The action must remain consistent. Now, whether you press charges or if they decide to pursue it as an assault against the law is different, but it still should be defined the same way.
Well, okay,
Non-prosecutor.
yes, that's what you're okay. I get what you're saying. Yes, you're totally right.
Because I
all
think
of
that's
it
what
is assault.
podcasts get hung up on, like because
My thing is what I'm doing, which is probably going over niggas' heads, is proving why you can't use the law because it's fucking inconsistent. It changes. He says it's a different crime, same action, but it's a different crime, right? So that's why I'm saying you can't use the law. I'd rather use your own brain and say to yourself, hey, if you see somebody take an extension cord and swing it and it wraps around a child's leg, and when they pull it back, it rips the skin off, that you wouldn't say, oh, they just getting a whooping. But you would understand in that moment that is literally childhood trauma. It can be traumatizing, and it doesn't have to apply to everybody for it to be true. The same way how I got whoopings and I turned out all right doesn't apply to everybody, and people still think it's true.
Correct.
That's actually podcast. What you said is actually a negative consequence.
Half of that.
People got their critical thinking beat out of them, and then they go out there and thinking it's the right thing to do. They don't even do the math to see, hey, the people who got the shit beat out of them repeatedly are going to school beating the shit out of everybody else. Their sister, their cousin, their cellmate. Maybe this really doesn't work, but there's only 6 people left that are actually saying, yeah, beatings work. Then they beat the shit out their kids and they go out and run them up. But I don't know.
I don't know. Let me get the super chat and then I'm ask a thought. Timeout says, would we say kids below teenage years without a curfew more than likely to have a bad behavior as an adult? Is that a black kid issue or a low income issue? Kids outside beyond curfew likely to have bad behavior as an adult.
What?
I don't know.
I don't know. I think what you surround your child with determines that. I don't think it has anything to do with the actual curfew. But if you're allowing them to run the streets and go to the club or whatever it is that they're doing as a teenager, I think that could change their outcome as an adult.
Yeah, I can answer it too. Everything that they want to be a black issue is a black issue. White people are perfect. Hispanics are perfect. They're not violent. They don't know everything is black. That's what y'all want to hear. That's the narrative you want to run with. It's all black. That's all I got.
So I don't want to get hung up on this podcast. Was you good? Could I move to something else? Or did you have
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. So this is what I want to run past you guys. Do you believe that? Because this is one of the reasons why I've considered not like physically disciplining children. Do you believe that physical discipline takes away from problem solving skills? And I'm saying that in the sense of a lot of times people they resort to violence because one, they don't know how to conflict resolution, right? I'm leading to conflict resolution. They don't know how to deal with those circumstances because everything's typically solved by a violent action. So it's easier to resort for them than to express themselves verbally to resolve situations. Do you believe that maybe physical discipline is kind of like a conduit of leading to those outcomes?
And don't forget losing IQ.
and critical thinking, but continue.
So my thoughts on that is that I think that a lot of people they lean on physical instead of leaning on actually talking to someone first before they go to fit the physical route, right? Because I've always said that I'm going to have a conversation, and that conversation will determine what happens after I have that conversation with my child, right? I never went to straight just whooping their ass because they did something. You know what I'm saying? So I think when parents just see something and then react to just physical, I think that might lead to what you're saying. But if they do it the correct way, I don't think it will, because that's how I was raised. My mom would come in there and say, "Why did you do this?" We have a long conversation about it, and she'd say, "All right, well, I think you're gonna get 3 licks. Go ahead and turn around." And she would give me my 3 licks, and as long as I didn't move, I get the 3 licks over with real quick and be done. And then after that, she says, "We have a long conversation again. Do you understand why this happened?" And I do the same thing with my children, right? You know what I'm saying? I did the same thing with them when they were that age.
So you're just proving my point earlier, though. Like, and I'm not saying this is wrong, by the way. I'm saying if someone believes it worked for them, they gonna do the same thing.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah, I totally agree.
So for some reason, I don't know why I'm correlating this, but for some reason, the way how Diesel just explained it reminded me of drug dealers. They're like, "Hey, listen, if you do it this, like, I know most of the drug dealers, they go to jail, but trust me, if you do it a certain type of way, we can get away with it, and we're going to get millions. So, we got a drug deal, but we can't drug deal to the point where we're going to get caught." That's what it sounds like, and they still get caught. They all get caught. So I don't know why, for some reason, just like what Aaron was saying, just because you survived it, you think that is going to work for somebody else. I don't get that shit.
Because behavior is taught, and different people got different personalities. Some are natural rebels or natural people who challenge.
But I'm not saying it just automatically work. I don't know why I've never said that physically disciplining a child is the end all be all to all discipline. I never said that.
He was referring to the certain group of people who get beat, their critical thinking gets beat out of them, and they think that it works, but it might have worked for their personality, for their particular thing, but because they stayed in a box anyway, they don't know to look outside the box. So they go say everybody else should be beat so they can end up like them, because they can't look around and see outside the box. And you go visit prison. Hey, why did you violate your cellmate? They'll tell you because they got beat as a kid every day. Hey, why'd you rob a liquor store? Why are you violent? Why are you doing what you're doing? Because they got beat. Very common.
Well, see, there you
Even
go.
even people that
Violence
take
is taught.
advantage of, even when people take advantage of kids, it's usually because they got took advantage as a kid and they figure they survived it, so you're gonna survive it too. It's like
It's a taught behavior.
mind-boggling to me that we actually believe that this shit actually works by physically putting harm on a child, but everything else we'll put you to jail for. But your kid, it's okay. Whoop their ass.
Then they complain about police brutality.
And then they come up with crazy ass excuses. And then they come with crazy ass excuses. Well, if your kid keep running the street 10 times a day, get the fuck out of here. Ain't no kid run, man.
So
y'all on your children. Stop beating their IQ out of them. Stop it.
So
you need to learn how to speak to your kids. You need to learn
The
how
person
to
who's doing the beating doesn't have
find
an
out their
IQ.
personality.
Sean, I feel like you was beat as a
figure out
kid.
your children. You goddamn right. I was beat as a
Oh, that's why
fucking
your
kid.
IQ so low.
So
Exactly.
y'all
So
are-
I could imagine if I'm somewhat smart now, right? I'm at least average intelligence now. Imagine what I would have been.
Yeah. You
So-
think you had average intelligence? Let me find out who this is in the back. Is that you, Miss Trinidad T?
Oh God.
That's fair. How you doing?
Now you
Hi,
know
everybody.
parents didn't stop
Hey,
beating
what's
the
up?
IQs out of her.
You're doing all right. Chill, Sharon. Chill. Jesus freaking Christ.
I didn't hear it. What happened? What you say?
No, they got sound. We just getting the sound issues working out. How you doing, Trinidad? Nice to hear from you.
How you guys doing? This is very important. I like this topic. How you doing? But what happened? I didn't hear what was said.
Yeah, I think everybody was just talking at the same time, so the sound drowned it out. What did you want to contribute? Because I know you said you wanted to speak as well.
Yes, I do. Long story short, why do we have middle names? It's not that hard. It's not that difficult. I'm talking amongst some men, but as a female, I understand. We all have children. I'm assuming you give that fear. You put that fear in their heart. You give them the look. You give them. If I have to say Sharon Michael Bracy, he know what I mean. When I call you, that's not a good name. Diesel. If I say D, because you're my son, D, come downstairs. Come on, D, let's watch the game. Okay. But if I say your full name, Diesel Michael TV, get downstairs. He know what it means. I don't have to put hands. You don't, because they know from a younger age. Anybody want to dispute that?
Yeah.
I don't want to
How do you
dispute
create
it.
strong people by putting fear in them? That
I
doesn't
just
make
want to
sense.
reiterate that I would like
Hold
to
on,
get the
hold
fuck
on,
off.
How does fear make strong
Please
people?
help me get off.
Fear.
Because mothers were nurturers, but we still put fear in the heart as well.
How does nurturing and fear go together? What the hell are you talking about? Nurturing and fear?
No,
This really what we're
scam.
doing?
Come on, scam. That's what you're gonna address. You're not gonna address the fact that we have middle names to understand when our mothers
No,
are
it's
mad.
too dusty.
Wait, who's talking?
What in the fuck, bro?
No, if you think about it, if you guys are 5, okay, I got to put you guys in a 5-year-old bracket.
Podcast, you got this one.
Okay, this is what we gonna do. All right, you guys got it. Y'all really don't understand it as a female perspective. That's why I came up here, because there's a bunch of
It's not that. It's not
Wait,
that.
no,
It's
I
the
got
way
a,
you
I got a question.
said it.
One
I got
word.
one question for Trinidad.
Influence.
Trinidad,
It's the way that you
Trinidad,
said
did you get beatings as a kid?
Of course. Even from losing a beret, of course. My handwriting, of course.
Proving our
My
point.
handwriting is beautiful now.
My point is proven.
This guy shit.
Yeah, anybody ever
No, I
heard
would
the
like
word
to.
influence, leadership?
We all had beatings. The times has changed. Let's be clear. The parents ain't parents no more. They let the kids do the
They never
tablets. They don't
were.
know them no more. What are we talking about here? We all know, because I'm assuming we all 30 and up. I'm just assuming. Maybe y'all 16 and down. I don't know. Let's be clear on it. You guys know that you want better for your children. Of course. Did I have to beat my child? One time. But I didn't, I'm not doing personal. but I had to do it one time at a young age, and he got with the program, and all I had to say was his name. What's your name? Skim. Uh, what's your name? Podcast.
I'm opting out. I don't have a name. I'm on break.
Podcast Ashley. I would say podcast Ashley Johnson. Get down here and do what I said to do one time. And that's all it took. I didn't have to do much. As he got older, he wanna, rebel. I get it. The teenage years. I get it. That's when daddy come along and daddy do the disciplinarian. Do that make sense to you guys? Because Mr. Sharon, you got daughters, young daughters. You're not gonna spank them. No, my daddy, I'm 38 years old. My daddy would had never spanked me, but his silence speaks. I don't want to personalize it. I'm just trying to talk to you guys.
Wow. Okay, well, you kind of bring an interesting perspective. So are we saying that the girls do not get as many whoopings as the boys, which could lead to why the boys are probably overrepresented in jail because they don't think the girls need to be whooped as much or disciplined as much physically? Or why do you think that it happens less? You heard Trinidad say, "Hey, all he had to do was look at me." So I'm wondering, do you think that is something that occurs a lot, that the boys are over disciplined and the women maybe under disciplined?
Well, to be honest, the boys don't have a two-parent home. So I'm not going to speak personally. Let's just make an example. Mr. Podcast, he got a good perspective of things. So me and Mr. Podcast, we parents to Mr. Sharon, right? He's our child. Mr. Sharon is 16 years old. Mr. Sharon going to school. He wilding out. I'm talking to Mr. Podcast, which is his dad. Mr. Podcast going to take it in his hand on Mr. Sharon, which is, there you go to LB, the leather belt. There you go. Mr. Podcast going to, talk to Sharon. All I can do is sit back and, I tried. What can I do? He the father, Podcast. So it's off my hands. He's the father. He knows more. He knows. I'm raising up my adult son.
You know what? I can actually see the resemblance in Sharon and Podcast. I can actually.
You know what? So the boys are being raised in fatherless homes, but the daughters aren't.
Wait, can you speak up, Mr. Podcast? Speak up.
No, I'm online. I'm trying to find me a ticket.
Well, because Tupac even said in his own show that his family was outside on the streets. Y'all didn't really generically. You guys did not come from a two-parent home. The father was out the home. Like, come on, you guys. Let's be logical.
Hold on, but
that's
true.
That's why the mother did what she did.
Yeah, we don't even. Yeah, you're right. We don't even know who they are.
Because my son has a grandfather, uncles, great-grand. He got that. But family has been divided. It takes family to, I would call my cousin if I'm about to say his name. My son, all right, Diesel, you my son. I'd be like, hey, Diesel, he acting up. Yeah, come on. So.
Trinidad, you say one thing that makes sense. Just one. I'm not asking for much.
No, you all right. I'm trying to speak up. Like, I'm trying to speak fast so I don't take it all. I'm sorry, you guys. No, but this is a good conversation. I like it.
We get it.
Okay. Let me read the super chat. JJ Carver says, yes, there are studies that suggest corporal punishment hinders cognitive development and academic achievement. Sharon is right. They're also at risk of mood disorders and are overly aggressive.
That is true.
And this is the behavioral health guy, right?
That's just a start.
I'm sorry.
So
you got daughters, right? Mr. Diesel, what is?
I got
Hold
three.
on, Trinidad. Hold on, Trinidad.
You guys discipline your daughters. I would like to know that.
You said what? I'm
Jesus.
sorry. Go ahead, Aaron. Go ahead, Aaron.
It's all right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I cut you off. I'm sorry.
So Sharon, I want to ask you this. Do you think that if it was restricted or against the law for you to physically discipline your children, people would stop and learn a new way, or would they risk just prefer going to jail and say, F it, I ain't gonna do it?
The fuck? What is that?
That's
That's
651.
the other police officer ass nigga.
Hey, my bad.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing, but maybe
Damn,
something
you know
about
what he was
Trinidad.
doing.
Maybe it's something about Trinidad's voice. It's something about that voice. You know
He was watching. He was watching.
I was watching. I'm watching
oh
Bill
my
game.
God!
Oh shit!
So,
Well, at least I'm the only one that got heart as a mother to come up here. Because as a mother, we know. Y'all speaking on the men's mentality. As a mother, we speaking on a mother's mentality. So all the mothers that's in the chat, come on up. Let's talk.
Jesus Christ.
Come on, let's have a convo.
Shout out to Cheeky.
so I'm not sure if I could. I think people will still beat their children. That's what I think they do, because they think that it works.
I mean, truthfully, they do it now.
Hey, Sharon, I think they know it doesn't work and they do it anyway, to be honest.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's even worse.
Yeah.
I don't believe that for us. Like
I
some,
think it's a mixture of both. They know it doesn't work and they'll do it
no,
anyway.
there's no way you believe they think it don't work.
Diesel
Aaron, what the
Diesel
fuck,
know
man?
it doesn't work, and he's
They
still
beat the
defending
kids,
it.
then complain
Think about it like
about
this,
how
Aaron.
it works.
No, I didn't say it don't work. It does work for some children.
Diesel know it doesn't work. Like, he even got to catch himself not to say I abuse my child. He said I discipline. Like, he catches himself before he said, because
No,
he
no,
knows
no, no,
deep
no, no,
down,
no,
he
I've
know
never-
what it actually is. He even pointed to, even though I pointed to myself and friends that didn't do it and their kids is fine, and then he points to a friend that he know that didn't do it. His kids is fine.
But I know parents that didn't do it, and they had their parents are hellions.
What I'm saying is this:
Hey,
it's
Diesel, I
more
had a question for you,
consistent.
too.
It's more consistent of you not hitting your children. Those children have a better chance of being normal citizens than the other way. It's proven, but people still want to argue it, even though we got facts. B just gave a beautiful chart that could kind of, build on
Absolutely.
what I was just talking about. However, they still want to say,
Hey, Diesel.
Yeah.
Does police beating the shit out of juveniles make them better or worse?
See, y'all reaching on.
I know.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's what that is. That's a reach. That don't happen. You're right. That don't happen
Let's
at
get
all.
the
I never said it. I never said it don't
Any
happen.
data to back up that question.
No, I want to hear
you're
the
right.
bullshit political answer he got.
Hold on. What kind of question is that?
There's your answer.
Absolutely.
I really. What kind of question is that? What are you trying to gain from that
My
question?
point exactly, Diesel. My point exactly.
That's not even a question, Scam.
Of course it is.
Absolutely
That's not a question. That's
Beating on
illegal.
anybody doesn't
But
help
when
nobody.
we talk about
Absolutely
beating,
is.
when we talk about parents beating on the kids, we understand everything and it works. When we talk about if police officers just go ahead and beat the hell out of juveniles, beatings work.
That's not what we.
So they should come out and all become the president of the United States.
Stop with that.
Because it works.
Because right now, listen, cops
We know that don't
beating on anybody does not work. What are you talking about?
Oh,
Nobody
only
said
the
that
parents
police
beating on them
anybody
works.
work.
It's the parental beatings that work. They don't swing as hard. I get
No, see, swinging on punching your kid in his shit is not discipline, bro. That's not it's not a form of discipline.
Y'all way too aggressive. Hold on, let me y'all chill for a second. What?
Y'all reaching like
y'all
went from
listen. 6'5", just relax for just a second, okay? All right, one moment. I want to talk to Kobe. Kobe, you there, bro?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up, man?
I want to get your thoughts on it. What are your thoughts on the conversation so far?
I mean, I've been catching a little bit of it. Just hop in, but as far as whoopings, are we saying is it justified? Is that kind of what we're saying?
Well, I'll present it this way. Are you saying that you will spank your children because you think it actually works, or are you saying you're against it? Where's your position?
So my answer may be a little bit off. It for me, it depends on the child. Like it depends, bro. Because I think some kids need whoopings, and I think some kids don't. I think some kids just need to have a sit down and talk with. So it completely depends for me personally. I don't have kids, but I got a lot of nieces and nephews, and so for me, I see kids like I see some of my nephews get
Look at
whooped,
God.
and it's like
You ain't good.
it like they. So basically, I see some of my nephews get whooped here, and it does nothing for them. So it's like I don't know. It just depends on the situation. Like some kids, like me, I got whooped as a lot, but I think I turned out great. Some of my other cousins, they got whooped. It didn't really do nothing to them. So it just I don't know. It depends, bro.
And
What
then
is
go
it?
to proof that
What
it's
is
not
it that it
consistent.
depends on?
Nothing is consistent when it comes to disciplining a child, Sharon.
Yes, it.
No, it is not. Your children are still young, bro. Like you can't even.
I got.
That's not even.
I got two grown ass kids. They gave me They gave me grandchildren.
Hold on. So let me say this: that my best friend has not disciplined his children, but he has the same problems that my child have gone through. We talk about the same exact issues that his child has had and my child has had. Right?
I say you need to start beating up the parents. That's what I say.
Absolutely.
Beat the parents.
Damn, you already getting your ass whooped. So don't even.
Guys, that doesn't even make sense. Like I understand you guys think that's funny, but there is no one to do that. Like you guys sound ridiculous. There's like
you got police right up there.
Bro,
What are you talking about?
this is literally a thought process, a thought exercise conversation.
Yeah,
so
but
it's not about it being funny. Like, Amber, you know my stance on this.
I don't know your stance on this.
You absolutely do.
No, I know. Listen,
You know the story that I
Aaron,
told you
I got-
about my
I gotta-
son and why I
can
stopped
let
whipping
me
my
finish
son.
my- Sir,
I
what
got
I
a
said.
Can I ask you a question, Aaron? Can I ask you a question, Aaron?
Damn, man.
So my question,
on.
my question is, I'm sorry, it's real quick.
Go ahead.
If you do something 2 or 3 times, would you still consider that discipline?
What do you mean?
I don't know. I need more context to understand
Yeah,
what you mean
that's
by
just very
consider it
discipline.
discipline.
He's asking you if you hit the kid 2 or 3 times for the same thing, I'm assuming.
But I don't know what. Like, is he saying the parent is disciplined? It's like that?
So
that
what I'm
part
saying
I'm
is that what pretty much I'm saying is that you gotta do something consistently for it to be discipline.
Okay,
Correct?
okay. That's what you're trying to say.
Right?
Ah,
Is that a
okay.
fair?
Well, no. My turn. It started at a young age. So, Mr. Sharon, you shouldn't even ask that question because you can beat a child up for 5 times at 11 years old. They're not going to comprehend. You start at a young age. That's it. That's all. What are we talking about here? And I don't
Beat
believe
them
in
while
time.
they're young.
Like I said, like Aaron, for
Beat
example.
them while they're young. That's the
That's
answer.
crazy.
Example, right?
Go ahead, Beans. You got it, Beans. I'm sorry, Beans, that I interrupted you. I apologize.
So Aaron, for example, right? So my auntie, her daughters, right?
You
My aunt's
rhetorical
daughters, she got 4 daughters. One of the daughters, she's a pathological liar, right? So we catch her in lies left and right. So my auntie used to tear her up, right? The other sisters, they used to get whoopings, but you can see them change over time. They actually they don't make the same mistakes. But it's the one girl who was the pathological liar who constantly got whooped 10 times more than everyone else. Now that they're older, that one girl, she stepped out. She moved out the house first. She's the one who got pregnant first. Like, bro, that's the difference that I see is the ones that you can see signs early on, right? The pathological liars are the ones who keep making the same mistakes and they don't care. They don't have any respect for like the older people. Those are the ones that I think whoopings, like, it could help, but it just depends. It depends on the parent. Because whooping, to me, when you whoop a kid, that's just not the end of it. I think kids pay more attention to how you live your life more than you just trying to discipline. So like if you're a bad parent, they're gonna take on that. To me, that's why I think the whoopings really, it doesn't matter as much as you being a good parent, if that makes sense. Like you need to be a good example first.
Segueing. Thank you.
Mr. Kobe, I definitely agree with you. That's why you
what's
need
his name?
children
Sam
to
like
be
this
busy.
point.
You keep your
Right.
children active. You keep
Okay,
them
this is
busy.
depressing, bro.
Hold on, Trinidad. Because hold on, Trinidad.
And then you like
Trinidad, hold on. Podcast was speaking. Finish your thought, podcast.
Please get me off Earth, Jesus. Kobe just segued into the point that Scam was making, and that I was agreeing with, and that Aaron called a joke. How you gonna beat a kid up for some shit you taught them? Do you know how many parents sat around teaching their kids how to curse? And then when the kid go to school and curse, you want to show up to the school and beat him in front of the class and all this other stuff and lie to the teacher. You get the lie. I don't know where they got that from.
Well, that's an easy argument to make. So let me give you one. All right. So parents can drink, their kids cannot. And they can tell you, I'm drinking a beer right now because I'm an adult and you not.
Why can't the kid drink without using the law? Why can't the kid drink?
Because the parents said so.
Okay,
that's bad parenting.
So wait.
Oh,
So
God.
hold on, Scam. So because I don't know why Aaron thought that was gonna work. This is me.
It ain't trying
Here's
to
the
work.
difference. Yeah, it is. Because here's the difference in the scenario.
Back in the day, I remember being in elementary school, and
How much? You doing bounties? You doing bounties?
with a ruler in front of all of them.
Trinidad, hold on, Trinidad. You got to let people finish their thoughts. You let them finish his thought, Trinidad.
Aaron, an equal analogy would have been to say the parent is giving the child the beer. That would be an equal analogy. So then now you're giving the child beer, pretty much got them addicted to it. And then when you see them going into the refrigerator to get the beer on their own, now you want to beat them for it. This is what parents do all the time. That's exactly why I said I'm smarter.
No.
Because I'm not going to tell I don't understand.
Hold on, if a child starts cursing because they see their parents doing it, you're saying that the parent is allowing the child to curse?
So
hold
on. So Diesel, you're saying that I said the children started cursing because they saw the parents doing? That's what I said.
Yeah, you're saying that you taught them how to.
Okay, so now that's different. See, now you're saying what I said, which is taught, right? What you just said was that they saw the parents do it like they were mimicking it. What I'm saying is parents promote and provoke things in their children, and then when their children go outside and do those same things, they want to abuse them and act like they don't know where it came from. And here is the thing: even if you did say that they saw their parents do it and they mimicked it, that is literally what children do. They're sponges.
It's called influence.
Yeah,
That
but
is
it's exactly what they do. They mimic the behavior that they are around. That is how they associate themselves into the world. So now you're going to beat the child for mimicking the behavior that you promoted in front of them.
Yes,
that's the logic.
I'm their parent.
Not
And really quick too, Aaron, you know what her favorite saying used to be, bro? I still remember. She used to say, "Don't do what I do, do what I say," bro. She said that a million times, and then I'm listening to that as I grow up, and I'm like, "What do you mean? Do what you don't do what you do? We're kids. Like everything that we see is how we is what we adapt to, right? Like we don't have our own. We don't have our own thought processes yet. We literally are a sponge to everything around us. So
it's your identity. It's like you're forming your identity based on how you're mimicking other people.
Hold on,
right? The people
but
around
it's subconscious though. It's subconscious as a kid. They don't know that's who they're becoming.
Absolutely.
They're around it.
Hold on. Beans. You know, I got a lot of guns. I clean my guns. My children see me with my guns, but they do not touch my guns. Like, what are we talking about right now? Are we like serious?
We're talking about reality. Wait, hold on. I got it, Sharon, because he said beans, right? Are guns, yes or no? Are guns behavior? Yes or no?
No, it's not a behavior.
Okay, so what we're talking about is behavior.
Yeah, behaviors are more adaptive.
It's literally
drinking
what we're
is a
talking
behavior.
Say that one more time.
Drinking alcohol is not a behavior.
Absolutely, it is.
So shooting guns is a behavior.
Absolutely, it is.
Yeah, those are two different statements.
No, he didn't say shooting guns.
Reaching.
Shooting guns is a hobby. We're talking about innate things that kids can pick up on without you being there or not.
Drinking alcohol. Okay, all right.
Well, first, she's not of age to just go out and buy alcohol. That's number one, right? So she can't just go out and buy alcohol. We're talking about so Diesel, your language, right? Like, and I'm gonna be honest. The way my cousins used to talk, they were like 5, 6 years older than me. I would go to school and talk exactly like them dudes, right? I would pick up on their lingo. I would act like them. I would do all this type of stuff. We're talking about strictly behaviors that you can pick up on that you adapt to.
Right.
That's
Okay. I get that. I get that. And I
get every fucking thing when somebody else say the same shit.
Hold on. Hey, come on, podcast. Stay in your, I get what podcast said, because I do not agree with a parent that it cuss like a sailor and then don't want their child to go to school and curse. I don't agree with that. But what I'm saying is a parent should still be able to say, don't curse. Like they still should be able to tell their child not to do something just because you see that parent doing it.
Yeah,
You're talking about an adult compared to a child.
We can actually make a different point. Actually, for example, right? See, what podcast said was a lot of times parents embody the behavior that they want to discipline their children for, right? So then the argument can then become this: or is it that you find the discipline troubling because they're exhibiting the behavior, or you do not like the discipline regardless if they exhibit the behavior? Because I think podcasts don't like the discipline regardless if they learned it from you or not. Is that fair to say?
I mean,
yeah. I mean, yes. What you're based on the way that you formulate the question,
because ultimately, the argument I would make, because I know you think like that, is that me and Diesel, let's just say Diesel run his household, I run my household. We run it the exact same way. Now, never exact, so I'm just being a little simplified, right? But we don't curse. We don't have sugar. We don't have soda. None of that. But our kids go out to their friend's house and they do all the things we tell them not to do. When they come home, we say, "Oh yeah, we heard what's going on. I told you not to do it." Now are we in the right? Because we didn't embody those behaviors, but they learned it from someone in their peer group or somewhere else.
Exactly.
So what are you asking? Are you saying it's the parents' fault?
So here's somewhere else got more influence than the
you,
parents do. They might as well be the parents.
So when you ask me the question, right?
Yes, sir.
You know I don't like whooping kids.
I do.
However, think that some kids probably need whoopings, but I don't like it. I wouldn't suggest it. But I get the point that you're making. The problem is now I'm gonna have to ask you, at what age are we talking about? Because to me, there is a certain, what I told my son was, I'm not gonna whoop you for things you do. This is why a few minutes ago, before somebody was interrupting, but I wanted to ask, what is something you would whoop your kid for? Because what I told my son is, I'm not gonna whoop you for nothing you do. You don't do your homework. You get suspended from school. You break a glass. You stay up past curfew. Like, I'm not gonna just be beating on you for everything you do, because here's something that I understand that most Black people, parents, don't want to. You're an autonomous being. You want to do whatever the hell you want to do. And the only reason why I think you should do what I'm telling you to do is because I'm providing you your livelihood for you, right? And I think I know better than you. So that's okay. But when you go out and you do things, you're going to be the one to suffer the consequences for that. So why am I beating on you? Ain't no need for me to beat on you. You're going to suffer the consequence for that. All I got to do is say, hey, my man, that thing you trying to mimic that you see your mans them doing, yeah, that ain't how that work. And if I've built up a good enough relationship with my son, which I did, I should be able to tell him that. And he should be able to say, you know what, I trust my dad more than I trust these niggas. Much as I want to do that, I'm going to listen to my dad. Or he could say, you know what, I'm going to do this thing because I want to do it. And then if it goes south, guess what? He got to suffer the consequences.
I disagree.
Every kid, like you said, he might learn more from his dad just sitting there talking with him.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Somebody speak beyond Mr. Podcast, because I'm gonna piggyback off of what Scam Likely said. Mr. Diesel, you know,
shit, bro. Fuck you.
They have schools for
I'll
the
speak about y'all later.
I would say.
Thank y'all.
I'll wait my turn.
She definitely got beatings for sure. I'm telling you. Every time. IQ. IQ.
Let me
right, the motherfucker that's talking shit about you, you don't got nothing to say about him. I was asking questions directly. We were having a conversation. Motherfuckers are trying to make it seem like I'm talking a lot. Suck my fucking man, bro. I'm gonna be cool.
Hey,
Yes,
calm
calm
down, man.
down.
Gee,
Calm
look
down.
out.
Get this
All right.
retarded ass. Why do I have to calm down with this retarded shit, bro? This is retarded.
Yeah, this shit is though. I got a question though.
Get out of here.
Calm down. Why y'all can't do what I do? Just mute myself and scream and yell on a muted mic. Why is that not an optional solution to a blurting out stuff when you want to? Even though you know you shouldn't, because it's mean.
The host is asking this motherfucker to stop for a second, but she blaming me.
Yeah,
saying,
yeah.
can somebody else talk besides me? Fuck you. And fuck your life.
You
and four
still-
motherfuckers that look like you.
See,
Straight the fuck up.
Come on, Beans. You just said you was intelligence, man. Take control of your
It is. That's exactly why I'm insulted by this intellectual dishonesty.
Calm down.
It's not that serious.
Fucking
Come on, man.
stupid ass shit, man.
Calm
It ain't
down.
that serious.
We was doing so well. We almost made this whole stream without no cursing. Okay, let me go to JJ Carver's super chat. Okay, says podcast. No, I'm just joking. Children do not possess the same abstract reasoning and logical thoughts as adults. You better stop with these big words. I'm not playing, JJ. Their thinking is egocentrism. Oh, come on, man.
Isn't this the behavioral health guy?
Egocentrism. You
I
right.
said the word right. I don't need no help. In concrete, where they have difficulty grasping nuisance and other people's perspective.
Bro, he got to speak to us like
I
a
don't
third
say
grader.
nuances.
I don't say
JJ, the
He wrote it
parents
wrong.
definitely does
He is as intelligent as he is. He spelled nuance wrong.
Yeah,
too.
JJ, the parents don't have it either.
Hence why the beatings result in emotional fear.
It comes from fear. The parents don't have all this logic that you're saying they do either. Let's be real.
Okay, I agree with that.
Well,
Parents don't have
what just
all the-
what he right there he focused on. Unless you got more super chats you need to read.
No, go ahead.
What he was actually that comment actually is in alignment with what I wanted to speak on concerning the development of the child and the brain and so on and so forth. What podcast said that this is an autonomous being, and this is completely true. It makes me think of how in this day and age society where we live in, where the one thing where people outside of your home would want you to give autonomy to your children in is selecting their sexuality, especially these white liberal types on the left, right? Like if your child tells you they're trans or whatever at 6 years old, you supposed to jack it and go with it, right? Because they're autonomous beings, whatever, cool, mind you. But for those, my mother being the field that she went into, she's an early childhood educator, so she can't type very good, so she had me type her papers for her. And they was discussing in these books the different stages in childhood development where children start becoming more self-aware, which is like around the age of like 10, 11, 12 years old, where they become more self-aware, but still bad decision making, right? So in that example that podcast gave, you know what I'm saying, where you have an autonomous being that wants to do what they want to do, it still would lead you to believe that if this is still a child, not an adult, that they would make bad decisions just because they are not aware of per se said consequences of their actions. That's why adults, parents like to correct certain behaviors in their children if they actually care, so that their child doesn't go out there and just being reckless. Try to, like how you remember some of us done it, jump off the roof with a sheet tied around your neck at 6 years old because you see Superman fly with a cape and you think a sheet tied around your neck will make you fly. Or touching a hot stove with a flame. Ooh, let me see. Let me touch it. 5 years old. Punishment at certain ages would curb certain behavior. And even a 15-year-old or 16-year-old, where they probably know a little bit better, they're not risk averse at 15, 16, and 17. They still feel invincible.
I got a question.
Your old ass has been through it.
I got a question. It actually requires a little bit of common sense. So I don't expect the greatest of answers. Why is it every time you talk about kids and upbringings, all it is beating? Oh, we got to get them. When do kids become the enemy? Has anybody ever heard the thing called influence, positive reinforcement, positive punishment, guiding, teaching, coaching, influencing, increasing their confidence, teaching critical thinking, modeling behavior, any of that? Can somebody show me any panel where parents talk about all it is? Get them.
Well,
that'll work.
First, you're wrong because most parents don't even
See what I'm talking about?
No,
now I'm wrong.
No,
that'll work.
Listen,
Get the belt.
I'm not even
Fire them up.
finished. What I'm
Beat
saying
the shit out of them.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm saying like a lot of parents aren't even equipped with those attributes themselves. So how could they teach that to their kids? Is my point. Like you got
You're
parents.
right. They
No,
don't
I'm just
have
saying,
it.
like
So let's keep
realistically.
taking kids and beating the shit out of them.
I know I'm saying most of these people that you're talking about, they don't have critical thinking skills. They don't have, good communication or good effective communication skills. Like these are people who don't know how to communicate to their child. They would rather beat them because this is how they were raised. So
Okay, that's fair.
Mr. Kobe, I agree.
That point that he just made, although awesome, lends to a greater point, which is that they should not have the right to beat on children. Because they shouldn't have had them in the first place. Because they don't even have the necessary.
Well, that's a whole nother topic then.
Hey, podcast.
That's a whole
Somebody in the
separate
chat
conversation.
says
police
that's white
brutality.
folk stuff. That's what I'm
No.
talking about.
No, it's not.
Like podcast you about to go in because now, in my personal viewpoint, there can be discipline without whipping. There is many different
Yes, I
forms
agree.
of discipline.
It can be.
Absolutely.
There can
Okay,
be discipline
so
without whipping.
what's the discipline?
But it has to be
What are
so
examples?
severe. The punishment has to be so severe that the child would not want to repeat the behavior.
No,
I don't know if it was on
no.
your
Hey, Wody
somebody's channel that we frequent. But
Does
this lady
everything have
did
to be
something-
negative when it comes to a kid?
No.
Everything.
Okay, here's my question though.
No,
What are
negative
those
reinforcement, like how
What?
they say you spray a cat with a water bottle, negative reinforcement, and they don't do it again because you sprayed them with a water bottle.
This is
Negative
sad.
reinforcement. It don't have to be a whipping though. It could be
Hold on, Woody
punishment.
Mac. Hold on,
He
Woody
just
Mac. I got
went
a
right
question. I
back
got
to
a
something
question.
negative.
What
That's
are
what I'm talking about.
what are these
People hate
positive?
kids.
Hold on,
I don't
what are
know
these,
what it is.
What are these
I
positive
swear you
Hate
trolling.
kids.
I
No,
swear you
I'm
trolling.
Y'all
Hold on, what are these
nothing. All you
positive
do is take the
reinforcements
first,
from
middle,
parents
and
who aren't
last
skillful at
name.
being
What is
parents?
y'all talking
One at
about?
a time. Everybody can't keep talking at the same
Okay,
time.
so Woody Mac, here's my question to you. What are these
But
positive
you're not gonna get
reinforcements?
talk.
Hold on. What are these positive reinforcements that these parents who aren't skillful, what are these positive reinforcements that you're referring to from these parents
I
who aren't
just gave you
skillful at
every
being
Well,
one
you're
of them
using the
one by
word positive,
one.
but I could give you an
He
example of
said
that.
Wody Mac.
Okay,
Okay,
order
yo,
minute.
her
Y'all got
mic
your
is
You
own.
saying
bro.
positive?
Can you get her mic up out of here? Goddamn, bro.
All right, real quick. I don't know if you was finished making a
Somebody
statement,
paid to
no,
let her
Kobe.
speak her mind, bro. I don't
Go
know
ahead, bro. I'm waiting for the answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, you were saying you used the word positive reinforcement. That was not the term I used. I was referring to negative reinforcement. But since you did bring up positive, what would be positive reinforcement for a child would be they bring home good grades. You buying something that you know that they like. They cleaned up their room without anyone asking or did the dishes. You do something that go take them get the ice cream. Like it's so to speak like a training, which we all do it in our lives, even as adults. Because even as you at your job, like, all right, the employee of the month at some jobs, whatever, say they get an additional bonus, right? And if you were to complete a certain set of tasks, it increases the likelihood of you getting that bonus. Positive reinforcement. We all get in our life doing things because we know that there may be a positive payout on the end. So when your
Okay, but
child
that's
does
the
something good, a
okay.
positive reinforcement is maybe without even letting them know that it's easy, like, hey, you got great grades.
Oh my
Let's go get you a
God,
toy
man.
from Target, right? But now on the flip side, right, your child caused the fire in the kitchen. You may want to punish them for that. You may want to have a talk. Even the conversation about why they shouldn't do that is also a negative reinforcement on bad behavior. You can't just let stuff go and think a child. It's like a dog. If you let a dog pee in the house and you don't correct the behavior, ergo negative reinforcement. They'll keep doing it because they think it's okay, as long as they don't get hurt.
I agree.
Man,
I agree.
oh my God, bro.
It doesn't have to be a whooping though, and that's why I say it don't gotta be a whooping though.
Okay, but hold on, really quick, Woody, man.
Get it out the way.
I want to
Man, let her go,
get on
man.
the
She got that fucking Puerto
Order
Rican
on the
headset.
panel. If y'all have y'all little 3, 4, 5-year-old writing on with crayons on a wall, because that's what children do. Would y'all let them write on, like draw on the wall in your house?
What?
Say yes or
Only in
no.
your
It's
house.
just that. So simple.
No.
Yes, but not
If they're
like I
drawing
would
a
put
picture,
down
you
like
yes.
Exactly. Yes, because that's their creativity. So some mothers and some fathers will whoop them for doing that, not knowing
Spank 'em.
that
They won't
that's
whoop 'em.
creativity. That's what they like to do. Leapfrog. Do y'all know about leapfrog? And they learning their alphabets and all that stuff. Like this is stuff that children. It's called early development. within their brains. So if the child is writing on the wall and you spanking them or beating them and whipping them, that's wrong on your part as the parent. That's all I'm saying. I'll be quiet.
Okay.
I just want to get my because I want to hear this J5 person.
No, we heard you.
He
Now
ain't
let's
Golden
be
speak.
Mac,
water, but we got it. We
Golden
got you.
Mac, you failed to make up your original point, right?
Anybody got children? Speak on this.
You failed to make
Mike is
your
drowning.
original point, Golden Mac, right? Because you got diverted and you started talking about positive reinforcement, right? But something it's this one thing I remember it happened to me as a kid, bro, and I couldn't stand that, right? I hated it, bro. And then when I went to military school, they was doing the same thing. And I thought about it, I was like, this is something that I might actually employ though, right? And it was the whole put in like 3 or 4 encyclopedias in each hand and make them stand there and hold their arms out and hold the books up. And the reason why is because psychologically I felt like it would teach them the weight of their choices, right? That's something that's actually physical, but it's not me beating on you. You see
I'm
what I'm
glad
saying?
you said physical.
Huh?
Some people disagree with that. I'm glad you did say the physical part, but I was just gonna say,
yeah, it's
some people disagree
physical.
with giving any type of physical discomfort to children.
But we know that's not happening right here. These people they believe in pain, pain, pain. Unless you're a woman, white man, or a police officer, then you don't need or ever require any pain. But they believe in pain, 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 pain as it pertains to children. So, okay, you want to do some physical pain, then how about give them laborious duties, right? It's things you can do to make them feel it physically that does not require you standing over them with the most angriest face, biting your lip, teeth growling, reaching back all the way up to Saturn and pulling down with a belt or a stitching cord or switches or shoes or anything else.
Yeah,
I think
get into the root.
I want to.
Why not get to the
Everybody
root
wants
of
to
the
jump
problem and find
into,
out
and
why the behavior is happening in the first place?
Well,
I want to
think
come
the
back to
funny,
beans
well,
after everybody gets to say what
well,
they
one
want to say.
second, Wody, Matt. One
Absolutely,
second.
Wody.
The funniest part about it is normally people who don't have kids telling us how to actually discipline our kids, the ones who have kids, right?
Yeah, we do it.
Hello,
Yes.
Yeah,
When
I'm
they
doing it
have
right now.
never-
You're right.
Hello, listen. When they have
I ain't gonna
never,
chop off your bill, eat a man, but I got a rebuttal.
you gotta let me finish
get
first.
Guys,
Before
let
you rebuttal.
listen. Let the
Guys.
man finish, please. Just you guys, you're gonna make my head spin at this point. Stop. Thank you.
So it is easy to say what you would do if you have never spent a day with my child, right? And when I look back on the times that I got a whooping, when I nearly burnt down the whole neighborhood, and my auntie, not my mother, gave me a whooping to create that to correct that type of behavior, that was the appropriate action then. When we hear people talking about let them write on the walls, let them start doing graffiti and the police see them, they're going to jail. It's some type of punishment for these actions. We do not really prepare our kids for the real world. And this is the biggest problem that polices are having, is because they have painted this fantasy world that exists. And then when they actually live in the real world, then they have to realize how when their action actually have some types of consequences. I'm not sitting here and saying that you should beat your kids, but if my 5-year-old, I had told her 3-4 times to do something, she haven't did it, me popping her is correcting her actions to be able to put her back on the right page. I get it. I get it. It's an extreme. I'm not saying that I shouldn't be whooping a 5-year-old, but me popping and correcting the behavior, it makes sense.
Either man, let me ask you a question.
Hey,
So
man,
you
that's
said
valid.
when you
That's
was
different.
5.
We weren't talking
How
about
old,
What
wait,
you
hold
just
on,
said.
y'all,
That's
hold on.
completely
How
different.
old
Go
were
ahead, go
you?
ahead.
How old were
Right.
you when you almost burned down the neighborhood? And what was the behavior? Because you said she was correcting the behavior. So what was the behavior of you almost burning down the neighborhood?
So, first of all, I was trying to destroy the neighborhood because I was, long story short, gasoline, whole bunch of different fires, started the fire. and I was gonna burn down the neighborhood. That's just what I was gonna do. It was just what I was gonna do. What she was doing is telling me that, hey, I cannot go out. It was no conversation to tell me, hey, Emmanuel, at 12 years old, you don't know that you don't supposed to burn down the neighborhood. I knew for a fact that I didn't supposed to do it. I needed something a little bit more tougher or sterner to actually help me understand that my actions was wrong.
Right. So, but what was so what was the reason though? Like, what was going on with you psychologically that you wanted to burn down the neighborhood?
I'm next.
I thought I was excited about things burning.
I'm gonna just call you arson man after this, bro.
Well, you can call me whatever, but at that age, I was very fascinated with fire. That it was one of those things that when you seen things like burn, because I guess when people go to bonfires and stuff like that, I know y'all might not have that in certain places, but it's fascinating to see things burn at that age for me.
And I heard Trinidad say she wanted to be next, but this also will build. And this. I know Trinidad, you heard what I said, right? I'll make this very sure because it's specifically for Diesel.
This is important when you
say that.
This is important when you take your child to church. You instill whatever faith you have. You might believe in Allah, you might believe in Jesus, you might believe in Judaism. You instill your faith in your child, whomever you believe in. That's all I want to say. And I'll be quiet because y'all don't let me talk anyway.
It's all good, my dear. And this is something maybe you can give me a little info here, Diesel.
All different.
Somebody said something in the chat though towards what you said, either man, or was in alignment with the conversation. Besides the joke that somebody said that your favorite Pokemon is Charmander, but yeah,
that's bad.
So you got a whooping for that behavior. Cool. Somebody said something to the effect: some people would rather let their child get burnt putting their hands on the stove versus showing them or telling them why they shouldn't. Right? What made me think though, and this is profound to me, when you go as a child, go put your hand on a hot stove, even at the age of 3, 4, 5, whatever the case may be, you see something that's hot, you don't know that it's hot, but you touch it, you burn your hand and it burns really bad. You'll notice that child will never do that again, right? Because of the consequence of the action. That's one way you could let them learn by. But a lot of times in things that we do in life, we'll do something and get away with it continually. Now, why I said Diesel, I got a question for you, Diesel. And through your knowledge of your system in your area, right? Where people are out there committing crimes, they know they shouldn't be doing crimes, right? But the people that get caught, would you say that the recidivism rate in your area is fairly low? Or is it still extremely, like if 50% is the bar and the recidivism is under 50% of the same people committing the crime, or above 50%?
Are we talking about juveniles or adults?
Anybody.
The ones
grown, because we know, like you
said,
said, you know better. And some people know better and don't do it better because they just keep doing it because they get away. That's my point.
Well, I mean,
right?
but see, I there's a lot of
is your recidivism in your area? Is it low or high?
It's high.
It's high.
Yeah, but I don't think it's because I think it's because the outcome of what they did was not something that made them stop. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of different things working when it comes to somebody breaking the law, going to court, and then either getting a slap on the wrist or going to jail, being put on probation or something like that. If they feel part of the problem that we have with the juvenile system is there's no consequence for what they do, right? So juveniles will do something and they end up going back home the same day they do it. So I had some kids that did the same thing that either man did. They actually burnt down one of the historic buildings in my town. Right, it is gone, a total loss.
How do they just go home? I don't get that. That just
because they're juveniles. Juveniles.
Does it depend on what it is, or you're just saying in general?
No. Anything. If it is a juvenile, there are certain things that we can do to try to get that juvenile in some kind of custody. If we go, talk to somebody on call or something like that. But it's so much you have to do to get a child in custody when it comes to the juvenile law.
Is that just your city, or you're talking? That just must be your city, right?
Hold on. Mr. Dees is correct. He's a police officer, so we all know he's correct.
In
Philadelphia,
oh my God.
They have like 8. It's sad. It really is sad. But it'd be like 8, 9 year olds and above before 18 in what they call it, a disciplinarian school. It's like they can't even eat out of forks. They gotta eat out of what they call them, spooks,
I get
forks.
what
You know what I'm talking about.
yeah,
So
but
Yeah,
listen,
they
I'm at,
down for them
we
because
got I'm
they
actually
can't go to the other school.
we got it.
Mr.
Listen,
D was right.
I agree with that. I
It's
do.
sad to see your
Hold on.
child go through.
We
So
got
either
you.
man,
So
I
look,
agree with you. I agree with you because that was the same sentiment I had. We have to raise our children to be able to fit society where there are rules and regulations and laws that they have to abide by, regardless if we like them or not. We still have to. And when everybody was saying that, you have to let your child write on the wall, I agree with that to a point. I told when my child was writing on the wall, I told her, you can't write on the wall right here. This is the only place where you can write on the wall. You write outside of it, where you can write on the wall, you're going to get disciplined for it.
it's a certain spot. Exactly. He
And
right.
listen,
Yep.
and if you listen, and I think this is why so many kids today are out of control. If you sit there and look your child in the face and says, if you do X, Y, Z, you will get popped or you will get disciplined. If that child does that, that child have accepted that they about to get disciplined. It's not like we just run around and just beating them for everything. We agree as a whole that is wrong. But I tell you, if you do X, Y, Z, you're going to get a whooping. And if they do X, Y, Z, they deserve the whooping because they broke the law. They broke the law of our home.
Okay. So let's apply that thought process somewhere else. So is that just for children, or can adults get whoopings too? Like for example, right? If I tell Eda Man, hey, Eda Man, I expect for you to type up this paper at work. I expect to be done in the next 3 hours. You don't get it done. Can I whoop you?
Dramatism. This is crazy.
Wow.
See, Aaron, you're just
Damn,
out of
Aaron,
No, guys. Let
I
me.
was going there next.
I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm not.
I was
asking.
going there next. Damn it,
Eda Man, what do you think about that? Should you be able to get
already did?
By who?
By the boss.
All right. So
if
what
the
I
boss says you're gonna get a whooping for not getting it done, and you agree to it, yes.
I'm chiming in.
How my boss gonna whoop me? He's smaller than
Please let Eda Man answer, bro.
Freaking Christ.
All right. I personally believe that whooping should stop at a certain age. I don't
agree
believe
with that.
no one should be getting whoopings after 13.
Right.
13,
Yeah.
14. I know that sounds crazy to you.
I agree.
He's right.
At 13,
Yeah.
14, 15 years old, this person should be supposed to be able to be able to compartmentalize their thoughts, to be able to think like a human being. So no, I don't think a 27-year-old should be able to be whipped. I think they should be fired if they don't do what the
Yes.
boss.
Okay, all right, wait, stop right there. You are willing to give an alternative action for an adult. No whoopings, you'll be fired. Why is there not an alternative action for the child?
So I don't believe that you should whoop your child in every situation.
And that's not my question.
I see what you're saying.
Hold on,
Okay.
bro. Let me ask you a question.
Can I answer next, please? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Kobe.
No,
Go ahead.
bro.
Go ahead. I answer after you, Kobe.
Go ahead. I'm just saying I'm next. Go ahead.
All right. So listen, I'm not saying that a whooping is always the answer. I'm just saying that it should be an option. For example, it's certain things that my toddler have did that I didn't whoop her because I didn't believe that it was big enough for that. Like she wrote on our wall. The first time she did that, I don't think that I'm supposed to whoop her the first time. We need to sit down and we need to have a conversation. We had a conversation, said, hey, don't do this. If you do this again, you're going to be popped. We don't do this in the living room. We don't write on the nice furniture. This is something we don't do. If you do this, you're going to get popped. You understand what pop means? She said, yeah.
Was it on the wall or was it on the furniture? Which one is it?
Oh my God. Jeez, let him talk. Let him talk.
So
which one is it, on the wall or the furniture?
Does it matter?
Trinidad, just let him
Yeah, it
finish.
matters.
Yeah,
Why?
let him finish. Let him finish.
I am. Y'all don't let me finish. That's why women don't come up here. Still waiting for the mothers.
All right, so like I was saying,
Yeah, we
so
think differently.
I believe that I warn you, I have a conversation with you, and if those things do not correct the action, I have to escalate. I have to escalate the type of punishment so that you understand and do what you understand what I am saying as a parent. So if I go through all these measures and you still don't get it, me spanking you is the last step. It's not the first step, is what I'm saying.
So is that because you
Wait,
gave
what?
birth to him,
How
or
old
is
is
that
this
because
child
you're
that you're
providing
talking
for him?
to? Excuse
I
me,
couldn't
how
hear
old is
you. I can't hear you.
excuse me, how old is this child you talking to, first of all? How old is this how old?
Five,
Can
let's
you
say
answer
five.
that?
Let's say five.
Excuse me. Huh?
Let's say five. She's 5 years
Less than
old.
5? So the way you speaking to
Five.
her, you think she's gonna comprehend? You think
Yes.
she would comprehend the way you're speaking to her?
Yes. I
There
think a
goes
5 year old.
one ear and the other. She looking for her popsicle. What you're saying,
That's
she
what
gonna
the
do it
reason.
again.
The reason
Well,
that your
no, Miss
the reason
Man,
that
you
your
gotta push
5 year
back
old
on
don't not
that because
understand you is
Eat man, no, she less than 5, you said, and you
Raising
speaking to
your
her the way you talk to me.
Asianness.
That
Aaron,
don't make
can I answer
sense.
your question?
That don't make sense.
Aaron, can I answer your
so.
question?
Go ahead,
What
Diesel.
you mean, Aaron? Whoever gave you that credit, they nice. I'm a mother. What you mean? My son is off on college. I'm an empty nester, so I got all the time today.
So,
What's
Aaron,
going on? You nice
This is why I don't
person,
go to church.
but you think you less than 5, and you talking to her like a businessman. That don't make sense. That she wouldn't comprehend that. She would not comprehend what you just said.
I think you got to speak for your kids because my kids comprehend pretty well.
Yeah, one child.
You can't
Yeah,
tell
man.
him how his kids. You can't tell
This
him
is why I
how
say
his kids comprehend stuff.
it's completely
Make yourself
contingent on
look
the kid.
good.
Man, she's
I
underwater,
know.
bro.
so,
Listen, it's completely
so
dependent on
Aaron,
the
I think your question was, what is the difference, right?
Because you're
What is
not
the
being
alternative?
honest. Like, let's be honest. You really
Look,
gonna sit a 5-year-old telling her,
Trinidad, come on,
don't
Trinidad,
do
we're trying to
this,
have a
don't do
conversation,
it
Trinidad.
again,
Come on.
because you're gonna
man. We
get
can't even.
and you don't know what you saying. Like, come on,
The
man.
capitalism
Let's
y'all
be
love.
honest. I don't like
I,
the projectors. I don't.
I'm
Let's
not
be
no
honest.
form or shape of moderator, but Miss Trinidad, if you can try to
I'm sorry.
try to compact all of your
Goodness.
thoughts, get out what you need to say, and then go. Because Diesel was about 4 words or 5 words into what he was saying, and then you cut him off. You get me? So
What's
try to
up,
think,
Mr. Diesel?
try to get everything you need out,
I'm
and then let somebody go.
Well, can y'all let me know as men? Can y'all let me know when it's my go, please? Because y'all, this is a good topic, and I'm passionate about it. Because I got a child, and I wish the mothers would come up. But I'll be quiet. But like, I feel like men and fathers and mothers have different. You know, I'll be quiet. I'm putting me on mute.
Shut up,
Sorry, Mr.
50s.
Sorry, I'm on mute. I'm on mute. I'm putting me on mute.
That was your time to get your thoughts out.
So
This nigga here, bro. Like, what the fuck, Aaron? Like that's crazy, bro. That's
So,
crazy.
Aaron, can you ask
That's
that question?
crazy. Wait, Diesel, hold on. Aaron, that's fucking crazy, bro. Like, you doing that on purpose, B. I see what that's crazy to me that you just did that. Like, why would you do that? And then on top of all of that, you gonna try to sneak in hitting the parents, but when Scam Likey brought it up, you said it was a joke. Yeah, I remember everything, bro.
You act like I don't remember everything. What's your
So why
point?
was it a joke when he brought it up, but now you get to bring it up about hitting the parents and just throw that in there, and we supposed to act like that's not hypocritical? Contradicting yourself, young blood.
One, because he didn't structure it in the way that I said it. That's one
That's
reason
true.
why.
That's true.
Just claiming to hit him is pointless. It was structured more properly when I said it. That's the main reason. And secondly, because there's a
You always gotta
follow-up
brag.
behind it.
You always
There's a
bragging.
follow-up
That's all
behind
you
it.
do. Brag, 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 brag.
This guy.
So Aaron, question for Diesel because I'm curious to hear Diesel answer.
Yeah, I
hold
want
on.
to know the answer to that too.
Well, JJ says he will give an alternative to an adult that understands, but not a child that doesn't have the capacity to understand fully what they did. So, if you're saying they don't have the capacity to understand, why does then hitting them give them the capacity to understand? Or are you saying that they don't understand regardless?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that they did not.
Did I say you? I'm reading the super chat and
Yeah, they
responding to
don't have the capacity.
Absolutely.
Their brain intelligence, like I'm being hurt. They don't have the capacity. That's the. Oh my goodness, I'm on mute. Yeah.
He always bragging. That's all he do.
I'm confused at this point now.
No, it's the look. We already know that this guy was in the military, so he believes in corporal punishment. And he's. I think if I'm mischaracterizing you, I sincerely apologize.
That's
but I
not
think
all
I've heard
military.
either man say before that he believes that in pain memory or some shit, whatever that slogan is that they like to run around with. Which is exactly why I don't understand why we try to minimize this. They do it to grown ass men in the military. Like they use the same logic about physical pain. So when
not true.
Scam Likely, bro,
That's
you're
not true.
right. You're right. It's not. You're right. It's not. That's you're right.
They don't use pain in the military.
You're right.
Scam Likely.
Beans, can I ask you a question?
Somebody
Wait,
put their hands on you in the
please,
army,
Diesel,
bro.
before you do,
Really?
let this happen. Let this happen because I'm sick of these niggas always disagreeing with me just to do it. Go ahead. Thank you for the line of questioning, Edom, man. He asked you a question, Scam.
No, podcast. I'm not for putting hands on the kids. You already know that.
No.
Absolutely. The question is, do they use pain in the military?
Are you saying that they don't use pain in the military to correct behavior?
So somebody swung on you in the military, bro, and you let it happen?
It's not the question.
I went in 98.
That's not what I
They don't
asked.
put no hands on nobody in the
Everything with
military.
hitting somebody. Where everything with hitting somebody? Like, let's not do that.
What's the
So the
title?
question is very specific.
I really want you to answer this question. No, listen. I really want you to answer this question. Do they correct your behavior in the military by using pain? Yes or no?
You talking about corrective action?
Yes.
Corrective action, yes.
Okay, so that's what I said. That's what I said. Wait, time out. Stop. So that's what I said, which means that. Wait, hold on.
I was going to answer the question.
So that's what I said, which means there was no reason for you to disagree with me in the first place. So Diesel, go ahead.
You knew he was upset when he had sight on. He was sight.
I didn't answer the question, but y'all believe what y'all want.
I'm gonna remember that word next time because I see you like that word better.
Not at all. You did it, and it is what it is. Diesel, you said you had a question.
Yes.
Before you get to your question, I want to respond to the super chat.
Put military.
So, if spankings work, why not spank them ahead of time if it's to teach them? That's a very good question.
Absolutely, that's horrible. That's not how life works.
Wait, stop. Okay, one response at a time. If you disagree with what JJ said, you may respond.
I disagree because that's like saying, why don't the police just shoot him first to be able to teach him a lesson? It's ways that you escalate.
That's a bad response.
Absolutely.
That's
super
a horrible
disingenuous.
analogy.
Super.
I'm gonna let you finish, but that was horrible.
Yo,
I don't think it was that bad either, man. I don't think.
It was top of the line horrible.
No, it wasn't
number
that
one
bad.
of the year.
Oh, yes, it was.
Absolutely.
Oh my
Absolutely,
god.
because you guys didn't comprehend what he just
Looking
said.
like
That's
Low Brown
why.
up there, man. Stop it.
I'm gonna let him finish, but that was horrible.
Absolutely.
I actually think it was a great response if y'all listen. I think y'all just
Go ahead.
responding emotionally. Listen, what we do is we have to meet them at the force level that they are. Like I said something to you. I corrected the behavior. I talked to you. Then I escalate based on the situation. I don't just automatically go to the worst response. If I'm spanking you without talking to you, now what you're doing is you're feeling pain without understanding what is going on.
That's not what that says, either, man. That's literally giving you the room to spank and communicate afterwards.
Well,
It's
hold on.
not taking away your ability to communicate. The point is the reason why your analogy is bad is because police, by default, not only are bullies, but by default, they're reactive. It's literally what they do.
Podcast.
Parents aren't supposed to be reactive.
Let's
No,
pick
no,
this
no.
question though.
Wait. Hold on.
Let's
Wait.
see,
The reason why it's bad is because police are not there to teach you.
That's
Exactly.
a fact.
That's
That's not
They're
their
there
job.
to protect and serve. That's it.
That's why you see the term "teach them" in quotation marks. That's not a police officer's job to teach you.
Nope.
So that's
He
why I
doesn't
said
know.
it was a
Why would
horrible
he wanna
going on
teach
because
you?
they not
I was,
out there.
I was responding, but I was responding to exactly what he said, right? And which is the point that police, by default, they are reactive,
Mhm.
right? So they're not getting ahead of anything. So, but parents are supposed to. It's the reason why you start reading to your kid at a very young age and putting books in their face before they even know what reading and books are. Right, because you're trying to get ahead of this thing, you're trying to instill something in them early and often. So the question itself, why I don't think he actually is suggesting it. It's not a statement. It's a question to spark a conversation. It's a question to spark critical thinking. It was a great question, actually.
I understand where he was going with it when I go back to early in the conversation when I asked Diesel about the recidivism rate and that having to do with people correcting bad behavior, right? Certain things in life either be self-taught and through correction, like when I gave the example of a child touching a hot stove. Nobody taught the child but kind of yourself knowing, oh, that's hot. I don't want to do that again, right? I get in the vein of where he was going, but you know what I mean, maybe that's why some people had an issue with it because they'd be focusing on strictly, who is in charge of giving instruction. Cool, I get it. But it's all again going in the line with correcting behavior.
But at the point that I'm saying is we don't go to the extreme answer without actually checking the rest of the boxes. That was the point that I was making when I drew the analogy with the police officer. It's certain steps they should take before they take it to that level if it needs to go to that level. I'm not saying that parents should go to automatically spanking. It should be steps, and after the kids break past those barriers, then whooping should be an option. It should be on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you're saying you would whoop a child for writing on the wall?
Absolutely.
Insanity.
No, it's not.
Not whoop, spank.
Insanity.
Hey, you know what? I think it would be appropriate podcast. The first time you wrote on the wall, you got punished, right? Took away your privileges for 3 days. The second time you did it, I took it away for 2 weeks. Oh, you thought it was all good. 2 weeks, you're not going outside, and I add an additional punishment. I come back later, catch you a month later, like, oh, you just not gonna learn. Why? A whooping may be appropriate in that situation, but you also got a hard-headed child. You know what I mean? But a whooping, it's an escalation. A whooping first time for writing on the wall, I think is extreme, but that's parenting style. That's parenting style.
No, were they taught not to write on the wall to begin with?
This is absolutely insane, bro.
Yes. Okay.
How do you teach that? Wait, hold on, time out. Hold on, E-Man, I'm coming to you, E-Man. How do you teach not to write on the wall? How do you teach that? What's the curriculum?
I can tell you the curriculum. I got you. Hey, let me do it for the kindergartners. Here is a pen. You see this white wall? We don't use the pen to write on the wall. What we do in this house, we use the pen to write on the paper. Do you understand? No, let's do it together. Let me grab your hand and let's write on the paper. Yes? How it works? Hello, how you gonna tell me how it works?
So Eddie-Man, here's my question. Please, I want you to. You don't have to add anything else to it. Let's just leave it the way you said it. So that's how you teach them, right? Is just yes or no, really quickly. Is a pen the only thing you can write with?
You can do a pen, pencil. You can do whatever you want.
That's not the point. So you taught them not to write on the wall with a pen. You come home and they wrote with a crayon. You said something about the crayon.
It's still the
you come home and they wrote with a marker.
That's perfect. Listen, I'm glad you
Good
went
point,
there.
podcast.
No, that's not. It's a horrible point. Let me tell you
No,
why.
it's actually a good one. But go ahead.
No, if you listen to what I'm saying, okay, check this out. Now that you work with a crayon, hey, obviously you didn't understand the writing utensils we have. We don't do it on the wall. Now I'm gonna tell you right here, if you do this again, you're gonna get popped. We understand. My kids know what pop is. I know y'all kids might not understand what pop is. If you write on this wall again, you will get popped. Do you understand that? For some reason, they got enough common sense not to write on the wall again. Now I get it, y'all kids. Like if you pop a child once and they understand what popping is, they typically understand what that is, and it makes sense for them
This
not to
guy
do it.
here,
Yeah, but that doesn't
you're not
reinforce. So,
listening to yourself
think-
as you're
yeah, it's
talking,
just.
either, man.
I think
This
You're
is
E-Man
not.
being
This is
fair.
a dumb. This is just dumb.
Wait,
Because
wait,
they
hold
can
on,
still.
Kobe. I'm sorry.
Go
With
ahead.
all due
I'll go
respect, I
after
love
you.
you, brother. But hold on, because
Dumb,
you're not
dumb.
listening to yourself.
Man, you
What you
wrong. You
argued to me
wrong.
is that you could teach a child to not write on the wall, and then right after that you said, I'm going to pop them. You know why? Because you couldn't teach them to not write on the wall,
Good
which
point.
is
I get it.
exactly why you had to pop them.
Thank
Shake
Let
your head
me
off.
tell you-
I know.
let me
Shake
tell
your
you
head
why
all you
that's
want to.
wrong.
Hold on, eat a man. Do me one favor. Do me one favor.
Good point.
Do me one favor, because I want the slave catcher to explain to me why I'm wrong.
I
Go ahead.
don't know, but you responded to me.
Let him do it, because he shake his head at every single thing I say. Let him tell me why.
I got you. Hold on. Just hear out what you said. If my kid never writes on the wall after I warned them that they're going to be popped, do you believe that they learned? Was they able to understand what I said?
They got it.
Absolutely.
They got
So
it.
this idea,
How they know the
Let him
word pop.
finish. Let him finish. Watch this. Let him finish. Go ahead. Yes, they learn. Go ahead.
all right. So if I told them, hey, this is the consequences of your action, aka if you commit murder, the consequences of your actions.
Just stay right there where you at. Just stay right there where you at.
I am. I'm tying it together for you guys, right? So listen.
5-year-olds commit murder. You saying that to 5-year-olds, right?
Jesus.
Come on, Trinidad. No, that's not what he's saying. That is not what he's saying. You gotta listen. That's not what he's saying, Trinidad. Let him finish, please.
Okay.
If you do this, this is going to happen, right? So now they have the ability to know if I do this again, this is going to be the result of my action. I'm teaching my kids how to have accountability for the actions that they're going to do.
Right.
So if
Wait. So here's the part. Here's the part where you messed up. I can rewind it back if you need me to, but I know Here's what you just said. You just asked me specifically, and I also want to point out really quickly, right? Because when we talk about this idea of not hitting adults, right? How many times have we had to say something to a specific guest on the panel now? Has it worked? Not at all, right? So maybe we should include being able to hit on adults. But here's the thing.
But you can't hit adults.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But I do agree with hitting adults.
Listen, hold
I
on.
do agree with hitting adults.
You have said plenty times that you will make a room shake if a person.
Absolutely. Are you listening to me, either man? You're trying to make a point. You're not listening. I absolutely agree with hitting adults. I'm absolutely okay with punching people in the fucking mouth. Absolutely. I think
Diesel, is that
a good way to
okay?
get people to stop doing shit. But their bones are fully developed and so are their minds to a certain degree, as we can see. So here's the point, either man. What you said was, and I know you're going to just try to move the goalpost now, but what you said to me was, podcast. You said, if I tell my daughter not to write on the wall or I'm going to pop her, did she not learn from it? Here's the slick part. You added in, I'm going to pop her. And if she understands what you mean by pop her, that means she's already experienced the popping, which is the thing that she is learning from, not you telling her not to write on the wall. So Diesel, once again, try me, brother. You're fucking not smarter than me. Neither one of you niggas are. You want to be, but you're not.
Hold on.
It is a perfect divergence.
Y'all try to put in
what
these
you
slick
said,
ass
it makes
words
sense,
and everybody
podcast.
don't catch it.
The whooping was the consequence of a prior action, and that child learned that can be the consequence of certain bad behavior. So
She
and in
knew what
fact, yes,
pop
there was
meant.
a learning. There was a
Wait.
learning
Just
moment.
says very simply, Wody Matt. She knew what pop meant. And
Yeah.
if she knows what
Right.
pop
That
means,
certain
that
action.
means she's
Right.
already
So the child can
experienced
learn.
it.
So the child is capable of learning.
Podcast. So you don't
He
believe
did
that.
it before. He did
So
it
you don't.
before.
So you don't
As a
believe
man,
that.
5-year-old daughter, you hit your 5-year-old daughter as strong as you are, E-Man. You spanked her. You might have pet her, but you spanked her.
Gotta
You
be
did
cool.
that. That's what you said. That's
E-Man, I
why
got a
you
question.
said what
Once she
popping.
finishes
She
with
knows the
Gus.
meaning.
J
You
Carb
right,
on 499. Hold on,
Podcast
Trinidad,
and
let's read
E-Man,
the
I got a
super
question
chat.
for y'all.
Hold on,
Let me-
super chat,
Oh,
super
go
chat.
ahead.
He got it on the screen. That means he wants it read. Trinidad, the super chat is on the screen.
That things
The
are
super chat is on the
developing.
screen. See how that works? J
Sorry,
Carver,
I get
499.
frustrated with you.
You wrote on the wall, and Daddy had to use your new toy money to repaint the wall. I really wanted you to get that new Lego set.
Oh, I like that.
Absolutely, if they understand what that means. But here's the crazy part about it, right? So I tried to look this up because I wanted to know at what age does this usually happen. It's between 3 and 4. So this is what we're trying to tell me, that you, on one hand, you got scientists telling you that the brain doesn't fully develop until you're 25 years old, but we're saying that a 3 and a 4-year-old is supposed to grasp the weight of the words. Absolutely not.
No.
Like I said, what she learned from is when you told her, if you write on the wall, I'm gonna pop you, that means she understood what pop meant.
No, she understood that if she wrote on the wall, she would get popped. That's
right.
right.
Which means she understood what pop.
Agreed.
He didn't teach her.
You know, hold
Go
on.
ahead,
You know what
Aaron.
she'll
He
do?
didn't teach her to not write on the wall.
Go ahead, Aaron. Then I just got a
Stop,
question.
please.
Go ahead,
listen,
Aaron.
listen. I believe we're gonna work this out, but we're gonna do this in a productive way. Podcast is saying this. She's never been popped before. He's under that premise. You're saying because you ain't gonna just pop her the first time. So now she's never been popped before. Now you say I'm going to pop you if you do this action.
What is the likelihood that she's going to
That's
do?
not what podcast said. He said she's been popped before.
Absolutely, but the premise, no, either man, you're
That's what he said
misunderstanding
by
him.
his mouth.
my
Yeah.
God.
You're misunderstanding him. What
That's not
Aaron
what he
O is trying to hold on. What Aaron O is trying to get you to understand, either man, is by what you're saying, what you're suggesting is that if you never popped her and if she never knew what pop meant, and you said the words to her for the first time ever, hey, don't write on the wall or I'm going to pop you, that she would be able to learn from that. What is the likelihood? Give me a percentage that if you walked up to your child and say, hey, by the way, you see this pen, you see this paper, this is where you write at, not on the walls, or I'm going to pop you, that they would understand what you meant without having previously experienced it.
And not communicating.
And podcast is right.
Hey,
You don't even know
podcast, I got a
what
question
podcast
for you and
is.
E-Man.
L's.
No, I got a question.
L's up for
But I
these
got a question
niggas.
too, right?
If you're
So now
teaching a
that
kid, don't write on the wall
Can
because
I,
I'm
can
going to
I
pop you.
answer his question? Can I
I
answer?
Can I ask the
Yeah.
question?
go ahead,
Yes,
bro.
Oh,
if
I
you
would
will,
like
you
to ask
can
this
between
question.
if you cannot control
Don't worry, Kobe. He ain't gonna do it.
I know.
Go
I
ahead.
just got a question, but go ahead.
See, just what I'm trying to help y'all understand is levels to it. I have one child that
Who'd
if
you-
I look at a certain way, she's gonna understand the words that's coming out of my mouth. So I don't
You're
believe I
lying.
ever.
You had 3 children. Stop. E-Man, you lying.
Oh,
Hey Kobe, I told you.
she under the water, bro. Hey, podcast.
He has 3 children.
Under the water, bro. This is crazy.
Yeah, I was just trying to ask a
Podcast. Let me respond to what you
I
were
don't
saying.
know
I got a
Please,
question
one
too
time.
after
Can I
this.
just respond this one time?
Oh shit, he wasn't
The
gonna
problem I have with your argument is if you don't have any discipline, she will
Oh,
never learn.
he got one. Y'all need to call him out.
Right on
He
the
got
wall.
3 children.
Trinidad, please.
Man, that's
I-
tough.
Y'all need
Please,
to call him out
Trinidad.
as well as I am.
Trinidad,
I
just
think
hold on.
Trinidad's internet is delayed.
So,
Her internet
so
must be
the thing
delayed.
about it, podcast. Even if you don't pop her, if you don't do anything, she will never learn not to write on the wall. There has to be some kind of discipline for what she does. She has to learn that there is some discipline for for the actions that she takes. I think that's what Eda Man was coming.
There's no disagreement on there needs to be some level of discipline. How the discipline is distributed is where we're having
That's
some
what we're
confliction.
saying.
So now the
Absolutely.
question then
Right.
becomes this, right? Because y'all said if she gets popped, she associates it with that action. And I'm saying, well, if the popping is the association, does that mean that if you don't want to walk in the middle of the street, you pop her and it's associated to not walking in the middle of the street? If you don't want her to write on the wall and you pop her, the same action, is it associated to her not writing on the wall? What is the pop associated with?
Okay, but here's hold on. Here's my question.
With destruction. Let's be real.
Kobe,
here's
Kobe
my-
been trying to get in for a minute.
I've been trying, but here's my other question.
You gotta ask the question.
I can't even go ahead,
Aaron
bro.
just asked the question. You know, when
Wow.
someone asks the question, you got to respond to the question, not ask another question. to get more questions.
Literally what you just did.
Answer
You
the
said, let me respond to podcast, and then you didn't. So what
I
are you
did respond
talking
to you.
about?
And I'm trying to add context, but go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
asked another question. You're right. Go ahead. Ask another
So
question.
when you say pop, this is the thing that I'm thinking about, because her at that age, he said what, 3 to 4 years old, whatever the case is, even 3 to 10, whatever the case is. I don't like the physical reinforcement or the punishment, because when you tell her pop, now in my mind, because I know kids are imitators and they observe us, I'm now thinking she's now gonna. I've seen kids go pop their nieces or their relatives, and now that's something that they think is okay for
Yep.
them to do. So I don't even like the physical aspect of it, because I've seen my older cousin discipline his child, and then now he's hitting on his sister. So I'm
I
like,
like it.
okay,
So, but
I didn't want you to learn
That's
that.
what
I was just trying to
Well,
teach you reinforcement.
let me ask you a question. But you see how you took away from Aaron's question to have your own question. So listen, to answer your question, Kobe, do you like if a person commit a crime, they go to jail? Do you like it?
Do I?
Does it fix the behavior?
No. Kobe, answer the question. Do you
Does it fix
like
the
if a
behavior?
person does a crime, they go to jail? Do you like it?
Regardless
Don't
if I
ask
like
slave
it or
made
not,
podcast
legal.
that stuff.
That's a dumb question. Regardless if I
No,
like
it's
her,
not a dumb question. Listen, because we don't
going somewhere with
correct
that.
our kids.
No, he's not.
Listen, we don't
He's
correct
not.
our kids. Listen, we don't correct our kids based on what you like. The world is not designed based on how you like. I can say that I don't like that Diesel lock anybody up, but if we come to reality, that's how the world is constructed.
Okay,
so
so
I
then
can
if that's the
teach my-
Man,
reality,
that's not
hold on.
true.
If that's the reality,
That's not even
then-
close to
hold on.
true.
If that's the reality, then you have to be willing to accept the fact that she may pop other kids at school for writing on walls and doing other stuff that you told her not to do. You now have to deal with that
I'm okay with
level.
that.
That may be a
I'm okay with
possibility.
that. I'm
What?
okay with that. I'm
Hey.
okay with her popping other kids.
So you're
That's cool.
you're okay with her popping other kids, right? You're
Yep.
okay with that?
Absolutely.
Hey,
Absolutely.
hey,
This
E-Man,
is what you call bad
E-Man,
parenting. See what I mean?
Hey, yo,
man,
Kobe, I ain't got no issue with it
how
as
can
long as
you
she's not the
how can
initiator.
you be getting popped as a crutch? Meaning, I want you to get grades so you won't get popped. I want you to go out and get married so you don't get popped. Go be successful so you don't get popped. What he's asking
Like
is how
that's
to use
lazy
that.
parenting. Actually, sit
Absolutely.
down and have a conversation with her,
No,
because the way
no.
she observes something
Everything.
may not
You
be
know what
the
I'm
way
saying is
you.
why is
That's
everything
Kobe.
based
That's
on
why
a
you're
negative?
wrong,
You
Kobe.
have
Hold on.
okay,
Where's
but I
the
Hold on.
get it.
incentive?
Hold on.
Where's the
Listen.
teaching?
But
Where's
I
the
didn't even
guidance? Where's
finish.
the
You
model
have
behavior?
punishment, and then
Everything
you
is
have
based on somebody
vicarious
getting popped.
reinforcement. There's different types of reinforcement, right? There's
But
for
listen,
example,
that's how I know
observational
Cody's
learning.
not listening.
Hold on,
You're not
observational learning.
listening. You're
Bro,
just
you're not even
talking.
letting me finish. But go ahead, bro. You've been
You're
talking
just
the whole
talking.
time.
Hold
But
on.
go ahead.
Let me tell you why Cody's just talking. Because I said I had all that. I said I had punishment. I said I talked to him. And I said I
I'm speaking in
escalate
general, not just to your situation. I'm speaking in
on
general
that.
Yeah,
But
we're
to what
if
you're
you
speaking to the
the
call me
masses.
example that
that
you use.
error, see, that's the problem with your argument. Is as I responded, you said that is bad parenting.
Exactly.
So
You
since
called him
you
a
said
bad parent.
that,
Yeah.
I have the right to
If you
respond to
only
you.
use popping as the
He never
I
reinforcement,
said
never
that.
that's what I'm
He
saying.
never said that. You're not listening,
Podcast,
Kobe.
please correct your
He
man.
never said.
Tell
He
your
never
man that
said
he's
that.
wrong.
He never said
Podcast.
that.
Hold on. You said you was gonna hold
Okay,
me
go ahead,
accountable
bro.
at the end of
I'll
2023.
finish later. I'll finish when you get done. Go ahead, bro.
No
So,
podcast. This is my time to make sure.
I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. So it did come off as if It did come off as if that's what you were saying, but honestly, Edie, man, I think the conversation was kind of leading. So I think he just kind of dismissed what you said earlier because we so focused in on that point, and he was just addressing that point specifically. But by you not by but by you saying that, it did make it seem like you was addressing him directly. So I see why he's saying that.
No,
but if y'all listen to the panel, none of us said ass whooping is the number one thing we should go direct to. We all said that it should be one of the discipline, but it's not the main discipline. You guys making it seem like, oh, especially beat the pen. Oh, ass whooping. Like we don't have no common sense on how to raise kids. We go straight to the ass whooping.
It's not the point of wait, hold on. No. It's not about the point of you going directly to it.
That's not what I said.
It's not about the point of you going directly to it. Remember, I specifically said, so you will whoop a kid for right on the wall. He said, yeah, nigga, you don't deserve kids. Fuck it, I'll say it. Fuck out of here.
That's the point that I was going to jump on right there. 615, he just said.
You want to
that it's in my viewpoint, y'all is like whooping should never be an option at all. Do everything up to a whooping.
No. See, that's what I'm saying. Now y'all want to come at Kobe. Now you got hold on, eat a man. Now you want to come at Kobe. Now you got to come at Woody Mack.
See,
that's the impression I get from y'all.
One person at a time.
My question is, so either you going into the 5-year-old, when are you going to the oldest?
Get off the 5-year-old.
Aaron,
hold on, y'all.
Aaron,
Damn, can somebody speak?
Oh my
God.
No, I'm talking about a 5-year-old over that.
Why are you not teaching your oldest a lesson? So clearly you didn't pop your youngest one. Why didn't you pop the other two? They looking at her like, oh, she get the backlash. You don't understand what you're producing in your own home. And it ain't for me to judge. You the man of y'all.
Oh, but my fucking God.
Hey, Aaron, I got a question for you. But go ahead. Let's let the
Same second. They looking at her. You can smile. Give me a cool smile all you want. You doing a 5-year-old. You don't think them two older siblings bullying her? They can do anything and blame it on her. I mean, that's your household. You can conduct it the way I guarantee you. Kids are kids. Ain't nothing. You can live in the suburbs. You can live in the city. You can live in wherever. But I guarantee you, when you have other siblings, they're gonna look at them younger siblings and they're gonna get jealous. Or if not, they're gonna what's the word? They're gonna trust and believe. I know the game. Trust and believe.
Oh my God.
So pay attention to your household.
What you just said was that it sounded like we saying never, right? And I'm not saying never. I'm saying 99% of the time. But what I literally just said out of my mouth. Hold on, so we won't have to overtalk each other. Wody Mack, right? But literally seconds before you said that, I had just said what I directly said to the man was, would you whip your child for writing on the wall? The reason why I'm saying is because there are distinguishments, right? The problem that we have in our community, I believe, is that we want to whoop our kid for everything, bro. It don't matter what it is, bro.
I just lost everything you said, bro. I'm sorry.
I was solely tuned into what he was saying.
I can get over this if I just talk around it. Wody Mack. So what I said,
I was tuned in so intently on what he was saying. I got you in my mind.
So absolutely, what I'm saying is, I had just said to Eat a Man, bro, would you whip your kid for writing on the wall? The point is that not everything requires you to put your hands on them. It doesn't, right?
Yeah,
and here's the thing about it. Not in our community, bro. Growing up, and it probably still happens to this day. I don't know, but growing up, bro, in my family, you got hit. They called it talking back, right? So I don't even get to tell you you're wrong. I don't get to tell you how I'm experiencing you. You're incorrect in your assessment of me right now. I don't get to qualify you or judge you as my fucking parent. I'm trying to tell you you're wrong. Bow, I get hit in the damn mouth. My lip bleed. Whole time you outside your body. This is what this leads to, which is why, I'm saying fuck that. Keep your hands off your kids. 9 times out of 10, if they know some fucked up shit prior to the age of 7, your ass taught it to them. Straight up and down. So when you want to hit them, make sure you hit yourself too. That's it.
Let me ask you this, podcast, and I kind of feel like you're taking your personal.
Can I
Oh my God!
Christ! Oh my God! Are we serious right now? No.
Diesel, I might be joking, but it only seems like when you talk.
The only time she want to talk is when I'm talking. Like, stop.
That's not true. That's not true.
She don't hear your voice. It's not true, but I'm joking, but it's funny.
I know.
Okay.
Podcast. Let me ask you this, podcast.
So when I was born,
Oh my God!
Just what I said.
What the hell?
Just what I said.
Hey, you set me up, bro.
Aaron, you are wrong.
Okay, so podcast. Look, so
Aaron, you out of pocket, bro.
I feel like a little bit of what you're saying is you're projecting from what happened in your childhood, right? But the question I was going to ask you before was, do you believe in corporal punishment? Because it seemed like you didn't believe that there should be any kind of corporal punishment when you're rearing your child, right? So, and that's the question that I want to ask you. Like, do you believe in that? Is that something that you believe in?
No.
Okay.
And I think it's hilarious. See, again, this is why I say people don't listen, and y'all, no disrespect.
Yes,
this is why I cuss people out. Because I literally said my come to Jesus moment was with my own child.
I remember that.
Literally said that.
I remember that, and that's why I took the stance that you were
exactly. You see what I'm saying? But no, you're projecting because you were abused as a child. No, I came to Jesus with my own child.
Yeah, but even the reason
all the examples you're giving is when you were a child, bro. That's what
I
all the
haven't
examples that you're giving were from you.
I
When you were
haven't
a child.
given you an example of something that happened to me. I said this was what was going on. That you would get hit in the mouth.
Hold on, you said that when you would try to check your parents, they would slap you in the mouth.
No, he didn't say that.
He didn't say that. He said projection.
That's what went on in my family.
He was saying in general.
Y'all
Got
yeah, he was saying in general. He was saying in general. Yeah.
But what I said specifically earlier, the direct example that I gave you,
Aaron.
the direct example that I gave you,
Aaron, I got a question whenever I can.
The direct example that I gave you, Diesel, was that when my son was 4, I whooped him for throwing his controller on the floor after I had asked him not to, because I always told my son, I'm only going to whoop you if you're being disobedient, because you disobeying me could lead to you losing your life.
I didn't hear that part. I'm sorry. I didn't hear that.
So I said, but then I realized I'm whooping him from some shit I taught him how to do. And I went and cried like a baby, and I haven't touched him since he was 4 then. He's 18 now. And he hasn't given me a reason to ever touch him ever since then. Ever.
Okay, so the only thing I'm thinking of, if you don't believe in corporal punishment, how do you raise your children to operate within a system that has corporal punishment? Right? That's my only disconnect when it comes to not believing in it and trying to rear a child to operate in a society where it is there. Like
so let me ask you this. First of all, let me make this statement very clearly. When I say I don't believe in, that means I don't believe in it. I like how you believe in God. You believe your prayers work, right? I don't believe in corporal punishment. I don't believe that it's the thing that you have to do, right? I just want to make sure I'm clear about that, because I don't want it to seem like I'm being disingenuous. Because I stated earlier that sometimes I understand with some kids, some things can be so egregious, right? That you just feel like it's necessary. But again, to me, under 7, most of that stuff, they learn from you anyway, or the people you had them around. So
I got
yourself in the time, right? But here's the point. So my question to you would be this, and I'm not trying to answer your question with a question. I just want you to understand my logic. I haven't touched my son since he was 4. I probably started whooping him when he was 2. When like I was beating on him on a daily basis. It wasn't that big of a deal. I may have whipped him 6 times in his whole life between the ages of 2 and 4. So are you saying that the reason why my son is a law-abiding citizen who has a job, a driver's license, car insurance, and stays out of trouble is for the 2 years that I whipped him between 2 and 4?
No. That's standard human behavior. That's not you.
That's parenting.
Wait,
good job.
Wait, Diesel, I just want to change one word. I'm sorry. I don't want to say are you saying. I want to say would you
I'm
say.
saying it.
No,
Would you say?
I'm not saying that because
I'm not going to even qualify driver's license and insurance.
Jordy Mac, his name is Diesel.
Okay, no, I'm not saying that because we've seen
Let me do
again, Aaron. Again, Aaron. Again.
Hold on.
The hell is this shit?
They couldn't. They didn't.
It's
What the hell is going on, Aaron?
Survive, nigga, survive.
I am a victim.
I agree with you 100%.
Hey,
But my parents, they
I'm
wanted
not
to be
hold on.
right-handed.
Whenever that is my turn, girl. It's my turn. So
You
podcast.
guys listen. I am listen. I am left-handed. I didn't get
Okay, so
but I
podcast. When
was
it comes to
switching.
it, I don't think that
I'm
there is
left-handed. But I didn't get
there is a
oh
right
my
or
God.
wrong.
That's a left-handed microphone.
He already talking over her, y'all.
left-handed.
Is that a
No,
left-handed
no,
microphone? Maybe that's the problem.
Hold on. So I don't think there's a right and wrong when it comes to
Don't
discipline.
make it about
right?
left-handed.
I think whatever works for you. All I'm saying is whatever you feel like is corporal punishment is what you
No,
need to use.
no one don't. That's why these females don't come on.
I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you.
We focusing in real hard body on what you're saying. But you got to keep in mind, Diesel, when she talk, her mic go in and out.
1 second. Let Diesel land. Let him land what he was saying because I want to know where he was going. So Diesel, can you please land?
Yeah, but y'all won't let me land. Y'all won't let me speak.
Okay,
That's
all right.
mean.
All
All
right, go
you
ahead,
guys are
Trinidad.
mean. All I wanted to say one other thing.
Whoever sold you that mic is
That's
who
what
need.
we-
Trinidad.
That's who you need to be mad at.
Let her speak, y'all. Go ahead, Trinidad. It's
I'm
your
not
turn.
mad.
God damn, it's just your mic going out. Every time we give you room, your
Get
mic
your
going out.
mans. Get your mans.
We heard everything. Go ahead.
Trinidad was cute back in her prime, boy.
Yeah, what? That ain't her.
I've been here.
Whatever.
No, that is her. That is her.
And she was cute in her prime.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was
So
about
Trinidad,
26
get
right
it out.
there.
No, Trinidad, let her get it out. What
circa
you wanna say?
1996,
that picture?
In 1976.
So can me and Kobe have a little back and forth?
No.
I'm talking 60 seconds.
I still wasn't able to finish.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, D.
Let him
Just
land the
60
plane. Let
seconds.
Diesel land the plane. Go ahead, Diesel.
I'll try to land it. So I'm not saying I'm not trying to dictate what kind of corporal punishment you use. Like if it's physical, mental, or whatever. I'm not trying to dictate that when it comes to raising a child. I'm not going to say what's right or wrong. Only thing I'm trying to say is that we have to instill like there are certain rules that children have to follow, or there will be consequences. Right? That's how we raise our children to be able to operate. You were successful in raising your child without physically touching them or hitting them whenever he got to a certain age, and I am in that same category, right? My son, I didn't touch him after he was 11 years old, and now he's just fine, right? So, you know, I don't dictate that on people when it comes to physical or non. I just don't. I feel like how you do it, because I ran into kids that never got hit and they were hellions, and I got ones that been hit every day and they hellions. I don't think that is a determination. I think it's up to that parent to find out what works in disciplining that child and use that and raise them that way.
I'm glad you said that, because if you're like me, when you hear corporal punishment, you immediately go to physicality, and you're
And
saying
that's the problem that people have, because it's not all physical.
Right.
Corporal punishment for some kids at certain age is sitting in a corner for an hour.
Exactly.
Like their whole life has ended, right? So
Taking their
it doesn't
phone.
have to be physical.
Taking their phone. Taking their iPad.
Phone's not corporal punishment.
You say that. There are kids that would fight a teacher if she take the phone.
You cannot go off.
And we go off the official definition, because actually, my man is right. Corporal punishment is any punishment meant to cause physical pain. Physical pain doesn't come from standing in the corner unless you're standing on 1 foot for a while. So, what I like to say is that what failed corporal punishment is structure.
Facts.
whooping your kids just because you're mad at them. Have surprise ass whoopings, whooping them in the tub, cutting the lights on them, all that old
Whooping them
evil,
while they sleep.
conniving, fucked up nonsense. A spanking in my house when my kids were spanking age, and like Brother Diesel, right around puberty is when they drop spankings usually. My sons, it's a long road to get a spanking from me. It's long and well lit. Okay. Number one, the best advice or the best example was one day I was with my son who's 17 now, when he was about 7 or 8. And he said, Dad, if I throw this ball and hit your car and break the window, will I get a spanking? And I said, well, it depends. Did I tell you not to throw a ball down here near the car?
Come on.
He said, no. I said, right. So did you mean to throw the ball and hit my window?
Preach.
He said, no. I said, okay, well then here's what would happen. You would not get a spanking. However, a windshield for a 65 Ford Thunderbird is $375 at that time. You can bet that you're going to be a dishwashing, gutter raking something so that you understand that what you break, you are responsible for. But that was an accident, and you don't get spankings for accidents around here. Now, if I tell you before I leave the room, it's 100 jelly beans in that bowl, and I say don't eat no jelly beans, and I come back and 3 jelly beans is missing, somebody finna get their ass tore up because I counted 97 jelly beans. Because the principle of spanking should always inform, affirm, and reinforce a principle. If it doesn't, then you have no business putting your hands on your kids. If you mad at them, you got no business putting your hands on your kids. It is supposed to be a long march to a spanking. The problem is it wasn't, and that's where you get into abuse.
Hey, I just want to say
preach.
Before we go on, I just want to say I'm leaving. I don't want to get cut off no more by this woman. Y'all have a good night. I appreciate y'all, but I am tired of it. I've been abused.
So
I
agree.
yeah.
I agree with Uncle
Hey,
Jeff.
I got
but
one-
if Uncle, hold on.
Hey,
If
I just
Uncle
got one
Jeff
question,
can't
then I'll
count,
drop off.
hold on. If you can't count, Uncle Jeff, that was a miscount. You didn't count right the first time. But I do want to hold on before we.
Let me read the super
Somebody
chat.
got an ass whooping because I can't count. Hey, man, that's hilarious.
Let me read the super chat.
Oh,
So
go
then
ahead.
we could go to what you want to do, either man. Sir James Brown says the reason some snowflake parents of today don't spank their kids because they're trying to be their friend instead of their parent. Kids are to be held accountable for their actions. I say let them run free. We
It
live in a
has
free
nothing to do
world.
with race.
Sir James Brown says I got whooped. Most of these people on the panel clearly see they got beaten because they can't be quiet when they reminiscing about what happened to them. I got whooped and punished, and I leave my lesson in the 80s. Kids got swatted in school. Oh man.
I think learned my lesson.
Yeah.
Well, it says
Yeah.
land.
My eyes are just trying to scan to this. I'll reread it. I apologize, Uncle Jeff. I got whooped and punished, and I learned my lesson in the 80s. Kids got swatted at school, and in the 80s, the granny in the neighborhood could spank you. Not no more. Don't touch my kids. Those my kids. JJ says Trinidad's parents obviously beat the sonic ring out of her. My good.
That's hilarious.
I said the funny part about
Aaron, let me ask one question before I drop off.
1 second, listen.
Hey, E-Man, damn it, you've been talking for a month. One question. One, damn it.
Is Trinidad.
Now I gotta turn up the Jesus mic. Why I gotta be like that? One question. One.
Bro, he said me. Aaron already.
One question.
You clipping, bro. You clipping.
One.
He said he about to leave anyway, either man.
It's just too much to ask. Just one.
Can the man ask this question?
That's all I'm asking. Thank you. Then I'm gonna check into rehab. But no, all I was gonna ask is this: y'all been talking about the kids, and we got to get them, discipline them. All we got to get them, beat them, and all we. Is there any form of raising kids, teaching discipline, structure, guidance that is positive? Hey, let's sit down and have a discussion. Hey,
Wait a minute. That's not a question. That sounds like a statement or a filibuster. Are you asking a question?
I guess the answer was no.
He
No,
just
no,
asked.
no.
y'all
I didn't hear
answered
the
the question.
question. Or what? Ask the question again so we can answer.
No, the question is, can there be something positive when it comes to raising kids? 'Cause
Okay.
all I heard for the last
Oh
2
my
hours,
God! Now that's not a
we gotta get
question.
'em.
All past that's not a
Beat
question.
'em.
Would
That
you like
wasn't a
your
question?
question answered?
I'm not gonna be here all night for this.
No, he's being facetious. Bruh, if he wants, that's what you
Absolutely.
do. And this is how you handle it. You make him ask a question. Anything other that is a declarative statement has
I
nothing.
asked the question.
Okay, here's the answer. Absolutely. I think I said it before. There is a long road to a spanking. Let's call a spanking negative. Let's call it negative. In order to get to a spanking from me, you have had to absolutely ignore all the positives, the whys, the wherefores, the mistakes before that people made, the mistakes that I made, because I'm going to open them to you as per is preferable to your age. Whatever age you are, I'm going to talk to you just a little bit over your head and try to make you understand things. So I don't start. No healthy parent starts at ass whooping. The ass whooping is at the end of the road. When you have disobeyed everything, when the clear course to success has been ignored by you, I am going to do to you physically what life is going to do to you metaphorically, and what the universe is going to do to you metaphysically. When you ignore all the metaphysical road signs, the universe is going to metaphysically whoop your ass.
So the answer is no.
No, the answer is not no. The answer is yes.
Yes.
You
Yes,
heard
yes.
yes. I said
Yes.
yes first. Was
Yes.
that the part you ignored or missed?
Everything
is
you
yes.
said was negative. Whoop that ass and
Everything
No,
was
it
negative.
wasn't.
Wait a minute. Let's discuss that. Everything. So when I said,
Just make sure you
wait a
realize
minute,
what
wait
you're
a minute.
enduring.
Let this man qualify his words. So when I said we are to have a discussion about why not and when not and how I made a mistake and why you shouldn't do that and what it costs, all of that is negative. Yes?
Yes.
It's not
How?
negative.
So explain now. Explain
He's
yourself.
trolling you.
How is it negative to explain the consequences of negative behavior to a child? Please explain that.
Tell me, can I get
No,
one?
I asked you. You asked me a
You're
question.
not going. You're going to keep talking over me. You're not going to let me talk.
No, not if you're going to ask me a question. You're a man. You're supposed to answer a question with an
But
answer.
you're going to
not a
talk
question.
over me. So you know what?
Hey, y'all relax,
You
man.
got it.
Bow
That was
out.
positive.
Exactly. You got
Beating,
your ass
whooping,
whooped
it's
again.
all
Bow out.
positive.
Y'all look the same.
There you
Relax.
go.
Hold on, Kobe.
Y'all have a
Who
good
said
night.
that?
Talking to
I'm
these
only going to
niggas
sleep
like
2
they
hours.
don't
I'm having a
listen.
nightmare.
Bow out. You
I'm
lost.
having a nightmare.
Listen, so
I
Kobe.
blame
Black
Aaron.
Stone Cold.
Allergic to positivity. Can't take
So
it.
Kobe,
Yeah,
earlier.
whatever.
Hold on,
I don't
Kobe.
even know
Earlier.
why I blame Aaron. I think I just
Hold
do.
on 1 second, y'all.
I keep
just
hearing my
wanna-
name. Go ahead.
Kobe, earlier you said that I had bad parenting. So I want to ask you a question. I got
I
three
didn't say
questions.
you. I said that's bad parenting. But go ahead.
Okay,
Actually, I
what
blame
I
you
was
today.
doing was bad parenting. Okay, we can say that it's not a direct shot at me. So my first question is, do you have kids?
Here we go with the do you have kids situation.
it's-
So
it's
first,
no,
just say no, Kobe. Kobe, just say no,
hold
please.
on. I'll say no, but here's the thing. This ain't no you like. This is one of them old dudes who just want to
Let him
bully
walk.
me.
No,
and
no,
not
no,
have
no,
my
don't do
opinion.
that. Don't do
So
that.
it's
Just
all
let him
good.
walk it.
But
Just
no,
let him
go
walk
ahead.
it.
I just have to preface with,
Just
of
say
course,
no.
I don't have. I
He
said
got
that.
kids, either man. He got
Oh,
kids.
he said no. Keep going.
He
got
don't have
Somebody
kids.
turn that fucking.
Mhm.
What is that? Go
My
ahead.
second question is, if you did have kids, if you told your kids to do something repeatedly, let's say 7 times, and they're still not listening to you, what would be your next step of action?
So my next step of action for that specific example is negative reinforcement. So I would definitely, whatever they have, I would take that away from them because I understand that kids value things, right? So I would take that away from them, what you call put them on punishment, right? Whatever, however you want to, display that, you can do that. But that would be my next step is put them
All
on
right,
some type of punishment.
so say they only have a sheet in their room, in the bed, and they're still doing exactly what you are asking them not to do. What would be your next step if you have nothing else to take from them?
Well, first of all, I will have something else. I will sit down and have a conversation with them and I would ask them to get to understand what their thought process is on why they're not doing it, to see if it's something that I could do to help assist them. I would actually sit down and have a real conversation with them since they're
All
not
right, so
doing what I need them to
you
do.
had a real conversation.
Yeah, you ain't
The
gonna be
real,
invited to a lot of shit.
It's
hold
about to
on
be
one
the fourth
second.
question.
You
So
had
this
a
is question
real
number 4. Okay.
number 4. You didn't answer my last question. You had a real conversation.
That is answering your question. I have a sit
Hold
down
on,
with them.
I got you. You had a real conversation, and your kid tell you they're gonna do what the hell they want to do, and they don't care how many times you talk to them. They gonna do what they want to do. What is your next course of action?
I told you that's why you let him keep talking, Kobe.
He just keep talking, bro.
Absolutely. Answer the question
The
though.
same
Just
question
play
over and
along.
over and
Play
over.
along. Play along. Go ahead.
This is like, what am I supposed to? What do you want me to play along with? So ultimately,
It's not necessarily play
This dude
along.
gonna have them kids no
He
nobody
checking your
like.
temperature, nigga. He taking your temperature.
So he's checking. He
Pause.
don't know what he's checking for, right? So me as an individual, because I understand how I am and how I move and how I want my kids to be. So number one, my kids, if my kids will get to that level of completely deliberately being disobedient, then we will take another a course of action to where then you could talk about maybe physical. But at this point,
Point
but
done.
Yeah, by then, and these
Point done.
These are the
I'm
people
done.
that abuse their
not say I
children.
was gonna.
These are the people that abuse their children because by then you pissed.
No. But see, here's the thing, though.
That's exactly
made the
how
point.
it works. You
You
let him
made the
fuck you
point.
over 9 times. Now you hot
You
and
ready
you
to
want to whoop his
ready
ass.
to whoop ass. Now
He
you
the
ready to
man.
jack his
No,
ass
that's
up
not
and
what
do
I'm
all that.
saying.
He get
Kobe,
through
Kobe,
with
Kobe, Kobe,
consequences.
Kobe,
Ask
just
me the
relax,
same
bro. Let him
question.
talk. You gotta let him talk. I
Let
swear.
him talk. When he get through, ask me the same question.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though. Again, that's not what he's saying. That's not even my point. He's trying to corner me and say, "Oh, physical." Like I never
Absolutely.
said that showing discipline towards your kids physical is bad. I'm saying the 3 steps I took, most parents aren't taking those 3 steps prior to them having
But
that
that's what
physical
Edelman was
contact.
saying the whole time.
I've been saying
That's
that.
what he was
I
saying the
agree
whole
with that.
time.
No,
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
about
hold
just
on, hold on.
beating
I
their
got you,
kids.
Kobe. I got you, Kobe. Hold on.
I'm not finished yet. Here's what I'm saying, right?
Let
For
him finish
me
podcast.
taking those steps, right?
Absolutely.
As being a parent, right? I understand they observe my actions. I gotta make sure I'm being a parent and doing what I need to be doing. I understand that kids will observe me more than them being able to directly understand like my punishment, right? So I understand that aspect, number one. The second thing is I don't think whooping them is gonna help regardless. If you whoop your kids, cool. You may whoop them in that moment. I think that the effects of that is worse because I
Perfect.
understand,
Hold on.
for
That's
example,
perfect.
right?
Hold on.
Hold
You
on,
gotta
let
let
me
me
finish real
respond.
quick.
Hold on.
Let
Kobe,
me
you gotta
finish.
let me
Let me
respond.
finish. I
Kobe,
understand
don't
something
overdo
when
it.
it
Don't
comes
overdo
to
it.
Either
Don't
man,
if
he
you know
needs
the
a lot of
baby.
room
Okay,
for
for
this.
example, for
Hold
example,
on. Listen.
I'm
So
not finished.
Well, let him.
Kobe,
Edelman,
Let him
Kobe,
grind.
you gotta
Let him.
trust me, bro. You gotta trust me.
Let
That's the
Kobe
But here's the
finish.
W.
Let
thing.
Kobe
How do you
finish. Go
say,
ahead, Kobe.
bro? I didn't even finish my point. All
I
I'm
know
saying
you
is
don't
that
have to.
I
That's
think
what's so
physical
amazing
punishment.
about it is you could stop right now and you got a W. Let E respond. I
Okay, go
promise
ahead.
you.
Go
Just
ahead.
trust me.
So my question to you, Kobe, if you believe that whooping will not be the answer, why would you whoop your kids?
You said
As
you
I
would do it.
stated, so going back to my original point when I first came up here, I said when I first step is contingent on the kid. There are some kids at that level to where they need that level of discipline.
He
I don't believe
absolutely
most
did say
kids
that.
do. That's
He
my point.
absolutely did say that.
He
But
proved
at
my
the end of
point. Hold on,
point,
let me tell you why
But
he
hold
proved
on,
my point.
Aaron,
Podcast.
didn't I say that? Aaron, didn't I say that?
He
No, let me tell
absolutely
you why
did
you
say that.
proved my point,
Eat a man.
Kobe.
No,
I
I
got
did
you.
not
I'm
prove
tagging
your
you in.
point.
Yes, you did. Listen, if
I
you
but
listen to
clearly
what
said,
you ultimately went to. You said you ultimately have to
exactly
go
what
to.
I said.
You said so. What? But this the thing is, nobody on this panel. We never said whooping your child. It's a guarantee of a child is gonna listen, but it's steps that as a parent that hey, we're gonna a stable parent is gonna talk. They're gonna do everything in their means to try to do something physically spank their child. They're gonna do all the options like talk to them, like take things. But eventually, as a parent, you gotta like, hey,
Come on, bro.
It's you talking
Hey,
about
it's
we're talking
605.
about
Real quick.
that's
This
actually
part
not
of the
true. But go
conversation
ahead.
long
That's
reminds
walk,
actually
me
right?
not true. But go ahead. Since I couldn't finish.
6'5", you talking about that long walk, right? That Uncle Jeff was talking about, right? The same long walk that Kobe just described, and it somehow would turn into him being an abusive parent. But that's okay. Never mind that.
we
Either
didn't
man,
this
say we didn't
reminds me
say
though earlier, Beans. This
Man, let's
reminds me
deal
of
with
this
this, right?
part of this
Because
conversation right
here's
here
where you
reminds
tried
me
to
of
trip
what I
him up
kind of
at.
did to you.
Here's where you tried to
this
trip him
reminds
up
me
at.
that's the part of the conversation when I was like, yo, it sounds like you're saying,
right,
that no form of corporal punishment is, and
Right.
it mirrors that same earlier part conversation that we had, where now
Here's the
it's
problem.
the
Here's
same
the problem with
misunderstanding
that.
that
Here's the
he's having
problem with that,
with
Wody.
Jeff
I'm gonna tell you,
and
Wody,
everybody
the same
else.
way how I
It
told.
seems
I'm
like
gonna
that
tell you
same
the same way.
misunderstanding is happening.
It's
So what
okay,
I
Wody.
say, what I'm looking
You
at
got
it is like how we talking in this conversation. We're speaking to the general. We're speaking to the general public, even though
Right.
we're using each other on the panel as a proxy. But it seems
Mhm.
like we're speaking to what we've seen from society. Because I can give
Mhm.
you one example I thought was egregious. This woman had her little child, was about 2 years old, whatever. The girl was sucking on her thumb, right? The girl was just standing there, standing next to the mother, sucking on her thumb. The mother looked down, saw she was sucking her thumb, and slapped the little girl hand, said, "Get that damn thumb out your mouth." The little girl stood there with a traumatized look on her mouth, with her mouth open, just shook, like wasn't moving. Mother walked, started taking a couple of steps. Child was just still standing there in the same spot. If I was to gather from what I'd seen in that scenario, that woman probably hits that child for anything. Those type of scenarios, I think, probably is what y'all are referring to, not necessarily Eat a Man's, Jeff, or 615.
Come on, bro.
Oh, but
Come on,
Aaron,
bro.
hold on, Aaron.
Eat a man. Eat a
Yeah,
man.
I
Eat a man.
wanna ask Aaron
He
this question.
literally, no. He literally,
Eat a Man, you
we
can't
were
keep asking
literally
all these
talking at the
redundant
same
questions,
time.
bro.
Eat a man. We were
You asking the
literally
same
talking at the
question.
same time. So let me respond
Okay.
to you. Eat a man. So here's what you tried to do, right? First of all, you created the premise that the boy don't fucking have kids. Right? That's the first thing you set up, is that he don't have kids, right? And then you expected for him to not end up at the result, right? But see, Kobe, here's where you messed up at. Where you messed up at was when you said that you would eventually hit him, right? That's where you messed up at. That's what he was trying to get you to. Where you should have interjected at is at the part when he said, after you asked them the third time and they still didn't do it, what would you do? What you should have said was, I would have made him do it. That's all you had to say, right? Because nobody is saying that. He's making it seem like with every kid, you just have to say it and they're gonna do it. Like there's no parent in the world who's ever had to say, I told you to wash those dishes, and go get the kid and stand there and while they start washing the dishes. And then maybe sometime into washing the dishes, you can walk away. But you go stand over them. No father has ever went and said, didn't I tell you to take that trash out? Now get up and take that trash out. Instead of just waiting on them to do it on their own, when we know they're autonomous beings and they're going to most likely do what they want to do. So he doesn't have a child, though, which was your original point. So we can't expect for him to have the perfect answer. That's why you didn't come to me, though.
I have 5.
That's exactly why you didn't come to me, though.
And I would love to respond to that if I could, Eat a Man.
Yeah, if these letters, listen.
But him asking me how me not having kids and then going and asking that question, I'm just confused as if why does
It's
that
okay.
matter?
It's man, bro. Take your W. Everything you said, you had already stated previously.
That's what I'm
right?
saying.
So you wasn't necessarily caught up.
When I first came in here, I
was
said it
caught up.
completely
Let me tell you how he got
They
caught
don't
up.
listen to
Obviously,
understand you,
don't
Kobe.
know
They
how
listen
he
to
got
catch
caught
you
up.
up. So
And
you gotta
Aaron
go
will
to
tell me if
the
I'm wrong.
but he
Come on,
didn't, 'cause I completely
Kobe,
said
let
that
me
in the
tell
beginning.
you. Let me tell you why you got caught up, Kobe.
I didn't get caught up because what you made me
Okay.
say is I said that
Oh
when I
my
first
God.
came in here.
way earlier.
Way early before you even came in here, D-Lo Brown.
So you listening? I know you want to say your little jokes.
I'm just
Let
saying.
him rock. Just
you
let
not
him rock, Kobe.
listening.
Kobe, just let him rock. Let him
Let
rock.
me tell you why
Let him
you
rock.
got caught up, and you can disagree with me at the end. But when I
And then
came in,
and then I made my point of this.
Kobe,
Aaron, here's
Kobe,
my
please,
last
I'm
question.
begging you. Just let him go. Just let him go, bro. Just let him.
We've reached the conclusion of the show for many, many million reasons why. Many, many million reasons why the show must end, because I am done. I'm done. I sparked the conversation. You guys will do what you must. I don't know. No, Either Man, that's not gonna work. It's not gonna work, Either Man. Leave me be. Okay. I want to acknowledge my brother Marcellus Davis for being the first official channel member of the show. Thank you, brother. Oh gosh, why won't they let me in? Of course, Marcellus said, I'm gonna donate a membership. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. They don't want to let me leave. They don't want to let me leave. So I am going to do something I never ever do. I am going to extend the show. After I said I want to leave, but only because Robbie is here. So I'm going to extend it, but I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about it. I'm gonna tell you this now.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
I'm not
The
happy
only gonna
about it.
do it
It's
because it's raw.
hilarious.
I love raw beef. So I'm gonna give y'all some more time.
You got 10
I'm not
minutes.
happy about it. It's hilarious.
Listen.
I'm not happy about it,
So
but it's raw beef. I
let
can't
me
deny her.
let me tell you why I believe that Kobe got caught up, right? When I came in, I laid out that same premise that I don't go to whoopings, there's levels to it. I said, I'm going to talk to my kids. I'm going to try to correct my behavior. And as my last resort, I'm going to whoop them. Then Kobe told me that I was wrong, that I was incorrect. And then when I asked him the line of questioning, Kobe then turned around and said that he would do exactly what I did. So what that is saying is he was actually disagreeing with me just to disagree and actually believe in the things that I was saying. That was the point that I was making. But I definitely want to hear from Rob B and see what Rob B thinks.
Nope, you don't get to mischaracterize him like that and then just throw the mic to Rob B. Respectfully, Rob B, he is mischaracterizing this young man, and I don't like it because the young man, we already had corrected it earlier that his word choice was poor because he wasn't intentionally directing his comment at you. He was speaking in general, but he the way that he worded it, it made it sound like he was directed at you, and we already corrected that. You were just trying to get revenge by trying to make him look bad, and it didn't work because everything that he stated in your questions, he had already stated earlier in the show, and you people just don't listen well enough.
I was trying to get
Thank you,
revenge
Robbie.
on you.
Absolutely.
Come on, man.
Because he already had corrected himself. He had already corrected that. You just brought up something that he had already corrected. We can rewind the tape. We can bet $50 that he corrected it.
So podcast, if we rewind the tape, he said what I was saying was bad parenting, and then he went back and said the same thing that I said.
And the thing that he said, and the thing that he said,
I even started my question saying that
absolutely.
Hold on, I even podcast. I even started my question. You said the type of parenting that I'm doing is bad parenting, and he said yes. So
Absolutely.
he doubled down in my questioning.
Absolutely. And when we had the conversation about it, if you want to bet the money, we can, because I'm not going to rewind the tape without winning some money. But what he stated was his point was that if that's what you initially do, if you go straight to the physical disciplining, he stated that. And once you said I had already stated that I'm doing all these other things and all these other stuff, that's when he corrected himself and said, yes, I'm my bad. I was speaking more in general. He already corrected that. We can bet the money if you like, though. I would love to win some more money tonight. Exactly.
Well, you know,
Rob
people
B,
don't pay their bets on YouTube. You know how that goes.
I got my last two, so I appreciate that.
But he shouldn't have never mentioned that though.
He shouldn't have never mentioned what?
That he would go like after he exhausted all, that he would go to spanking.
But he already stated it earlier. The only thing that he said that was contradictory was when he said, I don't think whoopings will work anyway. That's the only thing that was contradictory. But he just said that 2 minutes ago. That was the only thing. Everything else was stuff that he had already stated.
But our podcast, we all agree. I'm not a parent, but most parents agree. We don't know if whoopings work. We don't know that. We don't know if non.
I don't believe most parents
You don't
agree
know-
with that.
I
Not
don't
black
know.
ones.
I got belief issues,
Not
but
black.
I believe that whipping work. But I want to hear from Rob B because
we don't know if
I'm
it
really
works.
curious to see where she stands on this conversation. Rob B.
So, hitting a child is not domestic violence. However, you should avoid hitting your kids at all costs. Like, really and truly, all y'all on this panel, all y'all in the chat, and got y'all asses whooped. And look how y'all turned out. Like, what are we saying right now? Like, people. Yeah, what you do, I was gonna say some petty shit. But no, seriously though, people be spending their whole life trying to replicate what their parents did, and yet, did it really work for you? The goal of parenting in any future generation is to correct the mistakes that your parents made. So if your parents beat your ass every day and you still went out in the street, you still did stuff you weren't supposed to do,
If you still, broke the rules or didn't listen and you was like, well, I'm gonna break the rules anyway. All they're gonna do is spank me. Oh well, let's get this ass whooping because I'm going to that party. Why would you bother to hit your kids? As societies advance, the way that we teach should advance as well. Talk to your children. Y'all spend so many years talking to your children like they're like unable to understand the English language. You don't teach them structure from the onset. You don't teach them to follow rules and obey authority from the onset without physical violence. And violence begets violence begets violence. Y'all want your children to just be violent individuals? I'm confused.
Yes, I do want my kids to be violent individuals. That's the truth. Like I know we paint this world that we don't live in a violent world, and it's this utopia. But I believe that my kids will be all right as long as they know how to control the violence. It's not about being violent that is negative. It's about knowing when you are violent and when not to be violent.
But this is what you put children into karate for. This is what you teach them training for. This is what you put them into boxing for, so that they can learn how to defend themselves. Children, wait,
Correct.
With
Sorry, go ahead.
Gotta cook.
children should not receive violence at the hands of the people that they love. Because what that teaches them is that people that love them it's okay for them to be violent with them, which is why we have these perpetual cycles of relationships that are domestically abusive and nobody ever tells until somebody winds up 6 feet in the ground, because they've been taught by their mothers, by their fathers, that it is okay to be hit, that, well, this is going to hurt me more than this hurts you. This is a full expression of love. I'm doing this because you need to learn. So when your daughter grows up and her man is hitting on her, bitch, I'm smacking you because you need to learn a lesson. Well, shit, in some portions of her mind, she's going to rationalize that because that's what her father did. When your sons grow up and they women smack the shit out them, didn't I tell you to do what I said to do? They're going to normalize that shit because that's what their mothers did to them.
So only thing I want to teach people is violence is not negative or positive. Violence is actually neutral. Now, it could be a negative side of violence and it could be a positive side of violence. Let me give you an example. If I put my kids in boxing, do you believe that that's negative or positive?
I guess you could say that's neutral.
Yeah.
So that the point that I'm saying is, I know we always lean to things are negative, but violence is actually not negative. It's how I'm actually using violence shows whether it's negative or positive.
Okay, can I say my statement
One,
after
one
this?
one sec, Kobe. One sec, Kobe. You can respond to him. For the people that, because I saw some gifted memberships, guys, you have to go to the settings under join in order to allowed to be gifted per channel. I know some of you already selected on other channels, but it seems to be per channel that you have to select the option to be allowed gifts in order for it to.
Yes,
Go ahead,
but
Kobe.
okay, Kobe.
Go ahead, Kobe.
I think he walked away.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
It's like going. Am I good, Aaron? Can you hear me? It's like I'm going.
Yeah, you good? Good.
Kobe,
Okay. Yeah, so basically, either man, when I said that you were bad, I didn't say you were a bad parent. I just want to clarify some things. I just kind of heard you guys speaking, right? I said if you, because it sounded like you when you pop her, that's what you initially do. You didn't actually add the context, so I didn't understand if do you have those conversations with her? Do you show her? Is it the negative reinforcement things that you do first? It's like it's almost as if you were wording it. If she doesn't do what I say, I'm gonna pop her. That's what I heard, right? So in my mind, I was stating that that's bad parenting because I didn't hear the negative reinforcements, the taking away her stuff, the having a conversation with her prior, right? So that's why I stated that. In my mind, right, when you say physical reinforcement or something physical isn't bad, most of these parents, bro, when I see these parents having they don't have these conversations. I don't know where y'all grew up or I don't know y'all situations, but I see parents immediately smacking their kids, not having a conversation, and yelling at them. So I'm saying a lot of these parents out here today that I see, these aren't the people. They're not parenting as like you're parented. Don't assume everybody's like you, right? So I was just initially saying that most parents, or many parents, I should say, I don't know the percent, but I'm saying probably more than not, they're willing to hit them instead of having that conversation. They're willing to verbally abuse them, yell at them, versus having that conversation. So I don't think the physical punishment actually works, because if you look at the Bobby doll experiment, right, 9 out of the 10 kids that saw the adults hitting the doll, they actually start hitting the doll themselves. So when you pop your kid, in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, now little Daisy, now she thinks it's okay to pop people for not doing what you told, not doing what you told them to do. So I see kids all the time getting hit, and then they immediately go play and they start hitting other kids around them. That's the effect that I think that's going to happen with these kids more than not. That's all I wanted to state. Is I think the physical thing is actually a hindrance, because even though you're teaching them a lesson, I think they're mimicking what you're doing more than understanding what it is that you're trying to teach them.
So, Kobe, can you explain to me the kids that hit kids that have never been hit before? How do they learn that behavior?
Well, that's not most kids that hit other kids. They've actually been abused or been hit. So you don't see kids that don't hit kids usually aren't the ones being abused.
That's not true. Most people, I mean,
no, it's actually statistically true. Kids that get hit are actually the ones who abuse other kids.
Where did you get that statistics from?
I can put it in the link. I can drop the same where I got the Bobby doll experiment, and I read that full article. I can put the exact link in the back chat.
What I am telling you is that I can never hit my son, and my son can watch Power Rangers or WWE on TV and learn how to be violent. Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
Yep. Fact.
Like it doesn't have to be my experience. The point that I'm saying, I don't have to be physically hidden to be able to learn a trait. For example, you can never hit your kids. You can send them to public school where people are hitting each other and they can learn that trait. And then you can ask them when they come home, why are you hitting people? We don't do that in our household. It's because they learned it outside of their parents. They was influenced outside of their parents. Do you agree with that or you disagree with that?
No, I agree I agree that can happen. I agree that can happen for sure.
Yeah, and but I think that's misleading though, right? Because you could take a 2-year-old that's never seen violence on TV or anywhere else, take something from them and watch them slap the shit out of you. Like violence is innate.
Oh, Jesus
like,
Christ! Why do you keep bringing up these analogies
reaction.
about like, oh, I got a 2-year-old and you can do this based on the movie that I've seen. No. Fact of the matter is
and you wonder
if you've actually lived real life, if you've actually
what happened? No, this shit is crazy, bro. Just come and start.
Somebody actually,
but here's the thing, though. Like, so that's what I'm saying. Like, see, that's why I said those questions would have been better directed at me, right? Like, I've been around kids all my life. Since I was 15 years old, the girls that I dated had babies, right? So, I'm sorry, 16. Since I was 16 years old, the women that I've dated had babies, except for my baby mamas, ironically, right? And I can tell you, they don't have to witness it. If you just take something from a baby, when they old enough to understand, like, this is what I want, they will slap the taste out of you, right? Take their binky out their mouth and put it in yours and watch what happens. Violence is innate. It is a natural human reaction to feeling threatened or bullied, you know what I'm saying? Somebody taking something from you, bro. Like, so I'm not so sure if that's a good enough example. I think what I used earlier was like cursing, right? Language. If you never curse around a child is not gonna just wake up one day and be like, fuck bitch shit, suck a dick, hole pussy. It's not gonna happen.
So, but that means podcast you agree. Hold on. That means podcast you agree with what I'm saying. That he said that kids are violent because of they getting whoopings, and that's not true. Based off what you're saying, is they're gonna be violent regardless if we whoop them or not.
It's No, I agree that it's probable. I agree that both of you all are saying something that is absolutely true. What I'm saying is just the example of violence itself, I think, is a bad example. A better example is stuff that we know is learned behavior. Because, like, let me ask you this, and this is going to be a sensitive one, right? So you take your kid to visit with somebody, you know, family member, friend, whatever. And because when I was young, they used to have this thing. You don't, as a kid, you don't get to sit up under grown folks while they talking.
Yeah.
I'll go in the room. You know what I'm saying? Play them video games, play with them toys, whatever y'all gonna do. You don't get to sit up under us while we talking, because the whole point was we don't want you sitting up under us learning all this stuff that we talking about right now while we playing spades and domino, motherfucker, and all this other shit that they was doing, right? But however, when your kid is in the other room, they learning stuff. It's another kid in there that's teaching them how to cuss. It's another kid in there that's teaching them how to steal. It's another kid in there that's teaching them how to molest. Right? Who's blames that?
Yeah, but wait a minute. I mean, like when you're talking about molest.
We're not talking about that.
I'm talking specifically to either man.
But that's the thing. I didn't say that they can't learn it elsewhere. I'm saying if they directly learn it from
You
the
didn't,
parent,
Kobe.
maybe
You
that's
didn't. You don't have to
different.
keep. You don't have to
But I'm
defend
just saying
yourself.
that's bad parent. Regardless, bro. If they learn it from
Absolutely, it is.
that's
It
all
is.
I'm
But
saying, bro. Like, yes, they could learn it
absolutely, you
elsewhere.
made your point. It's a question on deck for either man, though. I would like for him to answer it the way he wanted all of us to answer his question.
Yeah, I'm not. So I don't want to go to that last word you went to, but I want to.
You don't have to. You can stick with the first two. They're in the room with
I want to
another
address
kid.
it. I believe that the highest influence of your children is it can be the parents, but the environment that you put your kids around. So I am very mindful of the kids. Like, it's a reason I don't like daycare. My family owns 15 daycare. Like, they own them. So I understand how you can have an innocent child go to a daycare, then 6 months later he's acting like a heathen because he haven't learned from Keisha kids at the daycare. So the point that I'm making is you're 100% right. I'm agreeing that you can learn things in other rooms from other people, but I'm saying that it's parents' responsibility to control their environment. And I wanted to make the point that what Kobe said, every time I have ever got a whooping by someone in my family, because I got whooped by my grandparents, I got whooped by my aunties, I got whooped by everybody. Every time I ever got a whooping, they set me down and they had a conversation with me so I understood what my error was and why I was being punished in this way. So I have a complete opposite view on whoopings than Kobe, that says that people are just getting whooped for no reason, because I have never got whooped for no reason.
Yeah. No, he's not disagreeing with you, Kobe. He's just saying that his POV is different. He's not
No, I get
disagreeing.
it. I get his POV. I get it. So I just want to know: do you think today most kids are would grow up in that similar situation or in that same situation? Do you think most parents today are actually sitting their kids down and having these conversations like you said you did when you was a child?
That's not a question either man can answer for you today, because Aaron O has reached the end of the show. I don't care what nobody say. I don't care. I'm done. I don't care what nobody say. I don't want to talk to y'all no more. I'm done. There's a million other content creators y'all deal with right now. I'm not doing it, okay? Let me acknowledge the new members of the show, okay? Shadow Dragon TV, welcome to the GBG gang. Cree, welcome to the GBG gang. And Kazi, of course, not shocked at all. Welcome to the GBG gang. And of course, Lauren. I love me some Lauren. Welcome to the G gang. I told y'all, if y'all haven't set your gift settings up on each individual channel, you guys need to go to the join button and open the options where you can be allowed to accept gifts on this particular channel. Okay. I can't stand none of y'all. None of y'all. Okay. Y'all driving me crazy. Okay. JJ Carver says Whopper burger top bun head. JJ, stop it. Stop it. Okay. Skinless grape head. Stop. No more. Okay. No more. JJ, you're gonna drive me crazy. Gang. I'm so sick of them. All right. 1 minute. Okay. I'm going to allow one person to give their final thoughts and nobody else. Okay. because I only really like her. I don't like the rest of y'all. Y'all drive me crazy, okay? I'm going to let Raw B give her last minute before we end the show.
All right. Y'all be mindful of how y'all raising y'all children. These are little human beings. They're not like Cabbage Patch dolls or something. You can't like, just do whatever, be like, oh, they'll just turn out fine in the end. Playing your children, be intentional with having them, be intentional with raising them. And y'all, everybody put some hay in the chat, because somewhere in the world, there's a horse that's hungry and looking for a mouth. Good night, Aaron.
Good night, Robbie. Thank you for coming. I appreciate y'all. I will be discussing with my members what they would like for me to cover per se. So be on the lookout for that, because that's going to be exclusive to the members. Until then, until the next show, we signing out. We